Hello, 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 hello. Welcome in, you guys. I hope everybody is having a wonderful, wonderful day. I certainly am. It's a rainy Monday. I'm a bit sinusy, got a little pressure in my ears, but it's not nothing too tough. Hey, brother Callie, how are you? So good to see you. I have surely missed my bro. Hey, cousin. Super fan is in the building. Shout out to Kimberly, Nell, Lady E, Kim, Raw Truth, Nisi, Saya, super fan, Callie, Rashida, exclusive, and Miss D Ann, and not in that order. Shout shout out. Listen, Linda, I got a couple of updates a couple of things I want to drop in here real quick. The first thing that I want to drop in, well, I know it's a little early in the show. First of all, let me sip some coffee. Hey, Audrey. Hey, Barbara. Oh, yeah, the pollen was wicked, baby. Let me tell you, my car is probably like, thank you, God. Hold on, y'all. Even though it's a beautiful day, but it's a great rainy day, but I still wanted to sit in my house dripped out in yellow and white. You know what I'm saying? I just felt like being a ray of sunshine around my home on this rainy day. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. First and foremost, this comment is probably irrelevant to all of you, but make sure that you do have your notification bells on. Y'all know YouTube be hitting me for I am constantly trying to promote channels, constantly having links dropped over here. Y'all know I got hit for that before, but I was sneaking and geeking and trying it again, and I kind of got hit again. So oh, we don't blow nothing but the best of the best around here, Kim. Um, so I will be continuing to promote verbally, but we will definitely find a way to make it kind of where you guys can get to people's channels. I just cannot drop the links in my chat. Um, YouTube frowns upon that because I guess they want everyone to get their subscribers, on their own accord. I think it's a little crazy that you can't promote people like I like to, but you got to take the bitter with the sweet. So I will be continuing to do so verbally. I cannot do so in my chats because I have taken a hit 2 times for trying to promote my people. However, it is what it is, huh? All right. Um, Secondly, I want to say this. This does not apply to everybody. Um, hey mom of three, I love you. Hold on 1 second, my babies. All right, my next important order of business is if it don't apply, let it fly. However, we do have a lot of fun over here, a lot of laughter, and I really really enjoy it. However, I gotta say this. I have to say this, even though I love to have a good time. I love to laugh and joke and you know just be on some laid back shit when we over here. But I have to say this. Yesterday we had a lot of conversations. And one of those conversations really, really was something important to me. And during that time, I have to admit, The chat was all over the place, and for that which it can be a distraction, definitely, to those who are trying to listen, to those who are trying to speak, which is myself. And when something is important, like when people are talking about things like their family lineage and stuff like that, that is a subject that is important to me. And during those times, I would just prefer, if I'm up here speaking on something you're not interested in, I would just prefer for folks to sit it out, because I need my mods to do their job. Like a mod was definitely trying to do yesterday. And I need us to be very respectful of that, like, and understand that there's a time and a place for everything. And be mindful of that, because it can come off as a little disrespectful when someone is trying to explain their commentary or explain something important, and it's just stuff all over the place. You know what I mean? So it's not for the lack of love and wanting you to enjoy yourself, but again, it can be a distraction when you have 50 million conversations going on, and it's, something rather important to the host. Please be mindful of that, and try to be respectful to others that may have interest in what the host is saying. Um, and not to make no, especially, like, just, we don't want to make the job harder around here. You know what I'm saying? We just don't want to do that. I'll be in and out the chat tip. I'm over here I'm modding in the Mo3 sector, but I'm still here listening though. Ciao. I'm just thankful you come out of that sector uh unscathed. Hey, how you doing? Oh, thank you. Yeah. Um, yeah, Kimberly, a whole mess, right? Did something. However, your fault. I heard it in there. Good morning, Nateria. And shout out to Mama Three. You always understand the assignment, but I just wanna throw that out there yesterday because I could see that a few mods, definitely Mama Three, was trying to keep the chat kind of, it was out of order in a fun way, but just the timing wasn't the best. So with that said, I want to give Mama Three a super, super shout out. Um a quarter till noon. Love you. So shout out to Mama Three. Those times are needed, and thank you for stepping in yesterday. No muss, no fuss, but I did want to be mindful of that in honor of respecting my own family. You know what I'm saying? Because we talk about a lot of people's lives around here, and we give it our undivided attention all the time. So I don't want to feel like, I have to be stuck over here speaking about irrelevant things, and that gets a lot of attention. Um, if whatever goes on ain't for you for that day, I completely understand, and I see you when you get back. Okay, but I do have to calm down on the, letting the chat get kind of all over the place to where it takes away from what I'm up here trying to say. You know, so out of respect to myself, I have to request that. Um, hey, Miss Bailey. Hey, everybody coming in. Hey, 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 hey. And thank you to my beautiful mods as well. Shout out to the family. I love y'all. Now, on to another thing. I do want to tell y'all, thank you, keeping it real. Thank you to all y'all. I love y'all so much. Hey, Miss Tamika. In an update to what I was saying yesterday, I do have a very short but major update. I have now been able to successfully account for 9 generations of my family. And yesterday, last night, before I went to bed, I was able to go back as far as my great, 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 great grandmother, born in 1845. Um, I have been doing so much research on my family tree, and it literally amazed me yesterday to find my grandmother Minnie, who I knew nothing about. Even my current grandmother could not remember her name, as my current grandmother is 90 years old. As you all know, I have actually lived to be in the life of 8 grandparents. And I told you guys a lot about that yesterday. But when the YouTube streets quieted down and I started doing my research again, I found my grandmother Minnie, who was born in 1845. 1845. And that just was like, wow, being able to track my family footsteps have really been just, it has consumed me in the best way. And I will continue to be consumed in tracking the footsteps of my family. And also, with that being said, I have also discovered in my bouts that so far my research is leading me more towards Haiti than it is Africa. It is leading me more towards a Haitian descent than an African descent. And I have always absolutely, absolutely. Nah, I ain't doing no, nope. I'm doing way more leg work than that, my brother. Respect, right? Yes, yes, yes. Genealogy. Um, so yes, um it's leading me south and not east. It's leading me further and further south instead of east of the US. So I'm really like I'm stoked. I'm really enjoying this, you guys. I know this is not something everybody is into, but knowing where I come from and my footsteps is just, it means everything to me. It's bigger than giving two damns about a LaTruth, a Brianna, a content creator, or any of that stuff. It has just consumed me in the best way. And I feel like with each step that I take, I'm learning more about who I am, like this makeup of me. And I'm just in love with the journey. So I just wanted to share that with y'all because we talked about it yesterday, and I had gotten as far back as my grandparents of 18. When I was on here, you guys, I had gotten as far as 1893, 1895 grandparents, but then that led me to my grandparents of the 1870s, which led me to my grandparents of the 1840s. So I'm hoping that I will go a little bit further today. I'm really, really hoping I'll go further today. So that is that on just giving you an update on the lineage and the genealogy. Many of us are waking up out of our Africa brainwashing. Most of your people are from right here on the land. Absolutely. Now I'm a firm believer that as as we all know, our sides come with many sides. When it dealing with their parents, you have two sides on one parent, two sides on another. And so that's like four different sides that could lead from four different directions. But so far, my directions have led me here in the US and so far to Haiti. So yeah, not saying that, I won't get led to Africa during this time, but so far, you know, we've got the USA, we've got Haiti, and I'm just interested on continuing on and finding out much, much more. And I encourage those, like I said yesterday, to get with your ancestors, your grandparents, your great uncles and aunts, your parents. Ask questions, don't wait till it's too late. And you don't wait till it's too late. And you're all out of people who I decided to really take a leap while I have one living grandmother left. And because she's older, when people get older, they remember more from back in the day than they do yesterday. So she's constantly now just talking a lot about, well, she's always has talked a lot about, their times growing up. And I'm just giving it a really keen ear. I'm giving my ancestors my ear. And I want to know all about them stories behind those soulful eyes, and um, every wrinkle, every hardship, every smile, hug, and laugh. I'm trying to get it all. So, yeah, I encourage you all to do the same if you're interested. Some people is just like, hey, I am who I am on today. I don't really care about, that kind of stuff, but I do, and I find it fascinating. So, um, shout out to my grandma. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And another thing, Callie, is that a lot of people don't realize, because of what the older times. Oh, awesome, Miss Sandra. It's nice to have some people that get it, like-minded people. Like I said before, every conversation is not for everyone, but I'm not going to hold back on what's really making me feel alive right now, to appease a saga or a sector. All that shit can wait. You know what I mean? The same raggedy ass people beefing will be there when I'm done. They'll be there when I'm done. Um, yes, Nahimi, yes, Raw Truth. We are talking about me um tracing my genealogy, and it's leading me through the on my dad's side, it's leading me down a Haitian road. And that I found my grandmother of 1845, my great 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 grandmother, last night. So I've traced my family back to 1845, and I'm hoping to take another step today when I get off live. It's all I want to do. I did my mother's too, but I'm just going and going and going. Hey Nook. Hey Miss Heard, love you much. Shout out to all my brothers and sisters in the building. Um, let's see here. So yeah, shout out to grandma. I don't want to miss a thing. I just don't want to miss a thing. But I do want to speak on the fact that Brother Callie is right about Africa. Because of the things we were taught, a lot of us just feel that if you got some Negro in you, that you are African American. That there was no other place for you to come from than Africa. But I do want people to be privy and know that um, slavery was in multiple countries and multiple continents. It was not just a Africa and US thing. Um we all know that is colored people all over the world. It's brown skinned people all over the world. And slavery was not just something happening here in the USA, because farming and things like that has to happen all over the world. You know what I'm saying? So, um, yes, yes. And as you know, I may end up in Haiti from both sides, because what I discovered previously last year was that my Louisiana family derived out of Haiti, you know, my on my mom's side. But now I'm working on my dad's side, and that's leading me to a Haitian descent, you know. Um it's really crazy. It's really interesting. And you know, my mom's parents father and his side is all from Shreveport, Louisiana, you know. And my grandfather he's very geechee in his accent. God rest his soul. Half the time I could barely understand what the hell he was saying. Slavery was going on everywhere. Yes, 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 bro. So um my heart has just taken a another interesting turn, like, you know. Oh, great. Keeping it. I look forward to it. Um, learning that my family also traces back to the, hold on, let me not get this right. Now we always knew that we were also of Indian descent. Um, but we have discovered all this time. Hold on, I'm gonna let y'all know. I don't want to screw it up because I just learned this yesterday, child. I ain't about to sit here in front like I know everything by heart. I do not. But hold on, I'm about to tell you. Because for some reason, growing up, when you hear do you got Indian in you? Do you got Indian in you? All that stuff. Everybody always talk about Cherokee or Blackfoot, and you know, things of that nature. But I later have this, I mean, yesterday I discovered that the Indian in us may very well be what's referred to as Choctaw, if I'm not mistaken. And it's another one. Choctaw, and it's one more that starts with a C. Choctaw. I have to find the other one, but I do know Choctaw was in there. As my grandmother, my grandma from Louisiana, who looks every bit of, you know, all the way Indian. She doesn't look uh Chickasaw, might be, that might be it. It's two of them that start with a C, but I know Choctaw was one of them. But I'm like, wow, you know, it's, I'm telling you, this just has been just, oh my god, it's been a lot. It's been dope. Um, it may be, I may be wrong. It might be Choctaw and Apache. It might be Choctaw and Apache that I traced. Yeah, I'm thinking it's Choctaw and Apache. Um, let's see. And how I discovered this was tracing back my mom's side on her father's side. They are all derived out of see, Chickasaw might be it too. I Because I know, is it Chickasaw and Apache? It's either Choctaw and Apache or Chickasaw and Apache. But I'll confirm. It's in my notes. But and my grandmother always wore her hair in two waist length braids her entire life. But yes, I think it. My heart is saying it's Choctaw and Apache, but and I discovered this due to the fact that my grandfather and his mother and his mother and her mother all was from Louisiana. And then I discovered that the mother after her um, seemed to be from a place in Haiti. I always could look at others and say, you have India in your family. Yes, this is what the white folks don't want you to know. They want you to believe you are African while they are stealing your identity on this land. Come through, bro. Come through. Come through. Absolutely. Absolutely. And sorry to disappoint the 50 people that might have came in here seeing if I was going to be spilling some tea or whatever, but I'm cool with the same 30 people who was interested yesterday. I'm cool with the same 30 today. Let's see. This is what they want. Oh, I read that one. But yes, you are so right, Brother Cali. We sit here and we're told whatever and you believe whatever, you know. But I think it's really important to make sure you are letting your family write your history and not those who are not. You know what I'm saying? Nobody that's not in your family can't tell you where you from, you know? Hey Alicia, welcome in, sweetheart. Welcome in. Of course you can, bro. No question. I love you, Miss Latanya. Oopsie, hold up. I would love to hear you build on this. Shout out to those interested in this situation here. This shit y'all been having me lit. And I did not know that my great grandfather, who I grew up with all my grandparents and great grandparents. But I didn't know that my grandfather had 12 brothers and sisters. The first one being born in 1900. And she died in 1993 when I was 10, his oldest sister, my Aunt Jenny. I met at least 7 or 8 of them. 2 or 3 of them died before I was born. Oh, hold up. There it go. My bad. I thought I put the damn thing in the chat. Yes, girl. I grew up with 4 sets of grandparents. You you've already begun, Lady E. You've begun by just being here. To anybody who hasn't yet, your first step was here in the break room 411. But I bet you didn't know that, did you? You should Lady E, we gotta find a way to link on the back end. I would love to help anybody with that. I think it's so damn important. I don't care if I could reach 3 people to want to find the footsteps to their life. Listen, it's worth it, baby. I ain't in here. Me and my family ain't chasing numbers. We chasing knowledge. You know what I'm saying? We ain't even doing it. Brother.
Man, sis, what's happening, man? What's going on?
what an first of all, drum roll. Shout
Yeah,
out to my main man's king brother Callie. Y'all, welcome
yeah.
Callie to the panel. I'm so honored.
Yo, sis, man, listen. Let me tell you right now, I got chills right now. I am so proud of you right now. Like,
Thank you, bro.
I am, man. I like you don't understand how excited I am for you right now. How proud I am just sitting up here, just listening to you speak what you're speaking, just this little bit, because yo, our people do not understand how important it is for you to know who you are.
Come on.
You know what I'm saying? Okay, so I ain't gonna hold your show up. I ain't gonna. I'm gonna let you get
Oh,
back
you
to it.
you not
Right?
holding it. You adding to it. Take
There's
your
some
time.
things. There's just some things I want some of y'all who are probably new to the information, because this is my lane right here. This is what I be on right here over on my channel. Remember when I told y'all on my side of town over there where I be at, we don't care nothing about this saga stuff. Like, we don't care nothing about this. Like, this is what we be talking about over there on my side of town. Like,
Yep.
because people, when you understand, when you come to finally understand who you are on the land of America, rich soil people, you're going to understand that you're getting played every day, and we're losing our grip on who we are on this land. You feel what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? As American people. You feel what I'm saying? So check this out. One thing I want to get y'all to understand, please, it's going listen, and for a lot of y'all who are new to this information, and this is kind of going to be like religion to y'all. For those of us who have waken up out of religion and we know the scams and the games of religion, some people are just not ready to wake up to that information yet. You feel what I'm
Right.
saying? So it's going to be the same way with this information here. Why? Because you've been taught since a kid. So you've been taught, somebody fed you some information about an Africa jungle story. They
Yep.
fed you some information about an Africa jungle story. You see how you're digging into your family tree? That's
Yes,
what I
sir.
be trying. That's what I be trying to tell people. Like, don't let nobody tell your story for you. Tell your own. Talk to your family. Talk to your people. They fed you an out of Africa theory. They
Yep.
fed you a out of Africa theory. Your people ain't never told you nothing about no Africa. All right.
Right.
So one thing I want y'all to understand is you have to, when you hear people talking about the Indians and all of that, you have to get it out of your head that the Indians are those people with them TPs out
Right.
west with the TPs. Your people ain't never told you about no TPs. When you talk about culture, when you talk about, and now real quick, what you're doing, break room, is what's called genealogy. Genealogy, not the ancestry DNA kit test. Those
Mm-hmm.
things they're flawed. They're not gonna lead you to a person. You see how you said, I'm finding my grandmother, I'm finding my great great grandmother, I'm finding where they were at, I'm finding this and I'm finding that. DNA kits
Yeah.
ain't gonna tell you that. This was a
Mm.
tool. Like, this was a tool. But anyway, back real quick. It's a lot I want to
Hey,
say,
I'm
but
glad you said that because if you don't mind, Callie, I this is you would be surprised what we think ain't important. The little facts are some of the biggest. If you don't mind, Callie, can you layman's terms that for people who might not get the difference between the ancestry DNA and the genealogy?
so those ancestry, those listen, they have done investigative reports on those ancestry kit, DNA kits, or whatever. They do not track back your heritage. They don't track those people. Even listen, I have videos on my channel right now of the scientists and stuff telling you, yeah, man, this is all entertainment. This is entertainment. You feel what I'm saying? Like they use scientific terms to make you think this. It's entertainment. Now, the difference is this. They're going to tell you, they're going to get you to spit in some tube, and they're going to match you up with some people who's living in those areas who might, how do I say it? Who might be attached to you somehow. Now, I'm going to explain that real quick. But let me go into the genealogy thing, right? The difference is you're going to spit in a tube with them ancestry DNA kits, and it's going to lead you to some dirt over in Africa somewhere. It's always going to lead you to some dirt over in Africa somewhere. You feel what I'm saying? Yeah. But what you did, right?
Neo.
Oh boy, what you did, what you did, yeah, and I'm not about to. I'm gonna let Neo say what Neo say, but I'm gonna let Neo say what Neo say. I'm not about to, because me and Neo gonna get into it anyway. What you're doing is genealogy. You're doing me, my mother, my father, their mother, their father, their mother, their father, their mother. You're going back in your branches of your tree. Those DNA kits are not going to tell you that. Now, I'm gonna let Neo give y'all her Africa spiel. Okay,
so here you go.
Nah, because I just refuse to argue with somebody about my bloodline and what I know. Okay, so what I want y'all
to me, you two been here before.
Yeah, we definitely
I'm not finna argue with Callie, like, bro. I wasn't even finna argue with you, bro. Like,
we definitely been here before.
We definitely have. Yeah,
this is what I want to say though. When you hear Indian, stop automatically thinking about those Indians in them teepees out west. The reclassified American Indian story took place in the South, the Southeast, up the East Coast, Northeast, and parts of the Midwest. When you talk to your elders in your family, most of them come from those areas. They come from those areas. You feel what I'm saying? They don't come from Montana, Arizona, Idaho, Iowa. You're not gonna find many of us out there. This is why King in 68 was marching in the Southeast for Indian civil rights in 68. In the Southeast, he was down here, because that's where our story takes place. But you'll see the Indians out west that's federally ran by the government. You'll see them try to incorporate themselves into your story. They'll try to incorporate themselves into your, for instance, anytime you hear them telling the story about the Indians of the land, right? And you hear them talking about us over here. You hear them talking about us over here on this East Coast. Those Native Americans wasn't over here. So why, when they show you pictures and stuff, they always show you those Native Americans' faces on your story? The same way when you hear about the longest walk, which happened out in San Francisco. Your people ain't never told you about no takeover of no prison out in San Francisco, where all of those people walked across America to Washington, D.C. You ain't never heard your people tell you that story. And guess what?
Nope.
When you see those pictures and those videos of those people telling that story, they usually look like some Spanish, Asian, Mongolian, Siberian people. Now, what I'm telling you is that's their story on the land, and that shit takes place over that way, not over this way where we were at. This is why you don't see No Native Americans. You don't see them in our Montgomery boycott bus rides when the little 4 girls got bombed. You don't see them. You don't see them in our pictures. That's because they wasn't in our story. That's not our story. So, you know, I'm proud of you, Break Room. Keep digging in your family. Keep digging into your family. Like you said, you ain't ran across no Africa shit yet. Not yet.
I had not.
Listen, and I'm not saying you won't. I'm not saying you won't.
Right.
What I am saying, though, is stick with what you can prove. Stick with what you know.
And that's
somebody fed you some Africa shit. Your people ain't never fed you. Your own people ain't never fed you no Africa shit. And just like most people in the chat say, they can always find somebody in their family that tell them they were Indian. So now you gotta look back. You gotta look back at the elders from back in the civil rights time. People like James Baldwin, who said he was an Indian, who said the Indian is you. That's a black man. James Brown, he knows he's Apache Indian. Coretta Scott King marching with Dr. King in 1968 for Indian civil rights. She knows she's an Indian. Rosa Parks, who was right there with Dr. King, Creek Indian, knows she's an Indian. Marching with Dr. King in 68. You have to ask yourself, Shaka Khan, who else? Chuck Berry. These is our people. Why were they saying they were Indians? Why? They wasn't saying they were Africans. So I'm gonna let Neo give y'all her Africa spiel.
You need to cut it out, bro. You need to stop, bro. Listen, come on,
stick to what you're doing. Stick to what you're doing, sis. Dig into your family. Dig into your family. Everything don't take a source. Everything don't take a source from a book. Talk to your people. Talk to the people of the land. Talk to the people of the area and find out about your people. Who was your people around? What was the name of those people you were around? And you gonna find out, nigga, you was lied to about a bunch of shit. But
yes. Oh, Callie, you I'm gonna pass the floor to you, Neo, as well. Miss Alicia says she wants to hear all these views on this. I love your interest, Miss Alicia. Shout out to y'all that's in here right now, because I'm telling you, this conversation gives me goosebumps. Like I'm so lightheaded and I'm in love with this. Do you hear me? Y'all don't even understand where I'm coming from.
Let me just say this real quick, and I'm gonna let Neo have it.
Talk to them.
You also have to ask yourself, okay, why is this conversation why has it shifted gears so much now? You feel what I'm saying? At one point when everybody was African, we was Afro this, black this, pro-black this, Afro, why? Why is it now shifting? That people, because we're technology, people are digging deeper. You have a younger generation that's not the same way with religion. They're not just believing shit no more. They're digging into shit. Now you have some people who are going to be stuck where they're stuck at because this is what they believe. This is where they want to be. My mama, my daddy, his mama, her mama has told me that they are not Africans. They're not. Their mama, Steve Harvey's great grandmama is my great grandmama. You feel what I'm saying? Bessemer, Alabama. Our people start in Bessemer, Alabama. I'm not saying we don't have no African roots somewhere, but we might not have no African roots somewhere. So I'm going to stick to what I can prove. You feel what I'm saying? So when people tell you they brought you from a jungle, they found you from a jungle. How did you go from 1968 fighting for Indian civil rights to a matter of 9 years you became an African slave when the movie Roots came out? You went, and that's a matter of 9 years. Your people went from fighting for Indian civil rights, not African civil rights, not Black civil rights, not Native American civil rights. They were fighting for Indian civil rights. And when you go look up them pictures of them people marching with Dr. King, what did them Indians look like? Stop, get it out your head when you say Indians. You're thinking about them people with them teepees and all of that.
Right.
No, the Indian
By
look
the
like
way,
you. Look
to
like
everybody that's here, I do want y'all to know, in case anybody missed the show yesterday where I first opened this up, please go back and watch it. The second half of the show yesterday, I got into all of this and kind of introduced to y'all what I had began doing. I started this like 2 years ago and stopped. And now I'm like full force because I know what I'm up against now, having my one last eldest elder left or whatever.
Yeah.
And but I want you guys to know, if you wasn't here yesterday, and I know Callie and I don't think Neo was here, but I'm going to be doing a show and tell this week. Some people know this already, but I found a shoebox at my grandma's house like about 2 weeks ago or whatever that nobody had seen before, that belonged to my grandfather. And me and my sister was, going through, we didn't get to do a full whatever, but y'all, I did tell everybody about like all the papers, the bills, the documents, like some of these shits dated back to like the 40s. And I'm like, to have something in my hand that belonged, like this stuff belonged to my family, and seeing these documents of like everything that my grandfather did and the things he paid for, the receipts that got us, like for instance, their land is now mine and my yes, and it's mine and my sister's now, right?
Ain't no slaves got no land. Ain't no slaves from no other land here with land, my nigga. Like your people fought in wars. Your grandparents and stuff fought in wars right here on this land, my nigga. They didn't come from nowhere. My grandfathers fought in every war on this land, and when they finished fighting in their wars, they went home to their acres of land right here on the land. They never had to go back to Africa to go back to their land. They never had to send no money home to Africa. I'm gone. I'm finna go, and I'm gonna let Neo go. But I'm gonna say this, sis.
You do not gotta rush off here.
No, because I respect Neo. That's my girl. And I know we not gonna agree. And I don't listen.
Yeah, but we can have a civilized conversation.
But we still want to hear more from you, though. We want to hear from both of y'all.
Listen, break room. This is what I want to tell you. Never argue with nobody about your bloodline. Never.
I wouldn't.
Can't nobody. I don't care because some scholar wrote a book and said this, and some scholar deal with what you can prove through your people, my nigga. Like, don't argue with nobody about some out of Africa theory. Oh, everybody comes from Africa and all of this. Man, get the fuck out of here with all that shit.
Can I say something now? For real?
Yeah. Go ahead, you got it, Sean.
All right. Look, I'm gonna go ahead and say
he gave you a hell of a disclaimer, sis.
Yeah, no, it's not even that. It's just like, no, it's not even that. Like, Callie knows where I stand with this. Just like I know he's very passionate, right? So that's why we don't do public debate. Sometimes we'll just talk about these things privately on the phone, because I can tell this brother is just real passionate. But like I told him, at the same time, he's going to have to respect other people's scholarship too, what the information they dug up. For example, I understand exactly what Callie means when he said, don't let nobody tell you who and what you are. Let your folks tell you. So I took Callie's advice. I did. And I went digging especially on my mom's side of the family, just to see. And then I reported back to Callie. With Callie, my family is very clear, down to the oldest person we can find, that we are descendants of African slaves, to the point that we know what region that we come from, the West Coast. We wasn't in no jungle. We was on the beach, the seaside people. You feel what I'm saying? But sometimes what I think what gets me with Callie is that he don't realize he's being offensive to those who do have African ancestry, like myself. Like when you keep saying Africa, jungle, we wasn't doing, no, your people wasn't doing it, but my people were. And guess what? Regardless if you're Indian or African or not, them police still beat us down, discriminate, prejudice, racism against us, no matter if we identify as an African or Indian, because they judge us because of the color of our skin.
Right.
I just told Callie it's just kind of difficult watching a black man who looks like a Nigerian. I told Callie I could show you a picture of Nigerian and show you and him alike. And then if I come across a Indian or an indigenous person of America, I told Callie I travel for a living, right? And that there are a lot of loopholes in his theory that he's going to have to eventually do the research, do the scholarship, and try to debunk, because he cannot get around the artwork. He cannot get around the similar names. If you're not the same Indians that's on the West Coast versus the East Coast, then how come everything y'all do is so similar? Down to the breastplate of your artwork, the feathers on your head, the paintings on your skin, even down to what y'all call corn, the maize, right? So we know scientifically that came from Mexico. But that's what I was just trying to tell Callie. Like, no one is saying that people don't have Indian inheritance in their blood. We know that was well documented. I'm from Florida. The Seminoles and all that stuff, they had Africans that ran into these reservations. It's well documented that they sought sanctuary under the other Native American people. So just like we have European blood, the average African American or Black American has European blood in their blood, we also have Indian too, because a lot of our ancestors did run. We wasn't as docile as people think they portray us on TV, that we just took it from the white man all the time. Our Africans, they ran away a lot. That's why the story Kunta Kinte was so famous, because it was well documented that a lot of these Africans ran the fuck off trying to get back to the ocean. But when they couldn't get back, they sought sanctuaries with the Native Americans. I just think it's just a little insensitive when he keeps saying it the way he does, like, oh, Africa, jungle. You told me to trust what my family told me who I am. My family said we African. My girl is a Geechee Gullah. Hold on. My girl is a Geechee Gullah to the T. We interview people from her area. They say they are descendants of Africans. So sometimes I think it's okay if you want to be proud that you have Native American inheritance in your blood. That's a wonderful thing. Those are some strong people. The white man tried to genocide, tried to wipe this group of people completely out. But to sit up here and just take half-baked scholarship, or put it based off your emotions and then try to force people to say, oh, don't let nobody tell you, I think that's not fair. Because you got one book saying this and then you got your feelings saying that. You disrespect people like myself when you keep comments, we went in no jungle. Okay, well, my was in the jungle. And guess what? I didn't come from jungle people. I came from a descendants of survivors. They wiped out the Indians, but look, our black ass is over 40 million black people here in America. You know what I'm saying? So what is it that y'all ashamed? It's like I don't know. Sometimes it just turn me off a little bit. Great room when I hear them talk like that. It's like they try to make you be ashamed from coming from a descendant of Africans. Like they think Africa is a whole continent. It's not even a country. My people come from the West Coast. We know where we come from. That's why I look just like them women when you go to Ghana, and I look just like them. My grandma I seen a man look just like my granddad, right? So I don't know. That's why me and Callie, we bump heads a little bit, because it's like he keeps saying, oh, they keep feeding you the out of Africa theory. Well, Callie, some of us are from out of Africa. Okay, just because not everybody has that story, you cannot debunk that we know factually that a lot of Africans ran into the Indian reservation. Y'all need to do your research. Do your research and look up. Florida is one of the prime example of where the Black Seminoles come from and where the last name Freeman come from. Indians gave that to Africans who intermingled with them. And they enslaved them, and then they let them go and said this was not right. So they started calling their brothers free men, because that's how Native Americans name themselves. They gonna name themselves off of something out of nature, like Little Wayne or Big Bear or Forest Warrior. Like that's the type of stuff they named themselves. So that's why I'm saying it's kind of just, I don't know. I be trying to be patient with Cali, but I be trying to get him like, bro, tell your story. I'm not sitting up here telling you don't do, do your research or whatever, but you got to be mindful though. When you keep telling people, oh, they keep saying we came out of the jungle. They didn't say jungle. They said the West Coast, the shoreline.
Please let me correct some
No,
things. Please let me correct some
hold up,
things.
Callie, hold on, bro. Come on, bro. Like, I just want to get land this like now. Like, whatever you found, break room. Like I said, I would not be surprised that whatever you found in your inheritance, I'm sure I can find some Indian inheritance in my blood. But my questioning is, sis, before you run and try to figure this out, this theory, which one is more likely? Think about it. Which one is more likely? That you come from a descendant of people who ran into the reservation.
The land is more likely. What do you mean?
Cali, bro, I did not interrupt you,
bro.
What
was the question? What was you said? What is more likely?
Which one is more likely? According to what we know for the history book and the slavery,
right?
White
man told you. What's more likely? Break room.
Your family. I can't
answer this. Hold on. The white man also taught me 2 + 2 is 4. So the white man is lying. It's not 2 + 2 4. That is the dumbest argument. That's the dumbest argument to try to put sources up to the color of somebody's skin, bro.
Let me clear some things
like
up.
That's not right, bro.
Hold on, Neo. Let me clear this up right good. First of all, let's deal with this out of Africa theory. The out of Africa theory deals with.
It's not a theory. My folks is out of Africa, so it's not a theory.
Wait a minute. Let me say what I gotta say. Okay. First of all, let's deal with that right there.
The gloves are off.
Hold on, no, because I'm gonna let her go. This is what I want Neo to understand. Neo, I clearly sat right up here and I said, break room. Your family, your genealogy is leading you somewhere other than Africa. I'm not saying it won't lead you to Africa. I'm not saying it won't. I clearly said that. I clearly said in my family, my bloodline doesn't lead me to Africa nowhere. Not saying that maybe something didn't happen to where, hey, maybe somebody did come from Africa. You feel what I'm saying? I'm telling you what I can prove on the land. My people, my direct bloodlines don't go back to Africa. Now, Neo, yours does. Guess what? I got a sister on my docuseries. Hers does too. I got a homegirl named Tamasha Hunter who's been on these platforms. Hers does too. What I'm saying, so when you say I'm offending you by saying, we ain't all get found, I'm saying we all didn't come from no jungle story. Now, about this West Coast.
So you don't think that's offensive?
Wait a second. About this West Coast, these West Africans. This is where the American colonization comes in. These were the people, this was the American colonization who was taking us from America into Spain and other places into Africa. That's why Liberia is an American African place. It's full of American stuff. That's why the first president of Liberia was American. That's why when you go to Liberia, you can find New Jersey. You can find Mississippi. You can find a bunch of North American names because they took us from over there into West Africa. Then they brought a lot of us back up through the Caribbean, up through South America, into North America. So
what year was that?
So when you say, listen, I don't know the years. I'm just telling you.
The year is very important. The year is very important.
Okay,
bro.
Listen. What I'm telling you is go look up the American Colonization Society and see how they took you into Africa, brought you back into. So when you say these Africans were running away, those were probably Americans that were taken into Africa, brought back to their land, and they were just running back home. They were running away because they knew the land. So
if
what
you
I'm
gonna
saying is,
stand on the theory, we can't be talking about hypotheticals and probably. You gonna have to
listen,
be
okay.
factual because I
See,
just let you know
I just
again.
told you
You
everything
saying,
those.
brother, I just let you know again. You making comments saying jungle. You might as well put on the fucking KKK outfit like Kanye West and call us
Why?
jungle bunnies
Why?
because
Why?
saying that
Because you
somebody
want to
came
be. Because you want
because
to be from a
no,
jungle.
no, no,
You
no.
can't
See,
make
but
us
that's
all be from a
offensive though.
jungle, sis.
I didn't say we all was from a jungle.
Well,
See,
let me say
listen,
this.
it's an
I'm gonna
art of
say this.
listening. I'm saying that you might as well put on the KKK fit and call
Exactly. That's what
all
I'm
Neo,
the
saying.
black
Neo,
people, hold
Neo,
on, and
Neo,
call us
Neo,
jungle
Neo,
bunnies because
Neo,
you saying
Neo,
jungle is
Neo,
offensive.
Neo, 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 Neo.
I'm good, sis.
No. I wouldn't calm you down. I'm enjoying the commentary. Just be a little gentle with your words, cause I am monetized. No, listen. I don't know how deep this rabbit hole go, but
Listen.
let's just be
So
slightly
when
gentle.
y'all talk about them, when y'all talk about West Africans, and y'all talk about how much they look like us, you got to go look at the American Colonization Society, who was taking slaves here. Our situation here. So some of y'all may have had some slaves on this land. That's where the second Middle Passage comes in, where they were moving us around right here on the land, north to south. You feel what I'm saying? A lot of your people probably came from situations up north into the south during the second Middle Passage. All I'm telling you is when you look into the American Colonization Society and you see how they were taking us from here to there and bringing us back around to the land, you're going to see, yeah, it might make sense why a lot of them look like us or sound like us. But back to this out of Africa theory. The out of Africa theory is built off of monkey bones. The story of Lucy. This is where they say all life comes from Africa. Not the slave story, Neo. Not the slave story. That's not that is part of the out of Africa theory, but that's not the origin of the out of Africa theory. The out of Africa theory starts with the story of Lucy, the monkey bones. Lucy was a monkey. Now, this is where people have a problem. They'll say all life comes from Africa, but the all life comes from Africa story comes from the bones of Lucy. You can look Lucy up. You can look Lucy's little sister up. You can look Lucy's cousin up. Lucy was a monkey. Now, if you feel like you come from monkeys, cool. Cool. But this is where y'all even conflict at. Those of y'all that believe about the Africa thing. Because some of y'all believe we come from monkeys. The rest of y'all don't. I seen that whole argument happen on Sinetta. Sinetta is definitely one of the ones that say, hell no, I don't come from no monkeys. But that's where the out of Africa theory starts at. It was actually a disrespect to the African, where the white folks was basically saying you are the lowest form of a human being and the highest form of a monkey. That's where the out of Africa theory comes from. But I'm gonna let you have it, Neo. You got it though.
Okay, well, I don't know about that. Because like the out of Africa theory, the way that you just try to put it, it said all life came from.
All
They talking
life,
about white
right?
men, even Asian. So them saying monkeys, not like some white supremacy type shit. And even though that's a misconception, they don't say that we are come from monkeys. They say we share a common ancestor with
Right. What is the
monkeys
common and
or the ape.
what is the
So
common ancestor? What would be the common ancestor?
which
What
would
would
make
it be?
sense, which would make sense because if you look at the human beings, we ain't nothing but advanced ape who are
Okay. If
highly
that's
intelligent.
cool. If
Like
that's what
we
you cool
literally
with,
look like
if that's what
apes,
you
bro.
cool with,
But it's not.
I can't stop
But
you
it's
from
not even
feeling
about
that way.
cool. It's not even about. It's not even about
Like,
cool with, bro. The only reason why I'm just trying to clear my came up here and clear my pace. I mean, say my piece is I
yeah.
keep telling you how offensive it is every time you can speak on your truth of how you feel about the Indian heritage. You could be a proud Indian, bro. But you don't have to degrade or disrespect another group of people to prove your identity.
How did I
That was
degrade
the
another
whole
group? How did
you.
I
I
degrade?
keep telling you.
If I sat here and said, Neo, your story goes back to Africa. My friend's story goes back to Africa. My other friend's story goes back to Africa. And I'm saying, even break room, you might even find out later, somewhere down the line, that you got some African down the line somewhere. Like, how
Kelly,
is
I'm
that
talking about the
offensive?
jungle. I'm telling you, I specifically told you what comment. saying things like my people we ain't come for no jungle,
Because
no
that's what they fed you with the
it's the
Luke
way you
story.
stress, bro. It's the way you stress the
listen,
word. When
that's
you go
your emotions, Neo.
African,
That's
what? No, it's your emotions,
They
Callie.
fed you
Before
a
I
jungle.
even said a word,
Hey, Neo,
before I said a
where
word,
did
you
Kunta,
literally started to belittle me before I even said a word, bro.
Kinte get found at?
Kunta
Did he
Kinte is a
did-
fictional
did-
story.
We know
Kunta
this,
Kinte is not a
but
real story.
okay, we know this, Neo. This we know.
Okay, all right.
But
So it's irrelevant to bring that
feed
up.
you? Where did they feed you this African story? Where did he
It's
get
not
caught
no
at?
feed you. You told me to ask my family, right? And I went and found the oldest person in my family. And I found the matriarch
Okay.
and I asked her, tell me who we are. And
So
I
Neo,
came
was
back
they in the
with the
jungle?
West Coast of African, bruh. Like, come
So
on.
is it a desert? Is it a jungle? What is it? What is the west coast of
What's
Africa?
it?
What
You
is
ever
it?
been to a beach, Callie? You ever
What
been
is
to a
it?
beach? You ever seen
Yeah.
a desert, a beach in the desert? The
So
desert is
it's
dry, no water, no
okay.
moisture.
So
So
your
clearly it's not
people.
a desert.
So you're okay. So what is it then? What was it? What was it? Was it? It wasn't a jungle. It wasn't a desert. What was it? I'm just telling
You
you
ever
what
went
they
to a
fed
beach?
us. I'm just
No,
telling you
but
what they
no,
fed
it's not
us.
even about what
That
it fed
we
us,
were
bro.
found in Africa.
We
Okay,
been
Neo.
this is why
Like,
I asked you for dates. This is why I
come
asked you for
on.
dates. Because the black people, this is what's the problem with us in America right here. This is wrong with black people right now. We are 400 years behind on information.
No, Miss Reed, Roots
400
was
years.
not a
No,
true
we are
story.
400.
Roots
No,
was
the
not a
Roots was
true
not
story.
a true story. It's fake. It's fictional. Everybody know that. Okay? But we are 400 years behind on information. And like I told
We
Callie, I
still
be
400
patient. I
years
be
at this
patient.
point.
Yes,
At this
yes,
point,
sir.
we
Yes,
still
sir.
400 years.
Yes,
We've been
sir.
saying
Yes,
400
sir.
years since I was born.
Yes, yeah. So
See what
okay,
I'm
we
saying?
400 years behind on information. But just like I told Callie that I can go and put him in front of another group of black men who are so sure that they are descendants of the ancient Hebrew Israelites in the fucking Bible, right? Because
Yeah.
they are ashamed to say that they are fucking African, bro. And I keep have to remind people that Africa is a whole fucking continent. There's countries in
Exactly.
within, bro. Can I
Yes.
please finish?
Yes. Now, Neo, what we
Just like
missing on
North
what?
America, hold on, but just like North America is a continent too, right?
Okay.
You understand that, right?
Right.
Okay,
Yes.
right.
Yes.
All right. So
Yes.
the point that I'm trying to make is I think it's sometimes it gets ridiculous among our black folks in this community when we argue about little frivolous shit like this, especially when I can literally poke holes through your argument. That's why I asked you,
Now
bro.
that's
Hold on, bro.
where I find it
Please let me
offensive with
finish.
you though. Because
Bro. Please let me
you talk
finish.
this like
Bro, please let me finish. Please
Hold
let me
on, hold on,
finish.
hold on one sec, Neo and Callie. I think what I'm gathering here, let me see if I can grip this here. Now, what I'm listening to doesn't seem like a problem, and let me tell you how. Now, I understand both of y'all point of views. Of I've sat here on my very own panel listening to my guests, and it actually isn't a frivolous debate at all. Both of you are making great point of views. What I'm going to say to this is now, Callie and Neo is both correct in their feelings of Callie's debate is not that it is something wrong with being from Africa, but that we have been programmed as people, as colored people here in America, that this is the only place that our bloodline could come from to be this color, right? And this is something that a lot of people had been taught. So I think that what I'm gathering is Callie's debate, which is also my debate as well, that your lineage will not always trace you back to there. Why? Because we have 7 continents that all have brown people in them. You know what I'm saying?
Come on, and we're
so,
a mixture of a lot of people.
But do you know how they got there though?
True. However, hold on.
How did they get there?
Hold on, Neo. 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 Hold on, baby.
Y'all know how they got there.
Hold on.
I'm gonna stop because I'm gonna bring facts. I'm gonna bring facts, bro.
Everybody came from Africa.
Neo, Callie. I don't like muting. I don't like muting.
Is that what we saying? Africa populated
Would y'all two understand I don't like muting people on this damn stage? Now we gonna share this damn conversation up here, damn it. Now y'all not gonna overtalk the host around here. Now I'm gonna unmute and we gonna continue. Be arguing up here. Now we family.
Break room. Before you go, can I after you done, can I address Miss Fee? I just want to
clear something. But y'all gonna let my ass address the shit too.
Go ahead, you got it.
Now, if we gonna argue, all three of us gonna argue, not just y'all two.
No, you got it. You got it.
Like that.
I just wanted to address Miss Fee.
I know how y'all get. Look, this is one of the greatest sibling rivalry. I just love it. It's amazing.
It is.
But y'all gonna let me double dutch up in this motherfucker though. I know that. Now, understand too. Love you both. I understand that Neo is also saying, well, my heritage traces back to Africa, and I'm proud of that. Now, I am feeling that no matter where we're from, people, we are proud of wherever that history, those footsteps trace back to, because it has led us to who we are today. So let's make clear that it is great to find that you are from here, there, or wherever. Now, when it comes to the jungle comment, now, why I don't have a problem with that or didn't take it derogatory, even if all my footsteps led back to Africa, I was always taught that, not taught, but I always heard that phrase growing up from my uncles, from whoever, you know what I'm saying? We from way deep down in the jungle deep, you know what I'm saying? Like I used to hear that from so many African Americans, you know what I'm saying? However, I would not take offense to the jungle, the desert. Like when I was speaking about Hades, well, to me, saying the jungle is like saying, well, you from the Caribbean, you know what I'm saying? Or you got, the 80s is in the Caribbean, even though it has tropic weather, but however, it's in the Caribbean. So I don't look at the jungle, the Caribbean, the mountains, the desert, any of that. It's just a description of the land. So we don't even have to, I don't think that was offensive.
I just want to clear my point again. This is the point. I'm going to sit up here and just say my piece. It's the way that Callie delivers this. And maybe because I don't heard these rants and for whatever. And like you said, where you from? They probably said we from deep from the jungle or whatever. Where I'm from, we got called jigaboos and jungle bunny. When a person says jungle, they're calling us savages, inhumane people. You feel what I'm saying? So that's why I said, that's why maybe it might not be offensive to you, but it's offensive to me and other people like myself who often tell Callie, like, bro, you don't have to keep making these certain comments about jungle and Africa and all that stuff, because it sounds like you have a hatred for Africans.
I mean, I'm sorry you take it that way. I'm sorry you take it that way.
But hold on. But let me drop one fact though. But let me drop one fact.
Accept it.
I want to drop one fact though, because this is why dates are important. I sat up here and said that we are 400 years behind on information, and then Great Room made a comment saying that how we can find people who look like us all over this world. Reason why you can, sis, because there was something that happened called the Trans-Saharan African trade, where the Muslims, the Arab, hold on, can you let me finish, bro? Where we know that went, bro, can you let me finish? I never said that. Like you trying to make a red herring argument, trying to argue something I ain't even say. But this is why dates are important. So we know for over 1,300 years, before the 400 years of our black ass being here in America, that they was shipping Africans all over the place for 1,300 years. According to the Bible, Jesus existed 2,000 years ago. So it's a 700-year difference from when we know that Jesus allegedly took his black ass to Africa. That's why I said dates are very important. That according to the story,
Neo, I can't pause on that now. Out of respect to the chat and the Jesus lovers, now we can't have you.
I'm not disrespecting Jesus. I apologize.
We can't have you. But I can't have you calling Jesus BAs and stuff. Now, come on.
I'm not disrespecting Jesus. I'm trying to say that his complexion, I was trying to say his complexion, that this man looked so black,
Forgive us.
according to the story, that he was able to run to Africa, right? He was able to go to Egypt and he blended in with people. That's the point that I was trying to make. As I said, I probably was more aggressive because I'm used to the debating style, commentary or whatever. But this is why I kept saying we can't sit up here and go off our feelings and stuff. We have history that we have to uncover. You, Cali, got 2,000 years to go do some research, not no 2, 3, 4 generations down the line. Because this is why I tried to ask you, Break Room, which one is more likely that the reason why you have Native American heritage in your blood is because Africans ran into the reservation, like what they've been teaching us, versus that your people just happen to look like the same type of people that's across the ocean of Atlanta in the continent called Africa. That
But
y'all
bro,
got. I mean, that's why, bro. Can I finish? Can I please?
About the American
Can I please
Colonization
finish?
Society
And this
that
is why I
took
asked you
us
what date was
from
the
there.
colonization. And this is why I asked you where's the date.
Listen,
And can
just
I have
because
the
I don't
date?
have the date on hand right now,
You got
don't
Google. You got
mean-
Google.
Don't listen. You can go look up the American
No,
Colonization
you
Society.
giving that information. The burden of proof is on you, not me.
It exists.
You made the claim.
You can go look up Liberia
Bro,
itself
no.
and see how American Liberia is.
Bro, it doesn't matter.
Because
The key
they
word
took
what I'm
us
holding you
from
to is you
here
said
to
colonization.
there.
You said colonization. That's why I'm holding you to the colonized date. Because I'm pretty sure my ancestors existed before colonization. That's the point that I'm trying to make to you. So that still don't even debunk the argument of how Native Americans or Indians like yourself look like motherfuckers who live on the coastline of Africa on the West Coast. That still don't even add up, bro. That's why I wanted to let Break Room know. Don't forget about the trans-Saharan African trade when the Arabs, the white folks learned how to do it from the Arabs. They were shipping Africans all over the damn place. Because number one, the coast, they were peaceful people. They were not savages. They were peaceful. But the further they left the shoreline and the deeper they got to Africa, that's when they came across the fucking savages. And that's why they couldn't enslave the people in the middle of the continent of Africa. Because they were whooping their ass. But it's no secret. That's why I said 1,300 years ago. We know where these black folks come from.
I'm asking you a question. Do you think all of us came from Africa? Do you think Africa populated the whole planet is what I'm asking you?
Yes, I do. I do believe that.
That explains it all for me right there.
No, it doesn't.
Everything.
No, it don't. That's what I believe in it. Hold on, bro. So if I show you sources of a Japanese scholar and a Chinese scholar and an Indian scholar all saying that everyone originate from the oldest person in the world were melanated dark people from the continent of Africa. What would you say about that?
Of Monkey Bone.
No, not Lucy. Not Lucy. I did not mention Lucy one time. No, because according to you, Callie, according to you, Lucy is a monkey. According to you, Lucy is a monkey. I didn't mention Lucy. I said if I can show you that an Asian man, an Indian man, right, a Japanese, Chinese, and an Indian man, 3 different people saying that they came from out of Africa. You ever heard of the San people, the oldest group of people alive, the nomads, the San? That everybody got common DNA with those people, not a fucking monkey.
You're Leo, like,
come on, bro.
This shit you're
facts, bro.
Out of Africa shit.
It's that everybody come from there, bro.
Yeah, I don't.
Like, you're talking out of Africa shit.
I ain't even mention the damn monkey because I ain't got to use no money. I can use basic. I can use basic scholarship to debunk that shit, bro.
Hold on, wait a minute. Although in 1805 West Africa wasn't even populated like that, my nigga. So you think
wrong? Wrong.
Well, why,
okay, let me kill this argument. Let me kill this argument by saying this. First of all, hold on, Neo. First of all, let's do this, okay? Because I don't want this to be a screaming, situation. Like if we gonna teach the people or give our opinions, let's do that, But we here for them and to make this a learning experience, and what I'm saying, that type of thing. Now, what I can say is this: what we must also remember is that geographically, if we looking at it geographically, well, everyone, you know the term everybody was from everywhere. Well,
Exactly.
there was a time that all these seven continents were all together, which made
Oh,
everybody from
Yeah,
this entire
that's the
continent.
Pangea.
are you talking about
That's the
Pangea,
Hold on,
Gregory?
Pangea.
hold on,
That's the
hold
Are you
on.
talking
Pangea.
about Pangea,
That's
sis?
the
Hold on,
Oh,
slow
Pangea
down, fam. Slow
theory.
down, fam.
That's the
Slow down,
okay,
fam.
sis,
Pangea
keep
I
it
don't
up.
want
theory.
to. Hold on,
That's
hold
the
on, fam.
Pangea
I don't.
theory.
Hold on,
That's what that
fam. I
is.
don't want to. I don't want to take this. I don't want to take the crowd too fast, and I don't want to take myself too fast. Now, what I am going to say is now I personally do believe in fault lines. I see personally that our land can break off, it can separate and things of that nature. I do believe that at one point this place was possibly one landmass. If we are thinking of it this way, well, when these land masses do break off, it will have people that is all in one landmass from one place because there was only one place to be. If we're looking at it that way, if we can just step outside the box real quick and we can jump right back in the box. But if we can look at it different ways, well, this was all one place where everyone was from this one place. And when these places became these seven continents, well, it put everybody fucking everywhere. And depending on where you was, it also we have to factor in climate, which changes a lot. When it comes to where these continents and places end up at, the more tropic, Caribbean, and southern you are, the darker you are definitely going to end up. If you are closer to colder climates like those in Russia and well, not all are pale and light in Russia and stuff like that, or in Europe, but these are colder climates. Greenland, all these places that's ice capped and got a lot of snow and all of that, you're probably gonna be lighter, and because of course you are further away from the sun. So when we factor in that you have all these chocolate people further south, and knowing that we all did come from different places, but as from the same place, but as time evolved and continents separate and crumble apart and do all this extra shit, skin tones change, things change. So I do want to take that little bit as a factor in as well. I do 100% believe that slavery occurred in way
Everywhere.
more
It was,
places.
yeah,
Thank you. I
everywhere.
do agree 100% that you have to understand too, my people. Once word get around somewhere, I don't even give a damn where something start at. Once you get word around that, hey, this is how you can make money or have cheap labor or free labor, or this, that, and the third, that word gonna spread around and everybody gonna be trying to do it. Why? Because people need people to do shit everywhere. Whether it's farming, whether it's digging in mines, whatever is the situation in your country, people like, oh, what? So you mean tell me we can just go get some motherfuckers from another place, bring them over here where they don't even know they way back home, and they ain't got no choice but to make do how we make them make do. I believe that. I do not believe that every melanated person came from the continent Africa once all these continents have already broken apart and all of that. You know what I'm saying? I do not believe during this time every black person alive was in Africa. I don't believe that at all. So I don't believe
Right.
that
So
because how did Haiti get full of melanated people? Brazil got
African Haitians
melon.
are African, baby. They African. They'll tell you that. Yeah, look, the guy who I'm talking to just said yes. You African, yeah? He just said yeah. The guy who helping me with the truck, I said Haitians are. He said yeah. He said,
Again, I believe it's whatever your belief system is, and if you're going off what you being taught or what you. So, for instance, now take
I
it.
go
Now
after
this what will go.
facts.
This would confuse me, right? Now, if I go back and say all my stuff land me in Haiti, right? Let's just be, kind of. Let's just play with it, right? Then am I supposed to believe that because everything's supposed to lead me, if it stops there, if I can't go no further to get me there, and my lineage in all directions stops me in Haiti, where do I go from there? Then I'm stuck with a fable in my head. Well, now what I found leads me here, but what I was told, I can't believe in what I found. Basically, it's like telling me I can't believe in what I have found because it doesn't lead me to what I was told by this person or that person or whatever. You know what I mean? It's because we have to believe that sometimes we are told things to keep you more further from your truth. You know? It was ulterior motives back then. You know what I mean?
But sis, yeah, and I agree with you, 100%. But my little pushback that I have with that we do have something called confirmation bias, right? Sometimes people, when they have a dead set belief, they refuse to examine the other evidence. With me and Callie, he can't put me in that category because I did what he specifically asked me to do. And that's why I'm more passionate about saying, Callie, look, you making these arguments. Huh? Bro, I didn't say I did. You go making an argument that I didn't say.
I'm just making that clear. You can't put me in there either.
No, I can't. No, but at the same time, you publicly state your theories out loud, and I have the right to challenge it, especially if it's something that can easily be debunked. Easily, you can't get around that these people have it well documented in Florida. The Seminoles, that they got it factual, documented about all them Africans that ran into their reservation and they intermingled with those people. You can't deny that.
You got it, Neil.
Well, that might be as far as the Indian theory, but that doesn't, that doesn't debunk.
But what I was gonna say to you, Break Room, is the Pangea theory. Great theory. I'm one of the ones I like entertaining it too. But the point that what you say about that, they don't think humans wasn't developed at that time. If that makes sense, like around the time of dinosaurs and stuff. So to say that, so that the theory on reason why people don't entertain that on why people are different colors and stuff like that is because according to them, we didn't exist when dinosaurs was here. Now, what I would say is the reason why I think there's different nationalities of people simply through science about genetic and mutation, right? That the further away from the equator one is, the lighter they become because they have to, the sun reflects their skin. They say we get our vitamin D from our skin, the melanin of your skin. Black people absorb vitamin D easier than white folks, and then white people sometimes they have to put on sunscreen because the UVA rays actually burn their skin. They didn't need sunscreen when they was. No, I'm in the wrong door. Oh, they didn't need sunscreen when they was in those what they call Caucasoid Islands and whatever countries up there. They didn't need it. So that's what the thing is. Like, the thing is, I ain't really want to come up here and argue with Callie. I really was trying to have a civil conversation. But it's like anytime I push back on his theory just a little bit, we always got to go here and try to make it seem like
no theory, my nigga. Like, I am who I am. It is what are you talking about,
Callie. It's a theory. It's a theory. Callie, it's a theory because
disrespectful you are.
No, it is a theory. Brother, can you let me? Do you know the definition of a theory before you get your panties in a bunch? Finna cry. Do you know what the definition of a theory is?
Come on, respect one another.
I'm just saying, he's sitting up here ready to cry, thinking I said something offensive.
If we can't,
but do you know the definition of a theory?
Speak about it.
You ever heard of the Big Bang Theory? You ever heard of the Big Bang Theory? Theories does not mean necessarily that it's not true. It just means that there's not enough evidence to put it as a fact, like 2 + 2 = 4. But there's enough evidence to entertain it as it plausible. Not it is, but plausible.
Well, I got a question. So is your theory that everyone does come from Africa?
I believe out of Africa. Yeah, and let me tell you why. Because of how it's well documented. You need to look up some people and these genetic markers that they can even show you Africans that have the little fold in their eyes, like the Asian people. every unique characteristic that you can find on any individual that ever existed on this earth, you can find a group of those people somewhere in the continent of Africa.
Okay,
And then
I got a
feel
question, Dan. I got a question. I'm trying to make it all make sense without even a bunch of fluff, because all of us, it's certain things we ain't even got too deep into, and so I'm gonna keep it on a surface level, even though we going deep. So, but okay, so boom. If everybody is from, now, let's say you're right about you right in the case of, well, when the continents was formed, people weren't here yet, right? So my question would be, if the only place people ever known was this one land, why would anybody what would be the point of building a boat or a ship or whatever to get somewhere else that is unknown?
Okay,
To just get
weather change, weather, climate change, weather change. That's why you have the sub-Saharan desert. At one point, that was the ocean. They found artifacts. I mean, they found archaeological evidence of fossils of different type of sea animals and stuff. Once they go digging, areas dry up. People are people. Period. The human race. We are nomadic people. Nomad. So once we use up the resource at one place, we move. As the population gets bigger, people spread out. There are 8 billion people on this earth. Why would they stay in one location? But hold on, you cannot get around mutation. We actually see mutation to this day. That's why there's some people, kids, they ain't gonna never develop wisdom teeth, right? Because we don't need it no more, right? That's one point our ancestors had more hair, but as we advance, we don't need the hairs no more. So that's why we only have the few little strains. Chimpanzees are full of hair because of the climate they live in, because they lived out in the wilderness. We build structures, we live inside. So we are whatever we are, whoever the creator is, whoever God is, or whatever you want to say, they designed us so we can evolve. That's why you got certain people who are really, really tall. And you got for example, the Mexicans who come from the Mayans. That's why they are genetically really, really short. You got the Asian people who don't even grow facial hair like that, right? They like bald and shit. But you see the white man, he look like a abominable snowman. We have the DNA is something that is very important that we have to study and we cannot deny. Like again, I love Cali to death, bro. Like it ain't, and I don't want y'all to get this twisted that me and my brother hate each other. We don't. We just very passionate people.
Not at all.
But Cali knows that the reason why I'm so tough on him, as much as I love him, I'm tough on him because I had to go through this shit with the Israelites. I don't seen them break up families, communities, your brothers and sisters fighting each other over a fucking identity where they don't even have solid proof that it is what it is. It's a theory. They have enough evidence to present it, but you can't say it's factual.
The difference is the Israelites ain't recognized by the government of America. Like they're not recognized.
But the Jews, are though.
But my bloodline told me who they are. My bloodline, my actual daddy's mama, my aunts, my uncles, my mama, my daddy. So
your family told you, where y'all came from. If you asked them 400 years ago what we was family, they can tell you that.
When we do our family genealogy classes with my cousin Slim, but we don't go back to Africa. My people was here.
I know. Cali, can y'all go back 400?
And they were.
How many years can you go back?
We're not going back 400 years, but guess what? We're not gonna assume no shit neither, because we can't go back 4 years. We're gonna stick with what we can prove.
How far y'all can go back? How far can you?
We can deal with what we can prove.
How far can you go back?
Every war on this fucking land, my nigga.
How far can you go back? Because
how far we went back, but if I got Slim on here, he holds the genealogy shit. I'm not the greatest with dates and shit, but I'm letting you know we didn't went through our family. My dad's side, my mom's side, both sides coming from Bessemer, Alabama, down in Alabama, my nigga.
And what I propose And what I
They
propose
still
that
own
y'all
land.
are descendants of the Africans that intermediate with the Native
See what I'm
Americans. That's what
saying?
I
Like,
propose.
like how you
That's
gonna
what I
propose?
propose.
You can propose what you
Because
want.
you look, because like at the end of the day, as much as you want to argue with me
Now
about that, you can't. When I
you get
talk to
offended
that
about a
Native American,
jungle. You get
when
offended
I
about
get,
a jungle statement, but don't
when I,
propose to me who I am, who you
bro,
think I am. Like,
I'm just
stop
using
it.
logic. I'm
Cut it
using
out, man.
logic over feelings, bro. But at the same time, when I told you I travel for a living, I don't been on the reservations of the Native American, right? Indians, what they some of them call them, the Navajos or Cherokees and stuff. Man, I'm from Florida. I can take you to a reservation right now, where the same people used to teach me when I was a child to let us know that some of us have their DNA in them because we ran into their reservation. We was their brother and sister too. We became family. But you can't get around that artwork. If these are two different types of people, they got the same breastplate, the same feathers, the same makeup, similar names. One of the most popular places in Florida, in the Everglades, is the Okeechobee Lake or whatever that shit called. These people got similar names, but you trying to tell us they're not the same people, bro. And just like that Native American dude that I talked to, he told me to ask Callie if they are the true Indians and he is an Asian. He wanted Callie to give proof of when they discovered corn. And I thought that was a legitimate argument because it's a scientific fact that corn came from Mexico. So he's gonna have to prove in history when the black Indians navigated their ass
from
down.
top
Hold
to
on.
bottom is a corn culture. It's corn
No,
culture from
corn came
top
from
to
Mexico.
bottom.
Corn came from
America, all
Mexico.
through America, the
Corn
Western
came from
Hemisphere is
Mexico.
corn culture, lady. Like, come
Corn came from
on. It
Mexico.
may be in Mexico. It's
No,
all
ain't no
up and
maybe.
down
It ain't no
America.
maybe. It ain't no
Hey, break
maybe.
room.
It
Break,
comes from
break room.
Mexico.
Listen. Let me know when I can address Miss
I'ma
C
stop. I'ma
and
stop. I'ma
and
stop.
and
Go
and
ahead.
and break room.
But you can't get around that because
Break
that was a
room.
dagger.
Break room. I'm gonna propose to you who you are
Yeah.
too. Who you are,
Hey,
because
make all the jokes you want, but that little
find,
Indian man told you up, bro.
propose to you
Hey, he told
who
you
you
up.
are.
You can't
What?
get mad.
Listen,
That was a
you
good
guys.
argument.
Listen, you
If
guys.
you
The
if
Western
y'all the
Hemisphere is a
Indian, where
corn
y'all got the
culture.
corn?
All up and down America, from top to bottom, is corn culture.
Bro, for
You can
somebody
find corn everywhere.
who claim to be an Indian, you don't know where the corn come from? It's a
Corn is,
scientific
I
fact.
just said it's indigenous to America. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
I just said corn from top to bottom is
I
from
gave
top to
you
bottom. All Americas. All the
I
Americas.
gave you a
Corn is
Pacific
indigenous
region.
to America.
But I gave you a Pacific region
Okay,
and
yeah.
said it's Mexico.
You're right.
So when you gonna prove that black
right.
Indians
I
went down and got the corn?
I just don't get your point. Like, if I'm telling you it's indigenous to America,
I don't want y'all to argue over corn.
Well,
the corn debunks his theory though.
Corn
when that Native American, break room. When I talk to a Native American, somebody who would say based off of his traditions or whatever, an Indian man, a Native American, the one who they call pretendians, being disrespectful as hell. Like I just feel like they stealing these people's identity. That man said, "Well, we could." He said. I say the same thing to the Israelites. They stealing somebody's identity. Yeah, y'all stealing them. Yes, you stealing them people's shit, bro.
So Neil, why don't those people eat the food of the land then? If this is their land, why don't those people? Why do they eat Spanish tacos and all of that stuff? Why are they?
No, you talking about Mexicans, bro.
Land. I'm talking about.
You talking about Mexicans.
I'm talking about all those Native Americans. That's not their culture. The food we eat of this land, soul food, cornbread, which is
soul food is a mixture between European food like chitlins. Y'all do anybody know chitlins come from the Europeans? But soul food is a mixture.
Hold on.
He wanna overtalk me, but he know that Indian dagger them with that corn spirit.
I don't know, Neo.
You ain't got me nothing.
That man, I ain't dagger you. I didn't dagger you. I said the people identity y'all stealing dagger. Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
Listen, I'm telling you, cornbread is nicknamed Indian bread. Cornbread is a part of our culture.
And I told him you said that. And I
Is what I'm
told
trying
him
to.
you said
Oh
that,
God.
right? And
Okay,
I
like
told him, and then he told me to ask you, when did y'all take y'all black asses to go get the corn? What year was it
and I
that
Okay,
y'all
tell
got the
Neo,
corn?
you,
Neo,
corn is
Neo,
Come on, bro.
indigenous
Neo,
to the
Neo,
whole land of
Neo.
America. What are
You
you
almost
talking
being
about?
more
No, it's not.
disrespectful
It's
than the jungle
but
term, dog.
Come on
hey,
now.
that's fine. Hey,
Come
that's
on
Yeah.
fine,
now.
bro.
Come on
So
No,
me
now.
come
saying black
on.
asses,
You
that so
can't
saying
ask for
black
respect
asses.
though, but
Hold on.
you
I want to
can't
make sure I
ask for
understand this.
respect on your
So
culture and then be
no,
Right.
disrespectful to
On
another,
somebody
what
dog.
else's.
Come
what
on
I'm no,
now.
hold
Yeah.
on. So black asses. But so when I said my black ass and when I said my black ancestors, I was disrespecting myself when I refer to my people as black asses, or is that a
I
figure of
mean,
speech? Because I'm
well,
speaking with
no,
passion.
but
Like, come on, if
no,
I'm
it's the
tearing you
Neil
up
same.
on
just
the
want Neil just
information,
want
if I'm
everybody
tearing
to
you
be
up on the
fucking African.
information, bro.
He just want
If,
everybody to be African and
no, I
everybody
want
You
y'all
ain't
to
still,
stop
African.
stealing them people's shit,
You
bro.
just
That's
like
it.
so you
Y'all
see how
stealing these people's
you
shit,
see
bro.
how
That's it.
disrespectful that is. Now let me show
You
y'all
stealing
something.
them people's shit,
Can
bro.
I talk now?
Y'all
Can I talk
stealing them
now?
people's shit.
Now
let,
y'all
That's
let,
crazy. Y'all
can I
literally
talk?
turned into the oppressor, bro.
Wait a minute. She
Y'all
said
turn
we're
right
stealing.
into these
Wait a minute,
white
Joe.
folks. They're
Neo,
Wait
like
a
they
minute, Joe.
steal people's shit. Y'all
Neo,
stealing them
let
people's
him,
shit, bro.
Can I
let him
talk now?
talk,
All right,
let
I'm
him
gonna
talk,
stop.
let him
I'm gonna
talk,
stop.
let him
But I
talk.
just want to be.
Listen.
I just wanted to
Hold
put
on,
on
Let
the
him
y'all.
record
talk.
that I refer to
Wait
myself
a
as
minute.
black
Wait a
Cause
minute.
ass
baby
and
girl,
my
you,
people.
cause,
So
Now
because
let's
y'all
deal with.
calm your
Oh, I'm
spirit.
sorry.
Not you, Kelly. I'm talking to
Hold,
Neo. She hollering at us.
let
I'm
me
not
explain this,
hollering,
right?
bro.
Let me explain this, right? All right. So we're stealing their culture, is what she said. What is their culture, Neil? What is it? Tell me their culture. What is their culture?
You got
And
a hat that got an
show
Indian. You
me
got a
how we
hat.
steal it.
Okay, you got a
What's
hat.
their
You
music,
got a
Neil?
hat. You got a hat that has an Indian feather on there, right?
Yeah, because my people wore
All right.
feathers.
Oh. So they
Neil,
people
what is
wore
their
feather too.
culture?
Hold on.
What is
What's
their
the name?
culture?
What? Hey,
Neil,
you want me to get? Hey, I'm trying to
hold
answer the
on,
question,
Neo.
but
What? Let's start with
let me know
music.
when I can talk.
Neo. Let's start with music.
Let me
What's
know when
their
I
music?
talk.
Neo, listen. Tell me.
Let me know when I can
I'm
talk, bro.
asking you a question. What is their culture of music? And show me where we steal it. Show me. Tell me about it.
What you mean culture of music?
Those people, you said we're stealing their culture. What is
Yeah,
their
you are.
culture? What is their music?
No,
Tell
when
me.
I say
No,
okay, so hold on. All right, so let
uh.
me.
Culture deals with a lot of things, baby.
Okay, yeah.
So
So let me
I'm
answer
going
it.
one by
When
one.
I hold on. So let me answer it. I'm not saying what we do as black people. I say you, the people who believe like y'all are still in their culture by
How?
trying to steal. Like,
What is
hold
the
on, to
culture? Tell
bro.
me the
Let me
culture.
finish, bro. Can you let me finish? Just like I just said, that was a dagger to y'all whole theory. When I talked to a Native American man
No, it's a
himself,
dagger to
because
you,
every
Neo.
no, bro, that is a dagger. Corn used to be
All
called
right.
maize, right? It used to be
Yes,
called, am I
yes.
like right?
And it was a
So
bunch of different
he,
colors.
bro,
Yes,
bro, okay,
you're
but
right.
it's a scientific fact that corn came from Mexico.
It's
Guess
a
who was down
scientific
there,
fact that
bro?
corn is
Hold
indigenous
on.
to America from
No,
top to
Mexico.
bottom.
Man, no,
Okay, you
no,
got it. You
no,
got it.
no, no,
You got
no,
it, Neil.
no, no,
Listen,
no,
listen,
no, no,
Neil. Listen, break
no.
room. Can I go back to stealing their
Hey,
culture? Can I finish
yeah,
my
yeah,
point
you
on stealing
stealing
their
them
culture?
people identity. Shit, you stealing their culture and identity, bro. Just like them Israelites
All right.
stealing them
So
white folks, shit, bro.
can I
Because
speak
look,
now?
break
Can
room,
I speak about stealing
bro.
the
That
culture?
was so damn. So you don't want me to answer the culture question? I got it.
All right,
I'll
just
back up.
let me know when I can deal with that
Nah,
shit.
you good, bro.
Let me
Like
know
at
when
the
I
end
Yeah,
of
can.
the
I
Let me
day,
know
think
bro.
when I can
I
deal
think
with
this.
stealing the culture.
Facts over feelings, bro.
Let
Facts
me
over
know when I can
feelings.
deal with the culture so we can deal with some facts over your
Facts
feelings.
over feelings. I know you got that Indian. I know you got that Indian feather on your fucking head, and
Listen.
I could show
Can
a
I
Navajo tribe
I,
with that
I
same
don't. I
artwork
don't.
that
break
you
room?
claim belong to your people.
Break room. Can
I.
I deal with stealing the culture? Can I deal with stealing the culture?
Yes.
Real quick.
Yes.
All right.
Yes. Absolutely.
Okay, can I
This
just
Absolutely.
was
speak?
this is
Now,
what happened when the people
Cause
enslave a group of
hold
people and
on,
they lose
Neo.
their
Hold on,
identity
Neo.
for
Callie got the
400
flow.
years. You get confused
Neil,
people.
Neil,
Neo. Calm down, baby.
this is a
The
this
chat is asking for Callie to speak on
Go
that.
ahead. Okay, I'll be
now
quiet.
we're gonna keep this real simple, okay? Now I just named to y'all a bunch of elders, a bunch of our elders. Now we gonna talk about disrespectful. This is disrespectful to our elders. are people in our family who said they were Indians. This woman on this panel, because she wants us to be African, she's telling us we're stealing somebody else's culture. Although our elders in our families told us that they were Indian. Okay, they never told us nothing about Africa, but because this woman wants us to be African, okay, and she wants to propose who we are, she's going to tell us that we're stealing somebody else's culture and doesn't think that's disrespectful. Now, let's go to real quick. 1968, the Indian Civil Rights Movement was nicknamed the Indian Civil Rights Act of 1968. Who were those Indians? Who were those Indians? They were also fighting for the Indian Bill of Rights. They were also fighting for public Indian housing. Now, who was leading that?
Indians were being discriminated towards. Come on, like that's a weak argument. Did you get that from the Minister of Information?
Hold on.
Like that's a weak argument.
Let him talk, Neo. Let him talk.
He's trying to act like those two different people.
Neo,
the same people.
Let him talk.
Go ahead, bro. I'm sorry. It's just this is so pseudo now that I think about it, bro. I'm gonna shut up, bro.
Listen.
But you misleading these people. That ain't right, bro.
Listen, your parents, your grandparents and them was marching with Dr. King back in 68 for Indian civil rights. Now, if you're African, why are you fighting for Indians and you got your own problems on this land? If those people that she's talking about are the real Indians that were being discriminated against, where were they in our fights? Why were we the ones getting ate up and bit up?
Family.
God damn.
Yeah.
God
go
damn.
Ahead,
like,
go ahead.
All right, because we still in culture around here.
You are. You still identity.
Now, the 1968 Fair Housing Act, which is now today Section 8 and HUD, which is what our people still living under. This is what we were fighting for when they signed that civil rights bill in 1968. Where were those other Indians at? They were not there. Guess who was there? It was Negroes at that signing at the White House, signing that Indian bill in 68. Now, let's look at this. When I asked about culture, what is those people's culture? If they're the real people of this land, what is their culture? She says, we're stealing their culture. Well, culture deals with the way people live, right? Their houses, the way they dress, the way they dance, the way they talk, the way they move. And I was trying to walk her slow to give me their culture. What is these people's culture? And then show me us stealing their culture. Or can I show you them stealing everything about us? Everything about us.
From y'all, bro. Y'all ran into them people's shit, bro. Come on, this is ridiculous.
I'm asking y'all. If your own people and your elders in your family said they was Indian, said they were Cherokee, Choctaw, Chickasaw, Seminole, whatever. Now in some tribes you don't even know because there were so many in between, right? So if your own family members, your own elders was telling you, they never tell you they was no African. And most of our elders, a lot of our elders will tell you, nigga, we knew the Africans when we saw the Africans, and they were not us.
They look just like you, but they knew the difference, huh? Look just like you, but knew the difference. Got it. I mean, this is ridiculous. Hey, y'all, take out your Google right now. Google, let's debunk this Martin Luther King Indian civil rights. Google it right now. You will clearly see that it was both the civil rights movement for Black people, the Negro, and the Native American Indian. The reason why they didn't come out in numbers, hold on. The reason why they did not come out in numbers because they only represent 3% of the fucking population. How many Indians have you ever fucking seen in your real life? These people have been genocide. That's why it's only about 2-3% of them on this continent.
They told y'all that. They fed
this
y'all
nigga tripping. Bro. All right, bro. You got it, Callie. Y'all could just Google that shit and you'll see that he just told y'all some bullshit, bro.
Let me finish going, right? So, 1968. Now, this is what I want y'all to pay attention to. they tried to. So we had the 1968 Civil Rights Movement, aka the Indian Civil Rights Act of 1968. Hold on, God damn, like God damn.
Yeah, respect the speakers.
After King got assassinated, then the Native Americans came up with the AIM Project in 1968. It was after we had already signed the bill in 68. Those were Indians that was burning up America everywhere, all over America after King's death, not the Native Americans. The Native Americans didn't create the AIM movement until 3 or 4 months later after King's death, which was still in 68. So they tried to incorporate themselves over into our story. So when you hear us talk about the Indian Civil Rights Act of 1968, you'll also hear the Native Americans try to act like it was about them because they created the AIM Civil Rights Movement in 68 after King died, after we burnt this bitch down.
Bro,
after
he was fighting for
fighting
for the Negro and the Indian American, bro.
Listen, y'all. Listen, y'all.
I'm finna let it go. Hold on. I want to ask Callie one question.
I should be able to finish my point.
I want to ask him one question.
God
bro,
damn,
you finish your point, bro. Come on, long-winded as hell, bro.
Nah, Neo, you haven't cut dog off a lot.
You don't like
if y'all watch the playback, but if you watch the playback, he was cutting me off too because I was saying, "God damn."
He really was though, Neo. He really was. He really was.
We can pull the playback.
I went mute for a good while.
He did.
But what
Hold on, watch it. Right, wrong. I'm asking you, as a woman, do not pull this. Stop it.
You breaking up? I can't hear you.
She wants to go over on her channel and she wants to break all of this down. Because you do this all the time. Listen, can I finish my point?
Now, you hear me now?
No, I can't.
I just want to be able to finish my point, because shit gotta make sense. Shit's gotta make sense.
I agree. Hey, Miss Vanessa, welcome in, everybody. I do want y'all to know that we're having a bloodline and lineage and all that type of conversation, which I open up the doors for, or whatever, respectfully. And I have three very passionate people up here. However, I'm learning a lot in between things. I'm learning a lot, and I'm trying to get point of views or whatnot. But who I got on the stage with?
Can I finish my point?
Yes, I think Neo dropped down, so you will be able to do that.
Let me get it. Let me please.
Yeah, I'm about to pass it to you, bro. Go ahead. Welcome in to those that has come in and joined us. I know we have people in here from different backgrounds, different religions, and all of that. And I want everybody respected in this chat. And for everybody to be able to talk. And it has proved that Neo is very, very passionate about this. And I want a brother Callie to also be able to get his point across as well. And you have the floor, my brother.
Okay, so let's go back to the night. Now, all I'm trying to get y'all to do is make this make sense in y'all heads, with your bloodline, with your family, with your grandmamas, your aunties, your uncles. I want y'all to make it make sense. Now, we got a black man, Dr. Martin Luther King, leading the civil rights movement. You can go look it up. 1968. The 1968 Civil Rights Act. They were also fighting for public Indian housing, aka the Housing Act of the Fair Housing Act of 1968, aka public housing. It later got changed to HUD in Section 8. This is what our people were fighting for. The other people didn't need this because they were already on reservations being taken care of by the government. This is what your people was outside fighting for. Ask yourself, why don't you see none of those Indians with them TPs? Why didn't you see them out there with Dr. King? Okay, I just want you to understand your family was out there with Dr. King. Now, there's some things I want y'all to connect the dots with. Okay, now, our people was getting ate up by dogs, getting towed down, water holes, jailed, all of that. Remember, 1924, our people was also reclassified. Walter Plecker and the Racial Integrity Act of 1924, which took all non-reservation Indians, which is your grandmamas, your aunts, your uncles, them from Alabama and all of that got their places taken from them, their land taken from them, tricked out of their land. They were kicked off their land and stuff. The other people that chose to go with the government and cooperate with the government, they were allowed to go on the reservations. The rest of us got reclassified. So when you look at your grandmother's birth certificates and stuff around that time, and you see that big letter C on there, on her birth certificate or his birth certificate, that means they were one of the Indians that got reclassified. You have to ask yourself, why was our elders back then saying they were Indians? Again, I'm talking about James Brown, Shaka Khan, James Baldwin, James Earl Jones, who else? Coretta Scott King. These were our elders. Why were they saying they were Indians? This is all I want y'all to ask yourself. Why were they saying they were Indians if they were Africans? Okay, now, these are the same people that were marching. These were the same people that were marching in the Southeast. Remember, I told y'all, the American Indian Negro, the reclassified American Indian Negro story takes place in the South, the Southeast, up the East Coast, into the Northeast and parts of the Midwest. That's our story. That's where you saw King and all of them fighting for. Marching. You didn't see no Native Americans with the TPs in these areas. These were our people. This is where our people were at. Now, King was leading the movement. 1968 Indian Civil Rights Movement. They were fighting for Indian civil rights, okay, public Indian housing. When they signed the bill in 68, the whole world was watching us. Everybody around the world was watching what the Negro was going through right here in America. Everybody was watching us. You can go to the museum in Alabama and you're going to see down there in Birmingham, Alabama, you can go inside the museum and you'll see the whole world was watching us. Dr. King also said, nobody is free unless we're all free. So yes, in a sense, we were fighting for everybody. But this fight that we were specifically dealing with in 68 dealt with our people, the Indian Civil Rights Act, the Indian Bill of Rights Act. This is why you saw us in the pictures, us in the riots, us. It was us. It wasn't no Native Americans. And if I'm an African, why am I fighting for Indians? Why am I fighting for Indians? What does it make sense for me to fight for Indians if I'm African? Okay, so now watch this. If you go to the Oxford Dictionary and you look up the word nigger, that's the word, the N word.
I got you.
You go to the Oxford Dictionary. You can go online right now. Go to the Oxford Dictionary, and the N word was used everywhere. It was used in a lot of places. But if you scroll down to section 3 in the Oxford Dictionary, and you find out who did the N word refer to in the land of America. Only, I'm talking about only the land of America. It's going to tell you it referred to the American Indians. Now, let's start putting these dots together. Your people was called an N-word. The same people that was out there fighting with Dr. King were called the N-word. Those same elders told you that they were Indian. The N-word referred to on the land of America referred to American Indians. Soul food is something we eat on the land. We eat that everywhere, right? Cornbread is a part of our staple of soul food. Cornbread is also nicknamed Indian bread. Native Americans, that's not a staple in their food. They don't eat soul food. We eat soul food. We eat the food of the land. We eat the food. We eat the same thing the Indians were eating with the Pilgrims. Those Pilgrims that was eating with those Indians that was eating with the Pilgrims up in Virginia. Remember Chris Brown talked about those Virginia Indians? Yeah. Them was dark Indians. Them wasn't those Native Americans over there. I just want y'all to start connecting the dots. They fed y'all this Africa story. They fed y'all that stuff. Your people never told you about no Africa. And this is why I said I was going to get down, because I refuse to debate my bloodline with somebody that wants me to be from Africa. You just want to make me be from Africa. Then what they don't understand is Africa is a whole continent full of different countries. Where do you come from in Africa? You can't just say Africa. Where in Africa? Show me where you go back to Africa. They want you to show sources about your family, yet they can't source up and show you who their family is in Africa. They get mad at us because we know who our next of kin is right here on this land, and they can't tell you who their family is, their next of kin is in Africa. This is a problem for them. You feel what I'm saying? So this is all I want to tell y'all. I just want to tell y'all, Miss Fee, real quick. I'm finna go, break room.
Oh, you fine, honey.
Miss Fee.
I'm enjoying it.
Miss Fee, the whole Root story, right? So the Root story was a plagiarized story. Alex Haley plagiarized that story from a white man called Richard something. Anyway, you can look it up. He plagiarized that story. He went to court. He lost that case. He had to pay that man like $65,000 because he stole the whole story, which was called The African, which the judge criticized him because he didn't even change anything. He didn't change anything. Now, as far as Kunta Kinte being his ancestors, right? Here's the thing about that. He told y'all, if you look at the title of the story, Roots, it tells you on the title of the story, it says, An American Saga. An American Saga. Kunta, he said Kunta was one of his relatives, which was found out to be a lie. And Kunta Kinte are Choctaw words, which means whistling beaver. Whistling beaver. Kunta Kinte. Those are Choctaw Indian words, which means whistling beaver. You can go look it up. But yeah, listen, y'all.
This is the Indians I was talking about earlier, bro.
Huh?
Which Indians you
see? My family is both Choctaw. We came from that Choctaw area. You feel what I'm saying? Down in Alabama. Both.
That's what I read on mine.
Yeah, both
down in Louisiana.
So you had the Choctaw, Chickasaw, all of them Mississippians. You had all of them running together down there. And this is where a lot of y'all people are from. But you got people that's gonna propose to you who your family is and who you are because they want you to be what they want you to be. You feel what I'm saying? So this is all I want to say to y'all. If you look into the American Colonization Society, that's going to tell you a lot. If you look into the Second Middle Passage, which dealt with slavery right here on our land, it's going to tell you a lot about why them people look like Africans over there. But what I want y'all to understand is, man, listen to your people, connect the dots. Your people was called N-words, which referred to the American Indian. Your people eat soul food and eat cornbread with their soul food, which is Indian bread. Your people was marching with Dr. King. It was your elders that was marching with Dr. King for Indian civil rights. And remember, I keep telling y'all, the Native Americans Indian civil rights didn't come until after King died, after we started burning America up. We was burning up 100 cities in America, and the president said, what do they want? Give them what they want. Give them what they want. And that's when they signed that's when they signed that 68 bill. That's when they signed that 68 bill. And they gave y'all little benefits and stuff, and told, and everybody switched over to Democrat and all of that. Yeah, that's when they gave y'all that. But what I'm telling y'all is, man, your people knew who they were. Don't let no niggas on YouTube come on here and tell you and propose to you who your people are, my nigga. Like, don't do that. That's why we so behind now. And last but not least, I don't have no problem with no Africans. I don't have a problem if you're an African. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. The thing is, your fight ain't our fight. All right? Because there's somebody on this land right now with our identity on this land, getting our benefits, getting hella benefits by the government from what they took from us. You feel what I'm saying? Me being an African ain't got nothing to do with my fight right here on the land as an American Indian. So if you're African, shout out to you. When are you going home to fight your fight in Africa? When are you going home to fight that fight? That's what I want to know. First of all, you got to find out where you're from in Africa. Just telling me you're African in America? You're telling me you're an African from America? And what do that do for me? I got to fight right here. I got to fight right here. I got to show my children who they are. I got to show my grandchildren who they are and why their identity was taken. Because you keep calling yourself African American, you keep calling yourself black and all of this. Them white folks is mating with them, they mingling with them Native Americans, and they're calling themselves Indians. And the benefits that they were supposed to be giving you, they're giving them back to themselves because you think you're African, because you think you come from, because you think you're black. There's no land called black. You feel what I'm saying? Like, there's no land called black. Just listen to your family, man. Like,
and I want to say, in addition to that, right? And see, this is thank you so much, because this is what this conversation originally was about. Is not the argument of could you be from here, there, or wherever. The thing that and why what you're saying is resonating to me, because when I'm doing my genealogy, and even before I started doing it, just looking at my family told a story. It told a bigger story than even what before the words came. It was the look, you know what I'm saying? It was certain things that it just made me know it was something more. And again, what I do know that you understand is, see, we got two sides. We have our mother's side, we have our father's side, and then there's two sides that come with that, which is their parents, which makes it actually four sides that kind of begin this trail, you know. And so what I know some of y'all are understanding is that I'm kind of on the side of wanting to learn more of what Callie's knowledge of it all is because as I'm tracing my footsteps, another door that I had seen the door, but I've never tapped on it or walked in it. And now I'm walking in a certain door that I know he he gets or whatever. I didn't even know Callie was going to come up here and speak on this, but I do know that Callie touches base on this types of things on his both of his channels. And it fascinated me I'm not sitting here knowing if I will find out where the first person who, started my family or whatever, however that goes. I'm not here to say that's how far back I will go. I don't know if I'll make it out the 1800s. What I'm saying is I've made it past the 19 freaking 50s. I've made it past the this, that, and the third. Of course, I grew up, you guys, and I told y'all this. I grew up spending my weekends in the home with three grandmothers, and one was born in 1895, who died in 1995 when I was 12, 4 days before my 12th birthday. And so I grew up in the house with a grandmother who died at 100, which was her, my grand. Then my cream pie died at 104 in 2020. And then I have one that is 90, turning 90 this year. This is all from my dad's side. So I was blessed to be in a house in a generation of three grandmothers, you know, from three different generations. And now, and with eight grandparents in my lifetime. And that's like a
That's
rarity, you
beautiful,
know?
man. That's
And
beautiful, man. Like,
y-
golly.
yes. So this thing here is a rabbit hole I'm happily jumping down. And this stuff I share with y'all have came from my father's side. You know, I did my mother's first and then I stopped
Mm-hmm.
after a couple. But now in just a few days, I've dug so deep that I'm all the way at 1845. That's amazing. Like if it stopped there, I would be just amazed. I didn't know I'd be able to go back to 1845, and it's so many more generations beyond
Right.
that.
Now
And
look, you're
I'm
going
just,
from your
mm,
bloodline. You're starting from
yes,
you,
from
your mom,
yes,
your dad. Like this is your immediate bloodline.
yes,
You get what I'm
yes,
saying? This is
and
who you
keep in
are.
mind, you guys, little do some of you guys know, I am currently, hold on, I'm currently living now in with five generations living. You know, I am a grand aunt at the age of 41.
That's what's up.
My sister has children and her daughter has children. So I have two generations behind me, and then I have my generation and then two ahead of me, you know. And so that is just the fact that I'm living with five generations. And my whole life, I've lived with five generations because before my sister had kids and her kid had kids, I had two grandmothers past the grandmother that's living now. So
Wow.
I lived actually with six generations at one time, and that is just crazy. And now
Wow.
I've
No, that's
went back.
dope.
Yes,
That's dope.
yes. So I
Hey,
lived
Brain,
with the grandmother. Yes, babe.
can I speak to something Miss Fee is saying? Um,
Absolutely.
real quick. So Miss Fee, I see Miss Fee in the chat, and Miss Fee says, knee deep. Them people post my grandparents' pictures. My granddad has Indian feathers in his hat. Okay, now this is all I'm saying. You can let people propose to you who they want you to be. I see another post where she said, my mom dad fought in World War II. I think he used to tell us stories. This is what I'm telling you. You have people whose family, their grandparents, great grandparents are telling you from their own mouth and through and then when you start to look into a guy named Walter Plecker, who reclassified the Indians. Oh, somebody else in here said, my grandmother's birth certificate had Negro on it. Remember, I told y'all the 1924 Racial Integrity Act. Walter Plecker reclassified the Indians. All non-reservation Indians were reclassified to color, to Negro. These are what were on the census. They stopped. You couldn't say you were Indian, is what I'm saying. So if you got, like, this is what I'm saying. Like, you can't, if you have people in this same chat telling you that your people told you they were Indian, right? You got people saying, I got pictures of my people with feathers on them. Or my people was part of the civil rights movement that was fighting for India. And then you got somebody come on here and tell you you're stealing them people's culture. How is that not disrespectful? How are you disrespecting my elders who said they're not them people and who said they're not African? Because you want me to be African. I'm gonna propose that you're them Africans mixed in with them Indians. Like, who cares what you propose? Like,
Yes. And I agree,
I didn't
super
propose
fan.
anything about you and your when you said your shit leads you back to Africa. I didn't propose to you that you was the Congo people mixed with some Indian Reds. I don't know. I didn't propose anything about your people. Because that would be disrespectful for me to tell you who you are after your own people is telling you who you are. But because somebody wrote a book somewhere, and this kills me, and I'm finna go, and I'm finna go. This kills me right
No
here.
rush.
I'm finna go because I got to get to work. This kills me right here. You asked a question. What's more likely? What your family told you? Or what the oppressor fed you in a book and some knowledge with an agenda to it to trick you out of who you are. What's more? What makes sense more to you? What you mean? What makes more sense to me? What my family said, nigga. I know what they wrote in them books. They also wrote that we came from a jungle. What are you talking about? What's more logical?
Come on.
Come on, man.
And that was actually going to be my answer to the question.
What?
Actually, my answer was going to be
agenda
what we can prove.
Yeah, like somebody
When
has an agenda.
it comes to bloodline, my answer would definitely be just what Callie said. I'm not sitting here trying to debate whatever somebody said I was from, but there is nothing wrong with me tracing that back to see if your ass was right. You know what I'm saying?
Right, man,
or wrong. I'm
gonna go against what my mama and daddy said because somebody on the internet want to propose something on me. I'm gonna go against what they mama told them and they daddy told them because somebody on the internet want me to be from a jungle. Like, nah, that ain't my story. That's your story. And shout out to you and your story. I'm not proposing to you anything because you told me your family was led back to a desert/jungle, whatever. I don't know what it is out there. Like, come on, man. You can't just propose onto people, but you still got to make it make sense. Why was our elders back then? You have to make it make sense. Why was our elders in the past telling you they were Indian? Where did they get that from? You just tell. So basically, you're telling our elders from the past that they didn't know what they were talking about. They don't know what they talking about because source says in this book it says, and yo people say I don't care what it's saying in that book. I've been here. My mama been here. My daddy been here. My granddaddy fought in these wars on this land. Like, what are you talking about? Where you get this African stuff from? Nobody's putting down Africa. Nobody's saying we're ashamed if we are African. Like, nobody's saying that, but you can't just put Africa on us because you want us to be African. That's all I'm saying. But I'm gonna let you have it though, sis. I gotta get ready for work.
Thank you so much for your input. Thank you so much, and I hope you join us again and bring us some more of that insight.
No doubt. Peace, y'all.
Peace, King. Shout out. Shout out. Let me see, y'all. Hold on. Make sure I ain't kick myself off the stage. Okay, there we go. All right. Thank you for whoever sent my third super. Thank you, Miss Renita. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. What I want to we are the people of many shades. Yes. Hey, slow bus rider. What I will say, as if anybody else have any perspectives, you are welcome to bring your point of views and things of that nature. If anybody has anything they want to put down on heritage, genealogy and things of that nature, I welcome your opinions, as I am pretty much kind of stuck in the house on this rainy day for a little bit till it slow down. However, I am also enjoying this content I will be dropping the link again very, very shortly. Very shortly. I want to just stop a second and give a shout out to my mods who I see down there is doing an amazing job. Um, Promoting the channel and keeping this thing going. Shout out to the chat family. I got 100 people in here and I have a goal of 5. I think in 2 hours we truly have shared some priceless information up here. And if anybody want to contribute to donating to this live, I would personally greatly appreciate making my goal of 5. You understand? I think we can do it. I think I'm worth it. I truly do. If I don't think I'm worth it, there's no way I could want you to think I'm worth it, you know? So I'm just going to say this priceless live deserves a little bit of a hand, a little backhand clap. You feel me? Little 5 on the backhand side. You feel me? Straight like that. And I also want to say shout out to Neo as well, who I know is very passionate along with Brother Cali. Though Neo was up here trying to put me in the corner and stuff. I love sis, and I know that this is I've actually heard laughter. I've heard them joke about how passionate they are when it comes to them debating things like this, religion, or any of those things. I know they're very passionate, so I knew what I was getting myself into for the most part. And I think both Neo and Cali has made some wonderful points up on this stage today. Neither was disregarded from me. The only reason that I was resonating with, I already know a lot on their African stories and things like that, and where we're told we came from and the arguments there. I basically was just sharing in the moments of I'm tracing wherever that leads to, whether it leads to the jungle, the tropics, the Caribbean, the desert, wherever it leads to. Thank you so much. I'm going to thank you all so much for listen. Y'all are rock stars, man. I knew somebody would find me worth it. You know what I'm saying? Because listen, honestly, when it comes to this content stuff, y'all. I don't pre-plan these things too heavy. And I truly feel like instead of me figuring out the content or doing this or doing that, my life is content. And I'm interested in me, you know. I'm interested in me. I think I'm so, like I think this stuff is interesting. And so I'm tracing it back to wherever this stuff leads, y'all. I didn't know I would want to do this week or any of that. So I'm just sharing some things that's new to me with all of y'all. You know what I'm saying? And what do you know? We had 100 people in here interested in this, you know? When I was cracking some jokes earlier about it only being 30, and a lot of people flee when you're not talking roasting or when you're not straightening. And honestly, I'm tired of all that. I'm a learner and I'm a teacher and I want to learn. I want to broaden. This is what I've done my whole life is research. And I've missed a lot of research in the past year and a half dealing with stuff that I'm sorry. It ain't so much that I can keep doing that doesn't elevate or motivate or whatever. You know what I'm saying? I'm into some other things, and God laid this in my lap, to get into, and I found so much interest in it. Everybody ain't gonna be. Everybody ain't gonna want to hear me talk about this shit, but I love it. It's something new. And it's something we all can learn and grow from. It's something that you wasn't interested in a week ago. But if you found yourself here, you might have, it might give you something different to think about, something different to talk about in your circles, in your homes, with your children. You might now want to share more with your children and ask more questions from those that still living. Make use of the stories of our ancestors, man. This stuff got me lit. I've been sitting here roasting and straightening for a year and a half, man. Come on, man. Listen. This is a beautiful thing to open up your horizons. Think a little deeper. If all it does is make you think a little more, in many ways, people have been programmed. You have to realize that a lot of our ancestors come from a time that during all of this transporting people here and there, the rules of the game changed. The rules of the game changed. It was a lot you people, especially here, that we weren't supposed to know. It's a reason why books were banned and you couldn't stay up on the news and you couldn't be told too much. You barely could learn to read and write. It's so you could be programmed to know what you're told, not what you learn, not what you are able to see for yourself or hear for yourself. Only what somebody tells you. It's deeper than that. Whether it proves somebody right or wrong, it's just the knowledge of knowing. Hell, I don't give a damn if I didn't go out. If this stuff doesn't even take me out of the US, I didn't care. It's just knowing the different traces of where my people landed. I grew up here and I grew up there, but I took interest in knowing the lands of where my mother's mother grew up and her mother grew up. My dad's grandparents and great-grandparents grew up. I like picturing it in my head and hope to someday put it on my bucket list to go to these places. I would love to go to these places. All I'm doing is tracing the footsteps of my ancestors. However I get there, wherever it takes me, the journey is awesome, you know? The journey has been awesome. You know, I ain't worried about where it lands. Only where it's at, where it takes me, you know? And that's just what it is. You know. And in about 3 minutes, I'm gonna reopen up the doors. We just taking a brief intermission, you know, as we may continue to learn more. I may end this live at the 3-hour mark. We at the 2:30 mark. I had a little extra time because I cooked a rather hearty meal yesterday, so we gonna finish it off today. So I ain't gotta cook dinner. Round here, if the food good, listen, Linda, listen. we leftover eating people because we cooks around here. Now, let me thank you guys. Thank you so much, Mel, Kimberly, Miss Renita, Mel again, Miss Vanessa, appreciate it, Blue Outlaw, and Miss Sandra. Thank y'all so much for believing in me. You know what I'm saying? Real talk. I ain't here to shake nobody's can and all that extra stuff, but sometimes I do believe that, you know, if I ain't gotta ask to receive on some shit that don't, you know, yeah, it's good to bless the live for some laughter, but I think we can show that we actually be interested in this knowledge too. That we won't just, you know, donate to some roasting and some this, that, and the third. I want to feel that my people feel this was worth their time, because it surely has been worth mine. I'm gonna donate to my damn self. Period. Y'all know they got where you can do that now. That's crazy. Where you can send yourself a super sticker or a super chat. I'm not sure what's the benefit of that option. And hey, thank you so much, you guys. Thank you, Miss Vanessa. Thank y'all who have pulled up, and Lord have mercy. Get y'all something to drink, child, because baby, we've been on a wild ride. We've been on a wild ride, love. Y'all know over here I do religion, I do politics, I do it all, you know. I do it all. I always enjoy your lives when I catch you. Love your roast, but even more educational lives. This is what gets me. Knowledge is key. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Let the good times roll. Uh, yes, Mel. Thank you, sweetheart. Just a little brief a little couple minute intermission. But yes, this live wasn't to debate or to, disrespect where anybody's footsteps lead them, just to reel it in a little bit. It's just to say, hey, I don't know where your footsteps gonna take you, but mine might take me to South America, it might take me to Africa. I don't care where it takes me, as long as I get there. You know what I'm saying? And thank you so much for those that's been hitting the like button. That means everything to me. Like all of this means everything to me. Both of the speakers, Neo and Callie, have just been dropping amazing jewels. Now together, ooh, are they not passionate, you guys? Are they not passionate? And I love that. I love the passion. I love the passion. But and I also do know these debates get heated, but I do want to make sure that we are always respecting each other, from the bloodline to our religions, because we're all of different makeups, different beliefs, and I give respect to all of them. You know what I mean? I give respect to all of it. You know, and definitely want to give respect to God. Want to give respect to God at all time. That's respected here in the break room 411. Yeah, other than that, I don't mind no heavy debates. You know what I mean? I don't mind no heavy debates, because me and my husband, I told y'all, we don't argue, we debate like a mug. You heard me? May the best debate win. You are seeing more people tell you their own family actually told them they were Indians. Well, when did y'all become Africans? That's all I'm saying. I love learning new things every day. Well, I started from the bottom, now here. Come on, keeping it real. Come on. Hey, Jay Vance. Hey, how are you? Welcome in. If I missed personally speaking to everybody, please forgive me. Y'all know it be up and it's stuck, and I thank y'all for being a friend. I'm gonna drop the link if we have anybody who wants to uh speak about their lineage, which is, like I said, this live is basically about tracing from where you can trace. I can't start backwards and work my way up, so I'm not even gonna debate where this thing lands, just to end any arguments with me. So if you guys have anything you want to speak on that has to do with tracing, if you've learned anything or know where you're at so far, feel free to share it with me. It's worth every moment. So I'm gonna definitely get the link back in the chat, because what break room can't do is listen. Break room can't argue what I can't prove or what I don't know. I can't debate that, but I can take the knowledge that I know and I got and go from there. You heard me? Thank you all to my 8 supers. Thank you so much. I might as well believe in myself enough to hit 10, and then, I'm already grateful for what God has done. But I'm gonna believe in myself 2 more super stickers worth. Period, Pooh. Oops. Let me see. There you go. I can believe in myself 2 super stickers worth, you know. I'ma do it just cause somebody out there believe I can't. You feel me? I'ma do it just in case somebody think I can't. But the link is down in the chat. I really try and keep an open mind. The link is down in the chat. And we have to the stage Sister Neo X in the building. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. Y'all, our intermission is over, and we are going to get back into it for a little bit. And welcome in if you just got here. Welcome to the great debate, welcome. What's going on, Neo?
Okay. First, I just want to start off by saying I apologize for over talking you on your channel. That is rude and that is disrespectful. I know because I hate when people do that to me. All right. I just want to start there. I just want to say that. But
Thank
secondly,
you.
I pose the audience to go back and watch this live. And I'm asking you, Break Woman, Break Room, woman to woman, please do not take this live down. Right? Because there's certain things I just want to make notes of. So if I do decide to do a presentation on it, I'm going to remember what Callie said. Right? I'm going to have to use
Okay.
it as a talking point. But I
I have no
propose to the
problem
people
with
in the
that.
audience, I propose the people in the audience to be real with yourself. If you are like, and I'm not saying you're not intelligent, but if you know that you have a certain form of intelligence, my argument when I came on this platform to talk to Callie in Break Room about what Callie was saying, I never said that you guys were not Indians. That's not what I was saying. I literally said that it's not a conspiracy theory. It's a logical explanation on why is that possible? Why there are so many African Americans or Black Americans, whatever these people calling each other these days, why you have that in your ancestry. It's documented from the state of Florida all the way up to up north that Africans ran into these people reservations by the hundreds. It wasn't no two, it wasn't no three. That's why they had to come up with the slave what is called the slave patrol and the police to come and try to cap. That's why they had to start a whole police force or law enforcement to try to catch these Africans because they were running, right? They were taking off. That was not my argument. See, what this is where I kind of get irritated with Callie is because he loves to try to form an argument that you didn't, a statement that you didn't make. My statement was, I said, hey, bro, I don't talk to you about this. I ain't going to try, go back and forth with you about the Indian thing. I'm not saying it's not plausible. It's definitely plausible. But the facts are the facts. You cannot sit up here and say that you are refusing to go back and do the history and say that you're not going to take certain sources because of the color of someone's skin. That is being disingenuous, right? And it's being a little immature, and it's also called lazy scholarship. Because now when I show a source that debunks what you saying, now the person's color of their skin is a contribute if it's factual or not. That's not fair. Because the same sources that you're trying to use to say that they reclassified the Negro and the Indian name and the Indian civil rights and stuff, guess what that source come from? From a white man who documented in their history book, even though you're twisting it, because I literally told y'all to show y'all that I am not like this ain't even hard to debunk. Google right now, Indian civil rights, Martin Luther King civil rights. He was defending both groups because why? Martin Luther King got inspired when he went to
I think we lost you a little bit. Hello? Hello? Hello.
Can you hear?
I think you coming back in. Say something else.
Something else. I am in the truck. You already know how that goes. So can you hear me now though? I am in the
Yes,
truck. Stay
yes.
on this. But the point that I was trying to make is that I love Callie, and that's why I know people be like, how the hell do him and her get along? Because at the end of the day, I see Callie as my brother, regardless if he even identifies as an Indian or whatever. Where this is where I just want y'all to see where my frustration is. My frustration is, and when I made that comment saying that this information is dangerous, it's because it caused division in our community, right? It's division. These men fight. Like I'm telling y'all, I've been in the conscious community. I don't see the Indians and the Aboriginals. Just like when Callie told me that saying Albo was offensive, I stopped saying it. So now I say Aboriginal, right? But I seen these men break room go in tooth to tooth fighting. I mean, going off to the point that they're winding up in jail or people marriages are breaking up over a theory. Yeah, and to me, a conspiracy theory because it's well documented. Like no one said, "Hey, y'all are not Indians." I'm just saying when you go disrespectful and start saying things like, "Oh, the Indians on the West Coast, they're pretendians. They're not real Indians. They stole our culture." Callie can't get around that. When I talked to that Native American man, that he daggered his argument. They're gonna have to prove when they got the damn corn, because y'all know as a kid when y'all used to study the little what we call the pilgrims and the Indians and the Thanksgiving and stuff. Did they not tell y'all the history of the corn and how they got the corn? Like, do anybody know that another word for corn is maize or whatever, right? And it was different colors. But Callie kept saying the culture, the food, the Indian bread, and all that stuff. Nobody's debunking none of that. I just keep telling him that you cannot get around where that piece of food originate and where these people were. We know they were nomadic, that they brought their behinds from Mexico, and then they start navigating up north to North America. You can't be sitting up here just dismissing your different scholarship because of color of somebody's skin. That's the point that I was trying to make. I'm just passionate because I'm watching people argue over some shit that's most likely not even true. And I know that just from being from Florida. Like I've studied this. That's how I used to tell Callie, you can't get around that though. Why is y'all artwork the same? If y'all are two different people, why is you have the feathers on your hat? Why y'all got the breastplate? Why y'all talking about similar foods and stuff? How come we speak English and they still speak their language if they are the fake pretendians? Martin Luther King was fighting for them Native Americans and the Negro. And it's just offensive because it's like, to me, I'm listening to a man who I know, first of all, voted for Trump, right? And it's sad because when he speaks sometimes to me, he sounds like one of them Uncle Ruckus white supremacists, like self-hating type Negro. They really come off as that because I know my ancestors hung from trees. I know that these white folks hung my ancestors from trees, and that's why we got songs called Strange Fruit. I know that African blood has been shed all over this continent. But to sit up here and say you're going to ignore everybody else's source and just believe only what your family tell you, your family, two things can be true. Two different statements can be true at the same time. Yes, they're telling you they're Indian, but how far can they go back? You can look at your features and see that clearly these two people are different types. I mean, the full lips, the nose. That's why they got classifications of what they call Negro, Caucasian, the Asian man. You can see that a person looks different, not based off their nationality, but their physical makeup. And just say that, oh, I'm not gonna listen to nobody else. That's why I get mad at Callie. Like, Callie, then you doing confirmation bias. Then yes, it is a theory. Because how do you know your ancestors are not wrong, or they are right, but y'all don't know how far back your ancestries go? Because the Native Americans, the ones who still here, they not the prime example and Native American. And if you look at the mistress, look how he look. But look at his daughter. Look, daughter look just like me though. But we know that that girl ancestor is a Native American, but she looked like because of the DNA mix. So that's all frustrated information.
You in a bad spot. You in a bad spot.
Propose you start. Yeah, you better be glad that the bad weather helping him. So what about yeah,
Now
it's
it's
starting to
better.
storm. Like I'm somewhere where it's about to storm. But nah, I propose that y'all stop believing everything y'all see on the internet and start fighting amongst each other. When you want to believe the white man's history book just because it fits your narrative. There's something called critical thinking. There's something that's called logic. That's why break room, I literally tried to say to you, sis, which one is most Indian heritage blood is that found your people into me. Said the Haitian, I was saying and he said, I don't know he literally had I brought up the sub-Saharan African trade. It was all shit our ancestors all. There's nothing to shit about being African. It's sad because you want to white this, you want to trust the white man. Man, you for the white man. You voted the same man who descendants hung our African ancestors by the trees. You voted for him and you supported him. But I didn't propose that you know that was fucked up what you did. I just disagreed. But you gotta pick a struggle, bro. It's either you trust the white man or you don't trust the white man. If you trust the white man, then my scholarship can't be done. History book. I said that they shipped us from coastline Africa. And we scholars. Wait till I show you the African scholars on the coastline, the west coast of Africa, who's saying the same thing. Yeah, we know. Yeah, we can tell you a time when they shipped our ancestors over. The story of Kunta Kinte, yes, it might have been a fictional story, but it wasn't all the way fictional. That white man did interview those people, and they told them of the story of one of their slave brothers. I mean, one of their brothers who read all Bella John for his brother, and they believe he got sold into captivity. It's one of those verbal traditional, what called verbal tradition that they pass around. So they a far-fetched story because stuff gets lost over time as it's being repeated. But oh man, that's some lazy shit. I seen it, bro. I used to stuff the Israelites doing it. They're in the professionals who get people educated. That do because of emotion that just get you along scholarship and start making up shit. It really irritates my to y'all and tell y'all that for civil rights.
I think we lost Neo for right this second. The link, I believe, is in the chat. And thank you, my sweet sister, keeping it real. Thank you so much for dropping my other channel link down there. Make sure y'all subscribe to Club 411, my other page. So you can hang out with me on nights that have become more than just Fridays. You know, it's whenever I'm feeling groovy, baby. Hold on, you guys. Okay. All right, I had to return a message. Um, let's see here. And shout out. I have 9 supers. I think I'm good. I think I can press to a hot 10. I think I can make it to 10. I'm only 1 super away from meeting my goal. Hello.
Hey, sis, I ain't gonna hold up your thank you for coming. Let me come up here and say my piece or whatever. It's kind of hard to
Of
concentrate when I'm trying
course.
to drive. Can you hear me?
Right. Yes,
Yeah, so I
yes.
appreciate, like I said, yeah, I ain't gonna hold you. Like I said, I propose your own research. You
Oh
gonna
yes.
show up, or somebody who's just being overly emotional on the internet. You're responsible for the knowledge and the information you know. Not me, not Neo X, not Cali, not Break Room. Your own self. If you can critically think and if you can cognitive think, right? If you have the ability to read and comprehend what you read, then the only thing Neo X is saying, check the facts. Check the facts. No, you don't connect no dots. And you don't have to connect no dots. We ain't playing Blues Clues. That's shit for kids. Kids connect dots to paint a picture for their imagination. You don't paint no dots. You go look at the facts. And then you build your theory based off the facts. And then you use your logic as a tool to what you most likely gonna believe or what's most likely. It's not a conspiracy. We know that Africans ran into those people reservations. We know they did. It's well documented in Florida. It's sad. Corn came from Mexico. The Mayans had it. The indigenous Native American people, they didn't even have it. That's the point where I keep blowing Cali out the window. He's not even catching why that's a dagger to his whole theory. The man who is who the world recognized as the Indian and the Native American said they didn't even have it. They had to go get it from the Mayans. And they
Mhm.
intermarried with the Mayans. So where did you get the corn from? It's well documented. That's the only point. Nothing but we're lied to. No, we weren't lied to. You just don't believe it. Because I proved you said if it's based off of using his logic, his theory, if only thing you need to do is trust and believe what your ancestors say, or when you go talk to people in your family, trust what they say, what my folks say, Africa. So then nobody lied to me then, bro. If the white man said I'm descended from an African slave, then the white man didn't lie. You said trust what my folks say. Now,
Sister
but
teacher, you
again,
hilarious.
I'm just
Sister
saying
teacher
I'm
said
being real. Like
Wakanda
follow.
forever.
Hey, hey, at the end of the day, we Americans, we've been conditioned to hate Africa for some reason. People think Africa, but it's a bunch of people who live in the huts and stuff. But I can take you to an area right now in Africa that's way more advanced than any city here in America. You feel what I'm saying? Like that people just because you see some commercials of some Christians feeding a little African kid with a pop belt, that's one country. That's not what the whole continent look like.
Wait a
You
second.
know,
Thank
so
you so much, Miss Vanessa, for the super. You can be my hero, baby. I love you, Miss Vanessa. Shout out to all my senders and making me, feel this was worth it to you. I love y'all. Thank y'all. Just wanted to give y'all flowers. Shout out to y'all, as you were saying.
yeah, yeah, no, you good. I just don't get it. What's the shame though? What's the shame? He didn't come. Okay, bro. If you just documented. No family go back. it's crazy.
I think we having a little, you in a bad spot, Neo. You in a bad spot, baby girl. Not yet. I can't. Yeah, I understand. It comes in and out. I was just letting you. I ain't want you to drop no valuable jewels, and we couldn't hear you. We don't wait till you come in a little better. But why?
I'm just showing how.
While you do, I wanted to welcome in Cousin Mina, but before I did, I wanted to let Neo know she was breaking up. So Cousin Mina, if you I think I lost you, but if Cousin Mina up here, I think we lost Neo. Shit. I'm almost discombobulated. Okay, Cousin Mina's up here. I would love to welcome my beautiful cousin to the stage. Mina Mean. Y'all already know I love hearing this woman's perspective on all things. She always drop a jewel on me. So shout out to Cousin Mina. One half of the beautiful duo Superfan. Shout out! What's happening, cuz?
Hey, cousin, how you doing? Thanks for the intro.
I'm doing great. Of course. Of course. What you got to bring to me?
Well, I just wanted to come up here. Hey to Neo, hey to Callie, and respect to both of you on your point of views. I think that they both have valid point of views. I more resonate with Callie in regards to his point of view. I just think that we all definitely should take, I guess, a step back in regards to our history. It doesn't start with what has just been told to us. I wholeheartedly agree that you have to do your research. Like, you have to do your research. And the thing about this, once you get into looking into your genealogy or looking at your family tree, you're gonna have a lot of surprises. Personally, I have family that's from the Irish descent. I have family that is Cherokee Indian. And it's a rabbit hole. So I came here to share that, to say that we, in my opinion, we are from everywhere. And when I say we, I'm talking about the melanated people. We can get into the arguments of the Mayans. We can get into the arguments of the Israelites. We can get into the arguments even of religion. That's a heavy, heavy, heavy rabbit hole. But it's almost not fair to start conversations like this and not get into it, because that's a part of the history. And, in order to tell a story, you have to know. You have to have done your research, right? So that's what I do respect about both of your guests that you had on a panel. I think they're both very passionate about their point of views. Callie was definitely able to drop some timelines to the stage with his argument, and to me, those are just relevant factors. Like, you have to be able to have these healthy debates with facts. But I just wanted to say it. I mean, I can't see for me personally, I can't agree with something without going into the rabbit hole. And to me, it literally goes all the way back to the story of Adam and Eve. It literally goes all the way back to what some people call religion, and and that's, we're all a makeup of all of that. So I can't, at my big age of 48, and have been in these type of debates, come from a Muslim family background, come from a child of an imam, a historian, a person who have studied the MLK, have studied Malcolm X, and literally walked amongst some of the same spaces. I come from people like that. So my thing is, I can't just, my mind won't allow me to just stop there. The history runs deep with us. And so I refuse to put us, and I say us, I'm saying the common name of Black folks, to put us in this box to say we are from this place. No, we are from everywhere. Now that's a fact. Like, we literally are everywhere. Anything with melanin in our skin, we're a part. That's us. So I mean, we have to get into the conversation of the caucus, the Caucasian, the caucus. So again, it's just a rabbit hole.
And you actually, not to cut you off, but I do want to add to and say you actually are very right about that rabbit hole. Because I'm gonna have to use that taboo word, which is religion. I think it's just a separate, a word of separation and segregation. But however, I would say that you are right, because if someone was coming from I'm gonna say a Christian standpoint, right? I'm privy to quite a few religions, not just Christianity. I don't claim a religion. I claim the one God Almighty. You know what I'm saying? I do believe in a power greater than myself. However, I do not put a label on it because my God didn't put a label on it. Okay. So I don't think man has the right to do that either. However, what I will say is I do remember it's a story in the Bible. Now forgive me, I've been over here talking my giggly bush, right? So don't quote me on this, but I believe it was with Noah, if I'm not mistaken. For those that are biblical scholars, you can help me out. This is gonna be real quick. But I think it was to do with Noah. It's a passage in it's the story in the Bible about when they were trying to build a tower to the heavens, right? And if I'm not mistaken, and that's not what people were supposed to do. Now, in this time, people were supposed to, be spreading the word and all that all around the land, not just in their villages, not just where they were. That they were supposed to, do their thing or whatever. But instead, the people were building a tower upwards. And if I'm not mistaken, during this story, God dispersed the people. It said, y'all not going to do it on your own. Y'all trying to stay together. You know what I'm saying? I need y'all to broaden your horizons. I need you to go do what your purpose is. But they weren't doing what their purpose was. So they got dispersed to different lands, right? Now, if you're coming from a biblical standpoint, then a person could argue the point that, well, in Christianity, it speaks about people being in one place, like in basically one land, and having to be dispersed, to different lands. And therefore, you could say, well, this was a continent or a planet or a place of one type of people, and then that grew to something different over time. Now that we're here, when we're talking about 2025, versus the first people walking here, that's a lot of change. That's a lot of climate change. That's a lot of whatever. Right. So, yeah, I just wanted to throw in that I do agree with you that if you wanted to speak like that, religion would play, I guess, a role in that, your beliefs in that.
Yeah, because I just think it's important to factor in when we're having these discussions, systems. When we're talking about timelines, like what, we're in history right now. So we're arguing about our grandfather's history when we're making history right now. That doesn't take away from our time being just as important or valuable to the next few generations. So my thing is, what things change with time. What was important to us now, that was factors to us now, big deals to us now, or 20 years ago, is not right now. So keep in mind that systems were put in place. Laws were put in place. So we're functioning under those systems and those laws. So I was putting in the chat, regardless to where our forefathers had come from, they have forefathers too, and they have forefathers too, and they have forefathers too, and they have forefathers too. How far are we going to go back with this? Because it didn't just start with folks right now that's amongst our peers, our time, that's arguing the Mayans, that's arguing being an Israelite, that's arguing paganism. It don't start right there. Like, you have to go back. And so to me, ultimately, it comes down to the creator. If you're a believer of a creator or not, and what he's saying, because this is his, and I'm a believer. So my thing is, however you believe to your creator, I believe it's something greater than I. So I'm talking about my creator. So it don't even matter what the other person that looked like me got to say about his creation, because at the end of the day, those are his secrets. This is his creation that we arguing about. And I'm 48 years old, and this is the same argument I heard my grandmother and them talk about. We still talking about it, is what I'm saying. So it doesn't start with, you know, the space you're in right now, and it doesn't start with our forefathers. I think this right here resonates and goes all the way back to the beginning of time and what the creator did when he created us. So that's why I say it's hard to have these discussions without tapping into your belief system. And some people would say your religion, and I like to just say your religion is whatever your belief system is, because everybody believes something. Even if you say you don't believe, that's your system, that's your belief system, so that's your religion. So it goes back and it's a rabbit hole. So I just wanted to say that.
Absolutely, man. Listen, you just listen, Linda. I'm so glad somebody said that and put those two things together, that your religion is simply your belief system. And that's what I like to use as well. I really do not care for that word religion, but you said a mouthful there. And that's why I'm so glad every time you grab the link and drop some jewels, because you are on the money. You can't really tap all the way into it without tapping all the way into it. Just
right.
It's got to be a rabbit hole, a journey that you find worth taking. You can't play around with it, because then you'll just end up nowhere fast in a big argument, you know, whatever.
Right.
But you know, when you I think Miss Renita said it best, you know. She had asked Neo what made this conversation or whatever dangerous or whatever, and which I would have asked, because you keep in mind I agree with both point of views, and I want to make that very clear. I believe that, because I don't have no proof of neither being incorrect, right?
Right.
And so I have to be fair to myself. You know, I can't be one-sided past more than my own knowledge, you know, and listening to the point of views. However, both can make sense, but I do think that it can be deeper than just we do have to be more privy to than just what we were told. And I think with that is kind of where I was trying to say in the beginning of this live. I'm kind of, instead of working my way back, trying to move forward, I'm where I'm at, working my way back with the footsteps, you know, which is how you trace
that's what's factual to you. Your present is what's a matter of fact. You could put the camera right on your mother right now. So we could talk about that right now. Like, and so everything else, we wasn't even here. You know, so we have to go by people's stories. So then you have to accreditate these people's stories that you're getting this information from. So that's why I say I resonate more so with what Callie was saying, with reach to your people. So I've reached to my people in my 48 years. I know for a fact my grandfather was a Cherokee Indian out of Oklahoma. I got a lot of family right now that had that's still there. So I know that that is part of me. I know for a fact, outside of the genealogy that my family has done, that tapped into that, as well as Irish. Like, I haven't seen, you know, that part, but I mean, I do have some white folks in my family too. I mean, it's there. Like, so that's why I say we're from everywhere, because we could say we're just from Africa. Okay. So you're saying that it's just this one place on this great big earth. Like, my God is so small, he just put us right. No, he created everybody. He did.
Yeah.
He created all of us, and it's a science to his creation. So that's why I say tap into that part versus trying to prove where we're from, because it's where we at right now. Like, we are where we are right now, regardless to where we was from, because we can't do nothing about that. You know, we can't change. I'm sorry. Go ahead, cousin.
I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry, Pooh. We can't change what?
No, we can't change what has been, but we can work on changing what can be. So I do personally resonate with that, because I've done the fight. Like, I do the community work. I've done the picket signs. I've done the walks. Like, I've done that. You know what I'm saying? I come from a man who brought me up in this. So that part, I totally respect people who have their passion about their point of views, but understand that everybody do have their point of view. And when you're passionate about something, that means you believe what you're saying. Like, you believe that because that's your research. That's what resonates with you. I don't think that make the next person any less right than what you are. You know what I'm saying? This is their experience, this is their research, and this is their own understanding. So I just, again, respect both point of views that was on the panel. I think that everybody's speaking from their own understanding.
Absolutely, and I agree. I also want y'all to know this. This is a small thing to look at, but it's also big. What also kind of like a guided star for me is that with doing this tracing is it kind of started making sense that the family that I've been tracing, which is on my mother now my mother's side here in the US so far had traced me to Louisiana and Arkansas, and I stopped there. You know what I mean? Now what I've been sharing was my father's side, right? Well, the interesting thing is when you go back as far as you can go back, right? Even if it's in the US, sometimes the placements of where as far back as you can go, whether it's New York, whether it's the South, wherever, how far you can go back from here in the US, kind of tells a story too of where the direction you may have come from. Because if you see where I'm going with this, my Louisiana family, chances are, probably did more than likely come from further south down South America and the more Haitian side of things, because how far I can trace them back in the US, you know what I'm saying? So when I'm thinking about where they landed, I'm like, well, if I can't trace you to the East Coast, I can only trace you from California to Louisiana. Well, yeah, it kind of making a little bit of sense that you might have didn't come from the East, you might have came from further south. Then from the family that I could trace as far back as the Carolinas and maybe even the New York, maybe even so I found a few in South Carolina. You may came from more of an eastern way. You know what I'm saying? Depending, Florida, you may have come in from now. Florida may have been a little bit of both. May have been from the South Americas and a mixture of both, and from the East. But that to me also plays a role in our how people got kind of like mixed in and stuff like that. It may have started from one piece of land, but we have to understand too, y'all, is generations are telling the stories the best way we know how. We're so many ancestors gone. It is a hell of a rabbit hole, but it's one worth taking. When I look at the makeup of who I am, it excites me to trace back that blood in me. It's amazing. And why my belief
to trace it gives you a sense of identity. When you could
this is worth the interruption and me asking you this. This is respectfully. Wouldn't you also agree that because so many people have not done that tracing, wouldn't you say that placement also plays a huge role in religious beliefs?
For sure. I think so. Definitely, for sure. I think it does. Because then that's when you have, I guess, the slave talk, when it comes to our people.
And see how you're showing people about this rabbit hole? You see how you're showing how it leads from one thing to the other?
Yeah, it cannot just sit right there. That's my thing. But respectfully, I do want to answer Neo's question that she's posing to me. She asked me, sis, are you Cherokee or are you Irish? I am Black. Let me tell you why I'm Black. Because that's what I have identified as all my life. That's what's on the certificate that my parents both signed when my mother birthed me. So this is what I'm saying. Systems have been put in place. Laws have been passed. So, I mean, if you don't know, which I think y'all do, I think, Neo and Callie, I think y'all, because y'all research stuff and this is what y'all move on. I think that you probably have done this research, but we do know that once we sign at the time of birth in these hospitals, we sign our kids over to this state. right? This government. So, you know, we have systematically been put in a category as being Black. I mean, some say African Americans because that's what they wanted us to believe. They wanted us to put us in this box. It's like, it's a whole lot I can say. I can go down a rabbit hole,
guess what?
you can really back in, or you know, just let me know.
But guess what though, cuz with you saying Black, that made me think about something. Now, in our generation, we're known as Black. That's on your applications, that's on this, the certificates, all that you just said, right? Well, what's amazing to me, cuz I love this rabbit hole you taking me down. Listen, Linda, when I was doing my research yesterday, and no cap, y'all, this gave me a lot to think about. When I was doing my research on my family, old documents, medical, and from medical to like education, anything, different things came up on different people, right? Whether it was homes that were being rented. That's when I was telling y'all about when people were called lodgers instead of renters or occupants and stuff like that. Originally, people were lodgers. You know, they would say lodger number one, head, wife, and you know, the children. You know, looking at these documents, I noticed something that we've all talked about, but it gave me more to think about. When I looked at the birth certificates of my great grandmother, I have her physical birth certificate. Actually, like I told y'all, I've lived with many grandmas. However, when I seen it up there, I seen the word when it described race. I seen the word colored. Okay. Now let me tell y'all why this shit took a new meaning. It's giving me goosebumps thinking about it. It's giving me goosebumps thinking about it because there was a period here that even in this country, anyone who was not of the European descent, this is one continent. I mean, one continent. Anyone that wasn't from there that were here was considered colored. Now, I'm not speaking on the Native Americans. I'm speaking on anyone that wasn't a European or a Native American that landed here was considered colored, which tells me that you can almost say that even the people here recognized that colored people came from the same type areas, same climates, same regions, this, that, and the third. This is what it was recognized as. Because people think that only boats came here from Africa or to Africa, from here to Africa from here, either way it go. But we have to keep in mind, folks, that when slavery happened, this is not when people was first came on the earth or nothing. We talking about this just a couple of centuries ago, and even closer than that. So what we're saying is all these dispersed people from different continents, when this stuff became popularized, it was not just African boats coming here. It was Haitian boats coming here.
That's true.
It was, and what a lot of people also don't bear in mind is when we think about Mexico and things of that nature, people don't even realize that as these continents start dispersing into different areas, Canada, Mexico, US, all of this stuff, we don't even realize that over time different things was a part of the same places. A lot of people don't even look at California, Arizona, New Mexico. All these places is Mexico. It's only owned by the USA. This is why the grounds is different, and I'm just only saying I do pay things attention geographically and things of that nature. But it's so much people don't realize when it comes to our land and the lands of the people. People actually still out here thinking Cali and all these US states are actually part of the USA makeup. And it's not. That's why it's desert land. That's why the vegetation is different. All of that. People don't pay none of that shit no attention. Not realizing that these lands was won in different wars and different bargains from people going in debt and stuff like that, trade-offs. And so different pieces of people land started being sold off or traded. California was one, Texas was one, Arizona was one, New Mexico was one. This is all Mexican land.
Now you're talking about the politics of the systems. You know what I'm saying? That's created.
I am. I'm just showing people how people don't even pay the land no attention.
But you got to pay the land some attention if you're talking about this, because people get split off when these lands get split off, right? So we could go down that rabbit hole. So then you got people mixing and mingling and sleeping with each other and procreating with each other. Rather, if you Indian or African, now you got an Indian African. But can you check that off on the paper when you go apply for something? So I wanted to touch on. And again, bring me back if you need to, cousin. But the fact that I said when you asked me, or when sis asked me, how do I identify? And I said Black. So let me tell you, I identify that way because that's the system I'm under. We're all in the same system. I'm not in this thing by myself. Like we could talk about and we could argue about where we from, our great grandfather, our great grandmama, what we eat on our table.
That the choice we was given. The choice we was given.
This is the system that is put in place that we operate under. We could talk about the color wheel. We could talk about the absence of life. That's not, we all have this common sense. So I'm not ruling out my common sense when I say I identify as Black, or hell, I've identified as African-American at times. But at the end of the day, I know I'm in this system. I can pull you out a birth certificate with my name, my parents' name, the hospital, it's a number attached to it. That's technically who I am, along with the social security number that's been attached and applied to the name of that certificate. So I'm a number. I'm a Black number. I can pull out my driver's license. I think we all got that. You know what I'm saying? So it's a system that we're in. So me answering the question, how I identify or what am I, that doesn't negate the history of where I come from or how I got to where I'm at. But I'm talking about where I am right now. But if we get into these conversations and we talk about history, our forefathers, their forefathers, their forefathers, I'm just simply saying at some point, the creator got to be brought into the conversation, because everybody has the answer when at the end of the day, we don't even know when we're checking up out of here. If everybody is so wise. So I don't want to leave out that part that is hard for me to indulge in conversations like this without talking about one thing that we all are guaranteed, and that's the DEATH. We're all guaranteed that. And we're put on this earth for a short time. Are we put on here to argue about where people that's already gone used to be, where they come from? What are we really here for? So to me, that's the bigger picture is all I'm trying to say. But yeah, I'll say I'm Black. I'll say I'm African-American. I ain't never seen Africa a day in my life. I can say I'm Indian. I can say all that because like I said, I'm from everywhere. We are from everywhere. And when somebody can tell me they've been where they at, and I stand with Callie on this part, fight for your homeland. If you for sure, if I knew for a fact I was from XYZ tribe wholeheartedly, like 100%, I'm not talking about a little bit of Irish or a little bit of a nigga. If I was 100% Cherokee, knowing how I am, I would be on the reservation with my people. You know what I'm saying? I would try to unravel what was put up on me at the time of birth. But we're in a system. We're in a created system, and this is the result of that system.
I agree. And I'm not for anybody no matter what side you on. One thing I want to make clear, we are not having a debate on at least let me make sure I'm clear. I'm not having a debate on whether you are Indian or African or both. I'm not debating at all. I don't have to debate because I'm only taking a journey on the facts of my life right now. That's not even a debate I'm having with myself behind closed doors. That's not my end game. My end game is wherever the game ends. You know what I'm saying? As far as I go, as far as I go. But I do want to make it clear that you, like I said before, you can look at this thing many different ways, but we have to understand that this world was, rather whatever factor you want to play it in, was one piece of land, and how people came after the fact that these lands was broken up. I assure you, like I am a firm believer that, now I'm not saying that the first the first two people or whatever, somebody had to come from somewhere. Now I am not saying that this whole thing didn't have to start from a specific place. So that would be kind of hard, whether you want to call it Africa, whether you want to say, a lot of people would probably say that if you're going biblically and want to say where Adam and Eve was from, and all of that, because if you know your stuff, then we know that most of the Middle East was Africa before it was split by the sea, so however you want to look at it, all I'm saying is that if you had two people, wherever that place was that the first two people started, populating, I guess that is where you can say everybody is from. If we just gonna simplify it, if we gonna simplify it, then everybody started from the first two people, whoever those first two people are in your belief system, like Cuz was saying. Right. That's kind of why it's a never-ending argument, because depending on where you from would depend on how you look at things. But I'm pretty sure that no matter what religion or belief system that you have, most things will lead us back into the same directions. You know what I mean? So I won't argue the first two people might have been here or whatever the case may be. But I think when it comes back to looking at your lineage, to me, maybe it's about more where the majority of your lineage was derived from. You know what I'm saying? I think it starts to be about where the majority of your generations were raised in the climate, where, you know what I mean, on whatever continent. I think that might be the biggest thing, instead of like, okay, let's trace us all back to the same two people. Well, we all have to say, that. I'm not sure that I want to say that God put two Asians here, two Koreans here, two Africans here, two this, that, and the third. I don't know if my mind can grasp all that. But at the end of the day, I feel like where you from is really where your people originally started multiplying at.
Right. So
I think that makes a little more sense.
Yeah, I'm a firm believer on purpose. And I feel like, when you start these processes of trying to find your identity, that's just usually a stage somebody is in to help them with their, to find that satisfaction of identity, or who am I, or who is my people, and so I just think when people feel like they find that, then that's where that passion comes from. But again, I just got to say, it doesn't start wherever you decide to stop at with your research. You got to take it running back. So again, this argument, this debate, this conversation can go on and on and on. I just think that everybody have valid points to their point of view. I just resonate in some areas more so than not. Not to say there's any less value in those areas. So yeah, you just gotta find your happy space in this place.
Absolutely. And all I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make it make sense, because again, like I said, when you look at it rather figuratively, literally, or this, that, and the third, none of us was there. You know what I'm saying? Everything we know will always be what somebody else said, what somebody else came up with. Everything everything, except whatever is new. And it took whatever somebody else thought of or came up with for somebody else to come up with something else. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
the end of the day, that's there. Like I said, the best way I can look at it is, where the majority of your bloodline began. If your bloodline leads you to Africa, where all your generations was there before here, then that's beautiful. If that's where it leads me, that's beautiful. This ain't
Right.
debunking Africa or anywhere else. This is just about finding out, because if it wasn't for being dispersed one way or another, we would all look the same. We would have all been traveling the same paths, the same this. So over time, people became people of different lands because that's where your generation began growing at.
Yeah, that's
All
what culture
generations can
kicks in.
start from somewhere, but where did
Mhm.
yours start growing at?
Mhm.
Before all the slavery, before the ships transported that's the part that matters to me.
Yeah, but then that's where culture kicks in. People create the culture. Like we create our family. What am I trying to say? Things we do. I can't even get the word off the tip of my tongue. The things that we do yearly with our family. We create these family.
Tradition.
No, I don't know why I'm having a brain cramp right now. Traditions. Yeah. You said traditions, family traditions. So we create these family traditions. That's the culture of your family. You know what I mean? So it's the same thing with people, a large group of people, that is a community. You create your culture, So I just think that is timing is different times in this life that, things has transpired. And how far back are you willing to dig to say, this is my purpose that I'm fighting for? This is what I believe in. And this is what I'm going to make be important for me in my life while I'm here. Because honestly, we all got just a real short minute and second while we're here. So, and then fighting for it. And not to say fighting for it is in vain, but you're fighting for it to gain, right? I guess for the future, for the same reason other people fight, that have generational wealth. These people have fought and have taken, robbed, stealed, and killed and everything else to have what they have, right? So this is just the history of men, regardless of what color you
Yeah.
are. Because even if we talk about the Africans, and if we talk about slavery, and we talk about the trade, and we talk about the slave ships, we were traded by our people then. Our people gave us away. If that's
Yeah.
the truth, you know what I'm saying? So it's just like, this is the nature of man. So again, for me, because of my belief system and because I know in my heart's the heart is one greater than I, and that's the Lord, that's the Almighty, and it's only one, the Creator. And that's as far as big as my brain would allow me to venture to. I have to go there. I just go to the source, and I respect the fact that this is His creation, and we're just the created. We're not. How dare I even think that I have the capacity to understand the secrets to His science? You understand what I'm saying? So at my age,
Yeah.
and have been in the fight and have had these type of conversations and be passionate about even what I believed in spiritually, I just allow people to walk in there and in the space that they walk in because it's their own journey. But don't be mad at the next person's journey because their walk is different. That's all.
That's what I'm saying. Exactly. And I think that is well said. Like everybody's journey is going to trace back differently. Some will be similar, some will be different. Because we are at this point, what we know is that who we are today is a mixture of many things, right? But knowing the lands from which your people, because some people don't even know, can't even trace back out of wherever they are now. Some people, families, all they know is where they are. You know what I'm saying? And some people think that's all their families ever been, and some that may be true, but for me, it proved differently. If the generation ahead of me which is my mom and dad's generation, these two people alone right above me came from two different worlds, which was East Coast and West Coast, dad on the East, mom on the West. That right there already shows me that all the bloodline within me wasn't from one area, one section, one this, that, and the third. When I trace their parents back, then I've got 4 states now that were all different. Then I trace so this is what I mean by, even if you don't make your footsteps out of this country, I still find it beautiful to know it's bigger than where I'm at.
Right. My thing is too, I had mentioned about people mixing and mingling when you had mentioned about, land being divided. I'm just, do we not think that this is like people mixing races is something that has not ever been? This has always existed. So at what point, when were we ever just one, just one and not ever mixed and mingled? I have technically in my family, I have a biracial son, that is half Hispanic and that's half Black. You know what I'm saying? So like, what's his history? And his history is heavy all over the place. So my thing, that didn't just start with his birth. That literally started with just mankind, period. So, I just think people have to find what's important to them, and to find their purpose and stand up for that. If it is for fighting for land that you feel belong to you or your people, then okay, let that be the purpose. Let that be the cause of your life. And there's nothing wrong with that, because I feel you, but it didn't just start there. That's every nationality does that, have done that, to maintain land. Heck, we've been going through that right here in the States with these different elections, after COVID, with all these white guys over here, Trump heavy, because they almost lost their land, quote unquote. So again, it's a rabbit hole. It's a rabbit hole. They feel like this is their joint. You know what I mean? So again, it's a rabbit hole.
It is. It is. Somebody said, Callie. Oh, that's Miss Vanessa. Oh, shout out. Thank you, Neo, baby, for the super. Thank you so much. And to someone else sent Neo sent 2. And I think sis she cousin sis. Cousin sis answered that question. But thank you for the double supers, Neo. And I wasn't ignoring you, babe. I wasn't ignoring you. I'm trying to fit in all point of views, and this our first round with cousin, who's also dropping some great point of views. And actually, I think this is great because we've had 2 opposite point of views, and then we've had cousin Mina, who has brought some understanding to both, and all of this is just so much needed. And as you were, cause though.
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of looking at the chat too. I wasn't sure, Callie, if you were talking to me when you said, I guess she's not going to answer my question. What is the African fight from America or for America? I don't know if that was for me, Callie, but I mean, honestly, my answer would be short. I guess it's people who feel they need to live here and be African American and fight for African Americans. I think it would take somebody to feel like that they're in that fight to answer that question. I'm in a different fight personally in my life. I'm in a different fight at this time in my life. I fight for my community. I fight for things I have hands and reach on. I start with my household. You know what I'm saying? Because honestly, for my people that I identify with, I can't, and I pull back from a lot of our people because we fight each other so much. I can't stand it. So it's like you can't really even get to the system because you're so busy fighting your sister or your brother. And sometimes it's in our own immediate family. You know what I'm saying? So my fight is, for one, within, anything that I may deal with personally. And I think that's where a lot of people, they skip that step when they jump out here and try to fight the world. They don't fight their own, whatever they shortcomings that they may have. They don't get their home front in order before they go out here to try to touch on other people's minds and other people's way of life. You know what I'm saying? So for me, I start with self. I start with my children. I'm in my community. Like that's what it is for me. It's only so much you can do as a person. But then if you do find or come together with a group of people or those that you consider family, and then you are able to fight, it with more hands and more people. That's just been my experience. Yeah, but I'm not out here trying to change the minds of no Negroes, no Black people, no African Americans, no African, no Indian African, no Indian African. I ain't trying to change the minds of none of y'all at this point. because I people got to get themselves together first. For me, that's just my viewpoint.
Yes. And the fact that at the end of the day, no matter where anybody came from, everybody, a lot of people ended up a part of the same thing, which was slavery here in America, and I just know that there's a journey that took place for all of that, and the journey from where is the unknown. You know what I'm saying? For some, and for some maybe not so much. But I don't want to take away from the journey anybody is traveling. I ain't taking away from mine, and not just that, but also I don't want to disperse DNA as well. I don't trust everything lab wise, this, that, and the third, but I do feel like DNA can help along with your own research. You may trace yourself back to Ireland or wherever, and take a DNA test and discover you got all this Irish blood in you. It's just you got to do the homework on all ends to make one end make sense.
Right. I agree to that. I do agree to that. You can do your research, and your research is your research, and then you just apply it. Everybody is different, even if we look the same. Technically, everybody different, even though we look the same.
Yeah.
So do your homework and then apply it to your life. But I don't find any point in getting upset about anybody else's wherever they at in life. Like, I'm not blowing my time on that. I'm not going to argue or try to prove you wrong, because I may feel like I'm ahead of you because I done already been down that walk. I done already had these arguments versus you might feel like you're ahead of me. And so be it. To you be yours and to be me be mine. I'm not trying to change nobody. The only ones I'm trying to have on a get right is the ones that are real, that God had, that's in my house, that's coming from my government, put it that way. But to have healthy dialogue, to share ideas, to share understandings, yeah, I'm with that. But to try to change somebody's mind or mindset, no, I think that comes with your experience, and you take from what you get from people. If something resonate with you, you will feel it. And that's for you. And if it don't resonate with you, it's not for you. But that's the great thing about life. Like, we are supposed to be different. We're supposed to be able to feed each other and learn each other.
Yes. And Sherry said it doesn't matter where your ancestors came from, be proud and fight the good fight. Well, I don't, if that's your, like, anybody that has that opinion, I don't, like Cuz said, I'm not here to debunk people or to tell people to care or to get into it. This is just sharing my journey getting into it, because I actually do care. And for me, it's just as important for me to know the areas to which my people came. Even like I said before, this ain't about tracing folks back to day zero and all of this. It's just me having, even if it's just like I said, around this country, knowing that my family came from more areas than just California, than just North Carolina, than just Arkansas, Louisiana, whatever the case may be. So for me, it's a journey I want to take, and that matters to me. But where people come from ain't gotta matter to everybody. I totally agree with that. But this is just the journey I'm taking, that matters to me. I do want to know where my people come from.
Right. So what makes you assert, is it the higher percentage that you have in your blood that makes you that? You know what I'm saying? Because I think we are all mixed with something at this point in the game. Now, it's some people, if you think about this, think about it, how, like, I'll say the Nazis, like the Germans, like pure blood. Like, some of them mix cousins with cousins and cousins to keep it that way. Right? So, okay, so how are we, let me ask the people, how are we gauging where we're from when we're all mixed up with something? If you do some type of DNA or genealogy, how are we who's the ruler to this one? Like, how are we saying, okay, is it because if I'm more Indian, yet there is some Irish in me, or some Dutch, or some whatever, some Hispanic in me? Like, what how do you define yourself when you have this in you? You know, I mean, I know how I do. I told you earlier, you know, because I understand that I live in a system. I understand the systematic of this thing here. But if it's a thorough argument of identity, or who you are, or if you're African per se, down to the tribe, do you disregard all the other parts of you that's in you, that's in your blood? How does that go? You know what I'm saying? So, you know, like I said, I don't think it's just a black and white. I can't see it just being, you know, I'm from, or I'm an African, or I'm an Indian. Not when we, like, everybody then cross-referenced along the way, you know. But that's my perspective. That's my viewpoint. Again, you don't have to agree with it, but, you know, it works for me to have that understanding, you know. And so, you know, short answer is, be who you feel like you are. And if you feel like you got a purpose and a fight in who you are, rock it out, you know. Rock it out for real, and let it be meaningful to your existence.
Yes. So yeah, I don't you know, I don't think that, you know, this thing has to be a negative at all. For me, it's a completely positive thing, you know. It's bringing me great joy. And even with my imagination, like hearing my grandmother talk about this China berry tree, and I believe it was called China berry tree, and she would always talk about the flowers on it, the berries that grew on it, this, that, and the third. And that drew me to, you know, it painted, these little things paint a picture to me, you know. When another grandmother talks about their land and the agriculture and whatever, it paints a story for me, you know. I don't know, man. It's just dope, man. I can't take a negative out of, you know, this at all. You know what I'm saying? I can't, because I also want to be prepared in case, you know, those that's coming after me want to know more. I don't want them to miss the opportunity. They can't know it if we're not knowing it. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to deprive the future that's coming behind me from knowing about the importance of this, you know, where they people from.
Right. Yeah, I think it's a good thing to identify your makeup. And even then you find family along the way that you didn't know you even had. You know, and that does allow, you know, a bigger family for, like, if you have kids and your offspring and their offspring, their identity is very important. And I do agree with, you know, in regards to if things are old to you, and if it's room for it, then yes, absolutely. I wholeheartedly agree with that. But, you know, I just think that along the way, everybody's not going to agree with everyone's point of view. And so it's like, do what's for you, do what resonates with you, move what resonates with your spirit. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm trying to say. Everybody's journey is different.
Yes, baby. And that's what I respect, you know. I don't want to lose sight of, you know, something that's going from where I'm at back. I'm not trying to make it like back to forward. You know what I mean? That's not that ain't the journey I'm on. It's back to forward. I'm going forward to back, you know?
Yeah.
And everybody's things is different. I can only share my journey, you know, and Cuz can only share hers, Neo can only share hers, Callie can only share his. And so nobody has to argue about where their history leads them, because that's the footsteps of your lineage, you know?
Right.
So that shouldn't even be a debate. And especially over where we all came from. Sure. You know, I ain't gonna argue that, but I do know that outside of America, there is a lot of family story left behind. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot that's happened from being in one place to people being all over. And I'm just, like, we all started somewhere, but before, we have to keep in mind, before all this slave trade and all of that started happening, people were settled. People were where they were. Before people was making ships and boats to travel to these lands, there was a time where there was no way for nobody to explore nothing. Ways to explore had to be invented.
Right.
But even so we're talking about them times before all that exploration and people, one person had to go explore before many knew there was something to explore, so that's where I'm at with it. Where was everybody before everybody started wanting to see other lands?
Right, but you still had issues in those communities. Like that's just the nature of man. Like there's gonna be some type of issue no matter what deals we have. You're gonna have local trade. It's gonna be something going on there. So at some point in time, there was some type of trade with humans. Hell, it's human trading right now. We're talking about human trafficking. So my thing is, this has always been here. Like people being misplaced or sold off or used for labor. It's labor laws. So it's just like the rabbit hole again is very deep, very heavy. In regards to the chat, I said something about Trump, but I wasn't saying what you thought I was talking about. I think I said something kidding or just bringing the fact that those people as well feel like they got rights to land and properties and things like that, and it's and to having it and keeping it and maintaining it, people, is wars. It's things that take place, is what I'm trying to say. So it's something new. This is something that has always been going on. Now, if we get into the history of the races, the history of the people that do these things, like it has a long rap sheet of it, then that's a whole nother topic. They're not the melanated people, although we have our hands dirty too. Our people, wherever they from. We have our hands dirty too, but the rap sheet is a whole lot longer on some other people's teams, sides, or whatever you want to call it.
Right.
But it does exist, is my point.
Big facts. Big facts. Welcome back, Neo, to the stage.
Break room, you teaching me patience today, sis? Because I was trying to tell you, man, I'm driving. I can't. People was asking me questions in the chat, sis, and I wasn't trying to ignore everybody, but I'm driving. I keep telling them I can't text and drive. That's why I kept saying, please just drop the link. I ain't gonna say nothing. Be quiet. I'm gonna let cuz talk. Whatever. But I said, I thank God letting this lady teach me some patience, bro.
You never know where your blessings come from.
I said, what the hell? Like, she ignoring me? Like, come on, man. I'm driving. That's the only reason. Y'all know when I keep saying drop the link, it's because I'm driving because I can't text. Now, I seen a lot of people saying stuff in the chat, bro. I never.
Oh, by the way, Leo. By the way, before you start, sis, you're teaching us patience too, child. Because we done said through you cussing us out, putting us in a corner.
I did not curse y'all out, bro.
You done fussed out the Lord.
Hey,
child.
I know you don't set up here and gaslight me or not, because you know I done back and look.
Reception in all the 7 continents you've been talking about. Your ass done drove through on this damn platform.
To the Matrix. She talked herself all the way into the Matrix.
I know, right? I done glitched out of the Matrix like 3-4 times, bro. Because they know I'm trying to wake y'all up. They know I'm trying to give you the red pill. And you know what it is? But I'm the one. It's in the name. I'm the one. Plus X. Wakanda forever, just like Sis said. But anyway, I just wanted to say though, like, I ain't a, I can take it. But I was just sitting up here saying, I'm looking at the chat and I said, people just gonna make me say something that I did not say. Like everybody he's saying that I said, he asked me, do I believe in the Adder African theory? I did not say everybody comes from Africa. Point number 1. Number 2, I never said that they were not Indians or Cali's not an Indian or Break Room didn't find an Indian. I said there's a logical reason why these people find Indian heritage in their research when they do their genealogy. That's what I said. Okay, but sis, can I ask you a question? Because you brought up a good point, and I agree with 80% of the stuff you said. when you was up here giving your perspective, which I can respect. You know, I disagree with the religious stuff, but that's a whole nother Bible study. But
Right.
you said you found out that you, when you did your research, sis, that you found out you was Cherokee and Irish. Am I mistaken? Is that correct? What I heard?
Some of that was in me for sure. Well, actually, I have two sisters who did research.
Mhm.
I'm gonna pull our information too. When I get off of this call, I'm gonna pull it up. I have to make a call to get it. But yeah, that definitely is there.
So
But
how did
let me
you
say
find
this.
about the?
I was
Okay,
gonna say, I'm probably about to answer your question, and sorry if I am, but
go
it
ahead,
didn't
sis.
take for their research for me to know about the Cherokee. Like I know that from my grandfather, who's deceased.
Mhm.
I know that also from my grandmother. You know, and then I have a living
Um,
father, you know, and a living mother who has verified that. So yeah, and I have family right now throughout Oklahoma that owns property. You know what I'm saying, and things
oh,
of that nature. So yeah, that
so
part, yeah, but
Oklahoma
that
is
Irish part is
more
me.
Midwest, right? That's more Midwest, right?
Oklahoma, no, that's more Southwest.
Like that's why Oklahoma's right next to Texas, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, yeah. So that's what I was saying. That's where, um, I ain't gonna get into it because I don't want me and Callie going back and forth or whatever. But that's around the area where that Navajo Indian guy I was talking to, who was giving me information about their heritages, to give that to Callie. But I think that's kind of wild. The Indian that you're talking about is more the area that I was trying to ask Callie about. But you said that you know that because of your grandfather. Now, where did you find out about the Irish? How did you
That
get
was
that result?
that's through genealogy. I
All right,
done
so you
on
did the
two different
tree
people in my
and
family.
right. So y'all did the tree ancestry thing, right?
That was one of them. I will have to get the other source to be accurate. I don't want to give out any misinformation on the source.
Okay, so let's just say that you know factually that you have Irish DNA and you have Cherokee, right?
Mhm.
All right, so let's just follow the logic, because this is what I'm trying to get my brothers and sisters who really hold on to this Indian heritage theory or whatever. You have a descendant in your bloodline that is Irish, factual, right? You have a descendant that is a Cherokee. When I asked you, what are you? You said black, right?
I
You did
did.
not even you didn't even choose to identify with ancestry that you know that's in your DNA,
You got to
right?
follow up on my
Based on
word, though, Neo. Don't
no,
stop
no, no,
there. What
no,
else did I
no.
say?
I agree. No, no, sis. I'm saying I agree with you. I was in the chat clapping, and I bust out loud. I bust out laughing when you said black, because Callie said there was no such thing as black. But I agree why you said you identify as black, because you said the system and how you going to be treated based off of your phenotype in this country, of how you look, sis. Right? But can I ask you a question? Would it be
Sure.
fair for you to say, I did my genealogy, I found out I got Irish blood in my DNA, I'm Irish, so the white man lied to me? Yeah, y'all ain't got European, you ain't got the British, you got Irish. Would that be a fair statement for you to say that just because you found Irish in your bloodline?
Wait, say that. Say it again. I want to give you the right answer.
All right, because I'm talking about two different type of white people, right? We got the European, the British, and we got the Irish man, white, the white. They both white, but we talking about two different groups of people. Would that be fair for you to get on a platform and start pushing a movement because you did some research and you found out you have Irish in your blood, and you get on the platform and say the white man lied to you? They told y'all that we have European blood, that you have English, British blood, but it's really Irish. My people are Irish. Would that be a fair argument for you to start pushing that based off what you find in your genealogy?
Well, okay. So with that question, and I am a matter of fact person. So for the fact of the matter that I have not pushed that, and I do based on my
It's
family's
a hypothetical,
genealogy.
sis.
Yeah, I know.
It's just
I know it's hypothetical as well, but
Mm-hmm.
I haven't done that, so I can't say if that's a fair argument for someone else. You know what I'm saying?
But
Do I agree with that? I think it would be more fair to ask me, do I agree with that? Do I agree with that? Personally, that's not something I'm going to do. So I can't say I agree with that. That doesn't
do you see a
mean
flaw? Do you see a flaw in that argument?
that
Do you
someone
see?
would that someone wouldn't push. I think that I mean, the hypothetical is not reality for me. So I'm really trying to grasp it and
Right.
give you
So
a
yeah,
good
that's what
answer.
I'm saying. I tried not to complicate it because I wanted to use two different type of white people that we know exist, right? And because you did a research and found out you had a white man, right? And then you specifically said Irish. You didn't even say England, right? Or the British or the Pilgrim. You said Irish. Them are two different type of white people. Would that be a fair argument for you to start pushing a movement or agenda saying that people were lied to simply because what you're finding out in your own personal inheritance? You follow me? Because the point I'm trying to make, that's specific to you. Does not mean that there's some type of conspiracy with white people or the British people want you to believe that you got more European blood than Irish blood.
Well, see,
You follow me?
those type of thoughts have never, or arguments have never,
And I
crossed me.
was gonna say I was actually gonna ask that, like, is someone pushing that argument? Because
Yeah.
I haven't heard that.
Now, no, nobody's pushing the argument. But that's the reason why I wanted to paint it with a different stroke. So now I'm going to attach the Indian. Now we're going to take the Irish part and we're going to say Indian. Now you did your research and you found out that you are a Cherokee, right? You found out you were Cherokee. I purposely used the white folks because I was trying to paint a different picture. Now we're going to put what the whole conversation was about. You find out, you do your research, you have Indian in your family. Does that result to a conspiracy that the white man lied to you because you did your own personal genealogy check and you find out you do got some Native American descendants in your blood?
So let me
Does that
answer that.
automatically result to a conspiracy? That's the point I'm trying to make.
Okay, so with that, the top of the dome answer to that part, because I would say pretty much all of my life, I've known that the Indian part existed in my family. So yes, I do feel that the system, the education that has been pushed upon myself, a young quote unquote Black girl in America, was not the representation of where I come from wholeheartedly. Yes. So
Okay,
so that part, yeah, but
I don't think you understood the question. Let me
maybe I don't, but let me just tell you my understanding and correct me.
Okay.
Because when you mentioned the Irish, I mean, I don't even want to own that. So I don't even want it to resonate. So
Okay,
I'm not arguing.
Let me see if I can frame this a different way. When you did your own personal research on you, your family, you found out that you have Native American Cherokee. Does that mean that you can logically make a conclusion that because you did not know your history, but you found out your history, right? That means every other Black person around you, they must have Indian in their family too. And that means that there's some type of conspiracy where the white man is trying to hide your identity because you discovered something about yourself that you didn't know. Does that automatically means a conspiracy, sis?
So I do think that, I don't know if conspiracy is the right word, but I do think, that the white man, if that's the term we're using, has lied to Black people, whatever, however, melanated people in America, however you're identifying yourself. And no, I don't think that every melanated person in America has to be Indian. I don't believe that. I said that in the chat earlier. I think that we are a mix of many places. I just truly believe that.
And mingle, right?
Yeah, people mixing and mingling right now while we're talking, making mixed babies in places and things and stuff. So yeah,
right.
I think that's the reality.
This term white man or whatever, like but one thing to identify, for anybody to identify with anything, if we're saying everyone is from a specific place, right, then everyone means everyone. It doesn't mean the Black man, the white man, the brown man, or whatever. Everybody from the same place, right? This actually brings me to my point of where did everyone's ancestors build the original generations at? Because in order for lighter people to have become lighter people, it means that their descendants spent more time in a certain region than another, right? That's what I am.
Yeah, I agree. It's a mutation.
So Neil, when you say white man, I think of the system. So I don't
Yeah,
know if we have the same understanding. I think
no, we
the
do.
system. Okay.
We do, sis. Because reason why I keep stressing that because I know Callie is watching. And I don't know how long did you watch me and Callie's exchange, but he tried to debunk one of my sources by saying that you trusted what the white man said about you in the conspiracy. They lied to you about the African theory. And I specifically said, wait a minute, according to your logic, I did exactly what you told me to do. I did my genealogy on my mom's side, didn't do my dad's side, but my mom's side. And I asked my the matriarch and one of the oldest people that we can find in my family, what is our history? They have it documented that we come from the west coast lines, shorelines of Africa, that area, based off of the type of names I have in my family, certain features that we have, some of the artwork and the things that we kept. You feel what I'm saying? So when I went by Callie's lodge, I said, well, Callie, would it be more plausible if you're finding Indian heritage DNA in your background that it is what the history book says it is, that Africans intermingled or mated or ran into these reservations and they formed a new group of people? That's why you have the Black Seminoles and all that stuff. Could that be more plausible than a conspiracy saying that a group of white people is some and a group of Africans and a group of Arabs and a group of who all into this conspiracy is lying to black people about where they come from? Which one is more plausible? Like, we got to be logical here. It's not a conspiracy just because you find that you have Indian heritage, especially if the history
No,
books say
too.
I have to ask you a
Say
question,
if you
Neil.
do trace your people back to Native Americans, right, or the indigenous Indians, or however you want to look at it. Suppose you do trace your families back there, right? In America, we also have to keep in mind that for one, we can actually you can trace your people on a boat, but which boat? We could trace back that perhaps
Yeah, what
Native
was the flag?
Americans wasn't just mixed in with those coming off of like the African boats and this, that, and the third. We have to realize that there are Native Americans who did breed with the Caucasians, who did breed with the Africans, who
that
did
happened
breed
too.
with the Haitians. And so depending on how your lineage kept going, whether your lineage started had more of darker descent as they were breeding or generation to generation, or did your, it's not just about who did the Africans sleep with, you know what I'm saying, or this, that, and the third once being here. There were, so according to history, there were people here before the Pilgrims was here, because who else was teaching the Pilgrims how to hunt their food? Somebody had to be here.
Yeah, we agree. And that was the Native American indigenous people. We know who
So
was
my
here.
thing is, with all the boats, different boats that landed here in America over time, there was the start of some generations that were brought here and mixed in with Native Americans. There would, I mean, it's just
So
it's
that's the
and
whole point.
with the Europeans. So
But that's
all
the
things
whole
didn't
point.
start from over the borders and over across the water. Some generations actually did start here, as far as, like I said, we ain't going back to the first two people in time. I ain't arguing none of that stuff on today. But we're talking about where your lineage grew at. That's my point. In order for us to get all these different colors, your lineage had to breed somewhere for a period of time before getting dispersed through slavery and this, that, and the third. That was my point of it all.
I can
So
agree,
let me
and I
ask
agree
this:
with that. I
are
agree with
people in
that.
denial of that? Are people in
I
denial
agree.
of that part?
And
No,
I
I'm
think
not.
Callie's point was that when he said the white
No,
man,
Cal.
not to cut anybody off, this is just my take. I'm not talking about what you take from it, sis, at all. I'm saying when he was mentioning about being programmed, well, I'm gonna be honest. When I was growing up, every generation that I had and that I spoke with, not my aunts, not my 100-year-old grandmas and this, that, and the third, but when it came to what I was being taught by the books, my family, the schools, the this, that, and the third. Originally, it was as if everyone was being taught to believe that it was one boat came here and everybody had to come either be here or come from that one boat or that one or those boats that came from one area. And what I'm saying is
we was not
the system will trick you into thinking that your people had no lineage anywhere else but in Africa. We're not talking about the start. We talking about where your lineage grew.
This is where I'm so confused. This is why I'm so confused that I think this is why I don't understand y'all argument. Who is your people if I'm proving that in history that you are a part of both people? Like, that's where I'm saying, don't one side of your race doesn't wipe out the other side of the race based off of who you want to favor or another. Just like, because just say she identify as black because how she's going to be seen and viewed. Nobody's going to look. I'm looking at her picture. I don't see an Irish woman looking at this picture, right? So even though she has Irish,
but let me correct you, Leo. Not so much of how I'm seen or viewed. That never came out of my mouth. My thing is I identify with being black because I understand the system. Yeah, I understand that. I understand the system that I live in. I understand the system that I function in. So yeah.
But so do you get treated as a black person or a white person, even though you got Irish DNA?
That what's in my DNA doesn't matter. It's what people see.
Yeah, but
that's the country. That's the reality we all live in.
So that's what I was saying, based off how you seen. I was like kind of clarifying it because I understood what you meant when you said the system.
Okay.
But that's the point that I was trying to make when I said we're sitting up here arguing about, we're not arguing because we just disagreeing, right? Disagreeingly passionate or whatever. The point is I'm trying to make that there is a big flawed hole in that Indian theory thing because they cannot debunk the people who are here who identify as Indian or Native American or indigenous or whatever. They have their oral traditions. They have their history book that do not come from the white man, right? But when I try to use a source, when I talked about, okay, well, Callie, how far did you go back? Well, we've been here about 400 years according to the record book, right? He tried to dismiss my scholarship by saying that I can't trust it because it comes from a white man. But then at the same time, when he wants to pull articles or other sources that come from a white man, even that article about them reclassification, that is a white dude who documented that. He picks and chooses when he wants to use the white man's material to prove his theory. But when I'm using the material to debunk his theory, and then I didn't even really use the white man, I used a indigenous Native American, somebody who the whole world agreed that they were here and the pilgrims came and fucked them up, right? I talked to somebody like that to give me their history. And I just think it's just a wild statement just because you find bits and pieces that you have, Irish in your DNA doesn't automatically mean everybody else, there's a conspiracy and everybody else must have Irish in their blood because you have it. That's the point that I was.
I heard that. I can't say
the part of bloodline, and that's the point of every individual tracing their own lineage back. Because just because we sit here with more African American in our DNA now does not mean that's where our lineage started with more African American than then. You understand what I'm saying? So I'm not debunking like right now. It's a lot of melanated people over here in America that has a lot of what is considered African in them or whatever. You're African and you're American, you're this, you're that, or the third. But we cannot debunk that when people was being brought here, people was stripped of their native tongue. Whatever melanated people, no matter what boat that you came from, you were stripped from your native tongue. You know what I'm saying? And whoever was brought here was taught a different way, was taught a different tongue, was taught a different way of thinking. And over time, that loses its essence of, okay, what was my original way of thinking? Where did my people come? Over time, you will, if people say it enough, you will believe that everybody melanated came off the same boat. When it might not be where everyone started. But my thing is that in order for us to have become all these different shades of melanated melanation, it tells us that the history of our people had to spend a good amount of time somewhere before ending up with how we started 400 years ago. 400
So let
years
me say
ago is
this.
a minuscule time frame compared to our human life. You know what I mean?
all I
But
know is
cousin, we've been
Cuz
stuck
said
on,
that
yeah,
she
let me
have
say this.
Irish.
But we've been stuck on 400 years since I was a little girl. I'm 48. So now we close
Come
to
on.
500. We got to be, right? So I'm
Come
just
on.
saying, this is the thing. If we are having a discussion right now about lost identity, it had to been some manipulation, some lies along the way. So I will not, rather if my whatever percent of the small bit of Irish I have in me, if they had a hand in it, or if I had some underhanded African cousins that passed me along, somebody was wrong. Somebody did
Right.
something immoral. So I don't think the color, let me slow down with that.
But sis,
Let
but
me slow
are
down
you
with that. Let me
Irish?
retract that.
But are you
You
Irish?
said, am I Irish? I don't identify
Yeah,
as
are
being
you?
Irish.
But I'm just
No,
saying,
so let
but you
me,
have,
so I'm
hold
not
on,
gonna,
you
and it
have
was
their
other things.
DNA,
Hold
right?
on, but it's other things as well. And I'm gonna pull my record just so if we revisit this conversation, I could be 100% accurate. I'm really delivering probably a good 60% of what was, told on my family's genealogy. But I do remember the Irish because that was the white people that was in our family, right? But it does explain some of my cousins that's extremely white looking too. You know what I'm saying? But
Mm-hmm.
it is a whole lot of dark ones. But my point is, no, I do not identify with that because I'm not familiar. So I function in the space where I identify in, and that's being Black because I've been brought up in a system. But that doesn't mean I'm not conscious. That doesn't mean I'm not educated. That doesn't mean I haven't done any research to understand what's going on. But the fact that we are having these type of conversations and we are in a system that is ran by white men, that is ran by white people, and however far back we can or cannot go, we could trace back to enough to know that some ill stuff has happened, has gone on, when it come down to why are we in the state we're in right now of confusion? Because that's what this is, a whole bunch of confusion and opinions and research based off on your own understanding.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
not
We
confused,
could
sis,
do this all
because
day, but it's not.
But
I,
But you're not
I'm
can
confused
I
because
say
I'm
this?
not
you research and
I'm
you got
not
your own understanding.
I'm not
Right.
confused because I know how genetics work. Like that's why it's broken down to percentage. Like if you get a white parent and a Black person, a full-blooded white person, a full-blooded person, they have a child. That child is now what we call biracial. 50% white, 50% Black, regardless of their phenotype, their characteristics. If they got curly hair or whatever, if you run their blood, you're going to see they have 50%. If that biracial child mates with another white person, that their offspring is now going to be 25%. Right? They're gonna be 25% Black and more 50% white. Why? Because they made it with a white person. If you keep going and breaking it down, eventually the original parents, the white and Black parents, they're going to, what's the word I want to say? They're gonna cancel each other out, and you're gonna be genetically something else. I'm just saying I don't think it's a fair argument to go around and push a conspiracy or try to plant a conspiracy amongst Black people while we already, you said it yourself, they took our language from us. They took our culture or whatever when we came off the boat or if we was here, whatever you believe. They took this stuff away from us. I really think it's unfair for somebody to do what I like to call lazy scholarship and have confirmation bias based off of their feelings because what they found personally in their family. Callie came right up here and list because I wasn't gonna hit the link. Only reason why I hit the link when I heard them talking is because he kept saying they lied to you. They lied to you. They told y'all was from Africa. They told y'all this. And I said, bro, you told me to check with my family. My family said we from Africa. So no, the white man didn't lie. Just because you might have disagree if you got African ancestries, if you want to believe in Indian. But I sit up here and listen to Callie sit up there
So
and
let me
lie
ask you
to
something,
y'all.
Nia.
Hold on, misinformation because I challenge
I
right
have to
now
ask you a question. This
$100
is just for my own
in the chat.
understanding.
No, I
I
got you, sis.
understand.
I got
Yeah.
you. But I want to put a
So do
$100 challenge right now in the chat. Hold on, sis. That Google Martin Luther King, where he did the civil rights movement and the Indian movement, and prove to me that he was referring to himself as an Indian. Because I guarantee you, I already did the research. I got a whole presentation on it, right? I guarantee you're going to find out that Callie lied, that he was fighting for the Negro in the Native American / Indian. And the reason why they didn't come out as many numbers as we did, because it's not that many of them in the first place. Most of them live more west anyway. They wiped out a lot of the ones that was in the East Coast. That's why you got more West Indians in America than East Indians. They only 2 or 3% of the population. Facts. He lied to y'all, and that's where I got frustrated at. But now, sis, you can go ahead. 'Cause I put $100 challenge on that. Man, set up there and straight lie. I was like, how many times he gonna keep regurgitating this lie for confirmation bias? I propose he do proper research.
What
I'm
exactly?
trying to get an understanding. And this,
Me too.
I have to have.
I just don't like people lying to our people.
Okay,
People
but
been
I'm
lying to
lost.
us long
I'm
enough.
I'm lost because I haven't followed both of y'all enough to know. So I have to ask based
No,
off of
you
what you're
good, sis.
saying.
They just I'm tired of these Negroes lying, bro.
But
Because of their
are you,
emotions.
Neo? Do you believe that I'll say the white man, Caucasian, the people who have systems put in place here, primarily in America, do you believe that they have told us truths about the history of people that of color that live here, that has been birthed in the States, or do you agree that they've lied to us?
I do believe that there might be some things that are documented that's not true, like Christopher Columbus, right? Being so peaceful with the Indians, or the Indians being peaceful with the Pilgrims. But I think they probably whitewashed it and make it seem like everybody was on some kumbaya. But if you do it's not like these people are hiding the information deep down in the ocean. If you remove the surface level and not pay attention to movies like Pocahontas and all that stuff, if you do your own simple research, go to your local library, the information is actually right there. It's not hidden away. They just know that black folks, Negroes, don't read.
So you don't believe that they lied to us? Do you believe they lied?
I do. When you keep saying they lied, this is what I'm trying to say. Pocahontas, you know, Pocahontas was based off a true story, right? You know that, right? The movie,
yes, it is.
Right, there was an actual Native American named Pocahontas. But the story that what happened with Pocahontas about her falling in love with John Smith and fighting for her tribe and all that, they romanticized it. It didn't go down the way that they said it went down. But Pocahontas actually existed, right?
Okay.
But this is the confusion. He said the white folks lied and said y'all came from off of boats in Africa. They didn't lie. According to, follow me, y'all. According to Callie's logic, he told me to ask my family, just like he asked his family. On my mom's side, they were offended that he kept saying that we was jungles, and because I was telling them what the fuck Callie was saying. I was playing some of his video, but we identify as African. My girl is Geechee Gullah, African. My best friend, a Haitian, she knows she's African. She would tell you she's African. That's an island. That's not even a continent. Them people migrated there. Nobody was born in Haiti. Somebody inhabit the land. So the point I'm trying to make, yes, the white people we know they do the shit. They might have romanticized and whitewashed, or changed the little details and had us thinking Christopher Columbus is so nice. But you can go to your local library and read a book about Christopher Columbus, and you can see that he was a fucking savage. He couldn't wait to enslave.
Because I'm trying to get to a point. I'm really respectfully, I'm really trying to understand it outside of Cali, like for me, because I understand y'all are in a different space. So I want to kind of put your
sis, I'm simply saying there is no conspiracy. That what we dealing with
let Mina explain her question
right.
or her concern.
All right, go ahead, sis.
Question. I was trying to get a clear answer and understanding of your belief in regards to the white man. Right? I'm gonna use that term because it's not understanding. But my point is, I keep hearing you saying that you don't believe that they lie, and basically, black folks, we don't.
No, I didn't say I didn't believe they lie. I said they romanticized it. They changed a few things.
That's like a fairy tale.
Well, we can say that, but yeah, that's what I'm saying. But it wasn't. That's why I used Pocahontas as the historical figure versus the cartoon that we saw. Pocahontas actually existed. It's just the story they said wasn't true in the movie.
But it's still a lie, is what I'm saying. It's not the truth.
Right. So that's why I was trying to say. You said did they completely lie? I'm not completely. Did they lie? Technically, they didn't lie because according to him, I come from descendants of African slaves who was shipped over here, and when it's documented in our oral tradition.
So the part I was trying to gather and get a better understanding, I just wanted to comprehend that you didn't believe that the white man is the reason, pretty much, is what I'm gathering. So what resonates with me, what comes to mind with me is the whole, and this can go left, cousin, bring me back if y'all want to, but it's hard for me to accept that understanding when we have a whole.
Vanessa, he did not say that. He said they lied. I'm sorry.
That's okay. When we have a whole book that has been put in place, full of lies to our people, that was originated and stamped with a name of an author that is a group of white people who, created this book that our people follow, literally, to this day, every Sunday. So my thing is,
you're talking about the Bible, right?
I'm talking about the Bible. I'm talking about King James, particularly. That was a white that wrote a Bible. So I mean, I'm probably going to get a lot of kickback from this, but this is fact, and people can do their research. So to say that they didn't lie to us, to me, that has been the tool put in place for us to be misled on so many levels. Because I'm not talking about the gospel. I'm not talking about prior to King James. I'm talking about what King James, the man that the people that quote unquote stoned the one that the majority of our people here in this country call God, call Jesus. So my thing is, that's a big lie to me. So how can we say that they haven't lied to us if that's a fact?
I didn't say they lied. I just said they romanticize. It's like let's talk about Spider-Man. Spider-Man lives in New York. New York is a real place, but Spider-Man does not exist. When I say they romanticize, I said they basically took history and we know they twisted, they whitewash it. But when people make arguments saying that they said they lied to us, they said you came from Africa. You don't come from, that is a lie. It's well documented. Even people who are non-white has documented this. That's why I brought up the trans-Sub-Saharan Muslim trade. That's why I even brought up a non-white person who has it well documented that they were shipping Africans all over the globe. Just like when you made that comment about we're everywhere. Well, sis, we was also shipped everywhere too.
I mean, that's
you ever seen?
So
that's what I'm saying. So that's what I'm saying. Like I'm just simply saying there is no. So it just, if you really want to know where my frustration is, because even with Vanessa, she just sat up here and said, Callie said that we didn't came off no slave boat. No, sis, he said Africa. Because I was listening to him talking to Break Room. He said they lied to you and they told you come from Africa. And then he went into the slavery thing. And the thing is, I'm sitting up here looking at, well, I'm a person who has a oral tradition in my family who does not say
I think that though was when Callie said that, I gotta be fair, because again, I'm trying to understand both of you, and I actually am, but I don't want none of y'all putting words in each other's mouths, because unless Callie want to confirm that's how he was coming off, I didn't take it that way. I felt that applies to who it applies to, as some have maybe tracked their lineage back to Africa. I agree that boats came from everywhere. And I agree that people was everywhere before boats were invented. And what I'm saying is, I feel like a lot of lineage began to multiply, a lot of generations multiplied in other areas besides Africa. I do not agree that the only ships that were came to here from wherever was from Africa. And that is actually a fact. That's actually part of all this written history too. It's a written fact that now I won't deny wherever the first boats may have came from, but over time, as this stuff spread out, there were people being shipped from all over. And that's a fact.
Yeah, I don't know what point that was you was making with that. I didn't put words in his mouth.
Because Callie was not saying, Callie, when he said the white man has lied, I agree, because it implies that everybody, it's saying every melanated person who were here started, or shall I say generations was built in a certain place. I'm not debunking where people started, but let's say this. To this day, it's being taught like that. But even if the first boats came from Africa, many other boats followed and came from other places and were made slaves here. You know what I'm
So do
saying?
you
So it's
remember when
almost like to
do you
say
remember when
the
me and
first
Callie got
people was African, so every other melanated person was just gonna be deemed African
no,
because
that's
they
the
landed
way.
here.
No, that
That's
was
what
a
I was
straw
saying.
man argument. No, that was a straw man argument where Callie likes to do where he likes to make a form of argument and make it seem like that's what you said. I only answered that question because y'all asked me, do I believe in the Outer African theory? And that's what we went into the Pangea, where you believe that all the continents were connected. That is a theory. But I also had to remind you when that was happening, they was trying to say, hey, I'm not going. I'm no good. Tomorrow. Yeah, I'm good. Okay, got it.
Well, I do take
Yeah, I'm
that
through.
back. You know,
Yeah,
some
come on.
continents,
I'm
of
good.
course,
All right.
was
But
raising
right,
out the
what the
water and all
theory?
that good stuff.
No, but the theory that you talking about is called the Pangea. So I'm familiar with that. But they
Hmm.
also were saying that human beings, we weren't here yet. You feel what I'm saying? That was more around the prehistoric time with the dinosaurs and the stuff like that, right? So I'm familiar with that theory. That's why I didn't completely dismiss you when you brought it up. Where me and Callie began to go when he was like, "Oh, she think everybody come out of Africa," and I said, "Well, Callie, if I show you that not an Indian man, not Indian like the American, but Indian like with the red dots, those type of Indians, or an Asian man, where I could show you a Japanese and a Chinese who have it well documented that they trace their ancestries back to Africa." This is why you have people saying that the first original people, whoever they are, the theory is that these people were most likely melanated, dark-skinned people, or what we like to call black. And as these people migrated and moved away from the equator, they began to mutate so their body can fit the climate that they're in. That's why their hair went from curly and kinky, right, to long and straight. This
And
is
I
why.
think that's the part that's important. Wherever people
Yeah, I told him I
dispersed
got
to
it.
and
Yeah.
started that's the you just gave me my point to say that if, again we're okay, Callie, if to say that we're all from one place is to say we're all from one place, but to have gotten where we have all gotten, to have a European person to even be able to come over here as a European person means that their most of their generations must have been built up from over in European countries, right? Not because again, like you said, we all may have came from one place, but we mutated or started to adjust to other
And
regions.
that's
So
what I said. Thank
so
you.
what I'm speaking on is before people were here as slaves, they came from other regions, their family and lineage came from more than just Africa. Where we got here now is not just from African breeding with a Native American, or a Native American breeding with a European. Over time, it became a plethora of people of first time generations. So not all was even brought over here for slavery. Some came here on their own and started building. It just depends on where. Before, what I'm speaking of is before the slave trades and all of that. Where were everyone's lineage?
Right.
Once
So
you're that was my point.
but sister,
Not
look, but check out the point that you just said. You just admitted that where did they come from? See, Callie's the thing is that he believed that they were already here. That's why he started bringing up the Lucy argument. I know we probably was losing y'all because me and him argue about this stuff so much. I knew exactly the argument that he was trying to make. That's why I said when y'all kept saying Neo say everybody come from Africa. That's not what I said. We was talking about the outer African theory about where did life originated from. Right? Even that the people who do this for a living, the scholars, they say everybody comes from Africa. It's a theory about the equator and the mutation and stuff like that. But you just said it yourself, sis, where did these people come over if besides the slave ship? Because I didn't say
well,
everybody was
I
on the
would say
slave ship.
this. If I would say this, what would make that weird to me is in order for the white man to say, all of y'all is from Africa, the white man would have to be talking about himself too. So if the white man is referring to himself as being of European descent, well, it's safe to say that everyone else who was the day that the white man came here to declare, hey, we're Europeans, we found this, whatever the case may be, there was plenty of people everywhere. So what I'm saying is, if a European can be called a European, yet we're all from Africa, well, other people of melanin descent can track their lineage back to other places once people were dispersed out of the first two people who started building the population, if that makes sense. You know what I'm saying?
I want to go ahead and clear this up. European is not all white people. That's England, the British. You have, don't forget, you have.
You know what I'm saying.
You understand?
I ain't trying to get too deep.
Yeah, but we know the people who colonized us, and where we, the information that Callie wants me to debunk because of the color of somebody's skin, is that we're talking about so-called European scholarship.
Bro, welcome back. Right. Right.
So that's the only part I was just saying. The whole point I was trying to make is he can't cherry pick what sources he want to use just because of his confirmation bias. You know what I'm saying? It's okay to have beliefs, but to sit up here and just try to paint a whole conspiracy based off of a couple of years of you going back on your ancestors, that's lazy scholarship, man. Be 400 years behind on information, documented it.
But I don't think it's a conspiracy. If everybody was taught the same damn thing and that's wrong,
I don't think it's a conspiracy. I say he's teaching it as a conspiracy. He really is.
I got what you're saying. I'm saying that comment of the white man teaching taught everybody they was from Africa, this, that, and the third. What I was saying is, if one person's theory is everyone came from Africa, well then the white man will have to identify himself as someone who came from Africa too. You know what I'm saying? Just because
but they kind of do acknowledge slavery. That,
you say what?
But they do acknowledge that though. You know what I'm saying? That's why he was trying to say that, they talking about the monkey and Lucy and all, even though I wasn't even using that point. But they say that we share a common ancestor with an ape-like animal. They never said we was monkeys.
But the Europeans don't have that as an identifier on the thing, right? See, it would be different if we was all just identified as white or black. Okay, you a pale person, I'm a melanated bro, whatever the case may be. I'm dark, you like, however you want to go. Excuse me if I'm not. I don't know about being PC. I don't know none of that. I ain't trying to disrespect nobody. I love all people. Shut up. Now, what I am trying to say here is that if the options here, okay, is you white, is you black, is you African American, or is you what? Now, what on an application, right? This is a real question I have. On an application, how are different people identified, right? As time go on, we have all these different identifiers. Who's Hispanic? Who's Latin American? Who's this? Who's that? Okay, tell me, how is a Caucasian described on the application?
Well, it depends on what type of government document that you're talking about. But we know that the reason why we know that the reason why that these things are identified in applications, because we all have unique characteristics. Right.
Right. But let me ask you this.
Right.
Let me ask you this though, for real talk, because I ain't trying to cut y'all. I'm trying to learn real quick, and then I'm gonna hear from Brother Callie after you finish making your point. But what I'm saying is, the reason why I brought that up is because on when it comes to identifying even yourself as far as where you are, those that were born here or those that came wherever, however, look at take the Native American term, right? Now a Caucasian person can simply be categorized as an American, right? Even though history does tell us that, there were people here before the slavery stuff, before all of that, when so-called Christopher Columbus did whatever, it was people here that the Pilgrims interacted with, called Indians, right? Or Native Americans, however y'all want to call
Columbus called them Indians.
we know. We just skipping along here. Follow me here. What I'm saying is, on average, when you look at these applications or any government, whatever, you have African Americans, you have Hispanic or this Latin American, and this is some type of attachment to being here, right? But the Europeans who are also from somewhere else does not have the Americans, the white people, Caucasians, whatever you want to say, they can simply be Americans. I'm like, well, if we're all from somewhere else, why does it have to be an attachment from where my ancestry is or where you're saying it is to being an American, but your ancestry is from somewhere else too, but you're just simply an American? That's what I mean by falsifying and leading people wrong. If we all gonna keep it hot, we gotta keep it hot.
Because in those papers alone, I want to say this because I already know how y'all two about to do it in here. I'm about to go and jump down.
I ain't finna argue with him. I ain't finna argue. I promise you. I'm not finna argue. I promise you.
They give these out. Let me get this off real quick, please. These papers that we identify ourselves on, they specify white/Caucasian, Hispanic.
Thank you. I was about to make that point. Thank
Black
you. Go ahead.
/African American. So you have these or other. Then you have the category.
Hey, sis, hold on, real quick. Just interject. And it also say black, non-Hispanic, white, non-Hispanic, right?
Right.
Can we agree that we? Okay, thank you. All right,
that's what the paper says. But these papers are put in place not to give you a place of identity. These papers and you to check these boxes off are to put you in a classification because of specific rights that come along with these identifications. So if you have been on your birth certificate, if you're identified as Black or African American throughout your life, that's the category you're in. You know, so it is important for
based on what somebody came up with, right? Based on a system someone came up with, right?
Yeah, but it's not just someone; it's a group of people. You know, so that group of people. Yeah, so the group of people is the Caucasians. Right.
Can I ask you a question?
That's who runs this country.
Hey, at break room.
Yes,
room. Let's pretend you a cop. Let's pretend you a police officer. You got a suspect. You just seen the suspect commit a crime. Yeah. But you got to do your job. You got to protect the people. You took an oath. While you chasing the suspect and you get on the radio, and when that dispatcher asks you to identify what that suspect looked like, are you gonna say he's American, or are you gonna give a description, sis? You gonna say what he looks like? You gonna see the light-skinned male? He's a Mexican or Hispanic appearing male. You gonna say he white? You gonna say he Caucasian? You ain't gonna sit up here and be like, well, we all American, so I'm just gonna not discriminate. That's why that stuff exists, because America, we're a melting pot.
That's a fact. That what you're saying is factual.
Yeah.
But there are also systems and laws and rights and money put in place for people that's identified a certain way, and it's not for the Black people.
I mean, I trust me. Neil West ain't denying no oppression. That's Cali. Cali believe we're not oppressed. I'm with you. Power to the people. I agree with that statement 100%. But I also made the statement that these people, when they do discriminate and do the stuff they do, they don't ask you, are you Indian or are you African? They don't ask them questions. They look at how you look, your appearance.
You went out. I missed that.
To be, you know.
Sometimes I can also call that too, because if we looking at it that way, yeah, sometimes it's called out by color, but sometimes it is called out by it was a Hispanic man, not necessarily a brown man or it was a Latino man, or so I mean a Chinese man, an Asian man. Sometimes it is identified like
you gonna
that.
give a description, but that man is still an American. If he was born and raised here, he's American. Right, but you're gonna have to give a so you're gonna have to deal.
If we're talking about identifying and description, when it comes to like getting loans or purchasing homes or properties, why is that a question? Why is that a box to be checked off? It matters like
we know that these people are oppressing us.
So the only reason I pose that question is because to me that falls into the same line of saying or believing or not believing that we've been lied to. I just think it all
Come
fits the
on, that's
same
what
beat.
I'm saying.
It's all in the same category. It's all a part of the plan. It's all a part of the system. Is what my point is. So it's not like we got a halfway. We, I'm sorry. I was gonna say it's not like we get.
No, you repeat. You went out.
Okay, so I was saying it's not like we get to say, or we can if you choose, but with the Pocahontas thing or the Columbus, they romanticize. I'm just using your term earlier because to me the romanticism is still the lie, and it's part of the brainwash. It's also part of the system put in place for us to check the box of being Black or African American or whatnot, because it puts us in this category. It keeps us in this space that is going to keep us oppressed. So I just wanted to, touch on that a little bit.
Because I never said they didn't lie. I didn't say they didn't lie. They did. That's why I said they have a history of whitewashing. I agree with you on that, but I also brought up the point that Pocahontas actually did exist, right? And we got a picture of what Pocahontas looked like, a Native American, and she don't look nothing like Cali folks or my people. That's the point. I think we got sidetracked because I brought that up because I was going to ask y'all to go take a look at a picture of Pocahontas and tell me what she looks like. We know she historically existed. This ain't no made up shit. It's well documented that this lady existed. She was a Native American or what you call Indian and was on the East Coast lines of America. Right? So the whole point, this is the only reason why I brought that up. I said, yeah, they will take history and whitewashing, and sometimes they like to clean because they trying to do it now. If you look at some of our books right now, when they talk about slavery, if you go look at the new books they printing out for our children, they label slaves as some type of service and indigenous service or something, servitude. They won't even call them slaves. They tried to say that Africans were servants. So they're trying to like whitewashing and romanticize it, trying to make it seem like it wasn't as harsh as it actually was. But the point that I'm just trying to make is nobody said that y'all was you're not Indian. That was never my argument. Callie just keep running with that because he got to make a straw man argument to defend his point. I said, yeah, I'm pretty sure you did find Native American Indian blood in you. Why? Because I know for a fact Africans mixed and mingle with natives. Everybody knows that. It's not a conspiracy. It ain't no white man lied to you. And no, we know they lied about the syphilis. We know they lied about other stuff. But that ain't no lie.
Oh, can I jump in right quick, my nigga? Like real quick.
Go to a reservation. Go to a reservation and ask them folks, bro.
Come through. Welcome to the stage, bro. Skate. What's going on?
Yeah. All right. So, first of all, let's get this straight. I never said Dr. King called himself an Indian during the 1968 Civil Rights Act. I never said that. I said 1960.
We y'all hear me breaking up on my end. We can't hear you.
You breaking up a little bit.
Please don't take this live down.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you better.
All right. I never said Dr. King called himself an Indian. I said the 1968 Civil Rights Movement was nicknamed the Indian Civil Rights Act. They are also fighting for public Indian housing, aka the Fair Housing Act of 1968, which fair housing eventually got changed from fair housing. It got changed from public Indian housing to Section 8 in HUD. I also said they were fighting for the Indian Bill of Rights. My question was, if you're an African, why are you fighting for Indians if you're African? What do you benefit fighting for Indians? Can y'all hear me?
I can.
You're gonna have to answer that question again. You went out. Are you asking me that dumb question again about African fight?
I'm not asking you anything. I'm clearing my statements. I'm clearing my statements. I said, if you're African, why are you fighting for Indians in America? What is your fight? If you're an African, what are you fighting for Indians in America? If you're the Native American Indians, where were you in our fight? When we was getting ate up and bit up and everything by dogs, where were you in our fight? You wasn't there. You feel what I'm saying? The same reason you wasn't, the same reason you were not there at the 1968 signing after King's assassination. Now, where you do come into play, you Indians with the TPs out west, you came after Dr. King's death with the AIM movement, the American Indian movement. After King's death, like 4 months after Dr. King died in 68. So this is how they tried to hijack the 1968 civil rights movement that we were in. They were nowhere in our videos and our pictures, and we were nowhere in their videos and pictures. Those were two separate fights. The AIM movement and the Indian Civil Rights Movement of 1968 were two totally different movements. Now, Dr. King did say, Dr. King did say, no one is free until we are all free. So yes, in a sense, he was fighting for not only us, but them and also other minorities. So this is where you have, after King's civil rights movement in 68, you had even the Italians, the minorities, and even the Italians created their civil rights movement after us. Because once again, I said the whole world was watching what we were going through. The whole world was watching. Okay, now another thing I didn't say. When I say they lied to you, I'm saying the same thing Michael Jackson said on that podium that day. If y'all remember when Michael Jackson got up on that podium and he said, you gotta know the history books, they're lying to you. They're lying. The Jacksons know that they're Choctaw Indians. They know they're Indians. That whole family know they're Indians. But when he got on that microphone and he was saying, the history books are lying to you. You gotta know. That's all I'm saying. Is I'm not talking to every single person saying you don't come from Africa. You don't, because some of y'all do. What I am saying is do your genealogy on your family, because you just
Callie, you can sit up here and try to gaslight all day. That's why I hope Break Room do not take this lie. No, it's not. That's not what. No. Hold on. No, Break Room, don't do that. Hold on. Break Room. Did I not? Break Room. Did you not hear this man say? Did not hear this man say?
Hold on.
No. Come on, you gaslight like a motherfucker. You gaslight. You said that they not.
Hold on, Neo, because I'm about to actually. I want you to talk to me.
I hate when people gaslight me.
Neo,
man, don't take this lie down. I'm going to bump all that. I'm going to show you this motherfucker just sit up here and lie. Just sit up here and fucking lie.
I can't hear you when you screaming. Calm down so I can ask you to break that down. Hold on. Oh, I'm making sure we clear, because we in the audience trying to get understanding from the conversation. So don't count us out too. What all I was saying is that when this conversation completely started from the get-go, that was 100% the point that bro was making up here. And that's what I kept saying. I didn't want it to be taken wrong as if this was supposed to apply to every melanated person across the American. This was just to say that people have been taught that everybody has the
keep it 100 right now. Keep it 100 right now, because I'm a very intelligent person. I hear very well. Did you not hear that man say that they lied to you? And they saying that, let's just shut, bro. God damn.
I may have.
Now you might have.
Yes,
now you might have. So that's the point I was.
When I'm saying that, I'm speaking to everybody as a whole.
Oh, yeah.
And It's applied to
You
whoever.
know,
what?
been
Like
pushing that shit for
how.
a while, bro.
Hold
Yeah.
on. Calm down. Calm down.
I say this same stuff over and over again, every day, every week. This is not the first time I'm
You should
saying
have
this.
been gaslight me. I
I
know what
say
I
this.
heard, bro.
Okay, so I'm glad Break Room, you were smart enough to pick up how I was saying it. I'm saying,
Yeah, but she just
I'm
gaslight me with you by saying you didn't say something that you just
But
admitted you might have said. It's either you
that's
didn't
what
say it
you
or you
say.
didn't say
Neo.
it.
It's not hard to
I'm
understand.
not
Just like you.
gaslighting you. Guess why this applied to me? Because originally in the conversation, I was speaking about how something traced me to another land. I hadn't got to know Africa or nothing of that yet, right? This conversation has started with, if I hadn't been doing what I was doing, I wouldn't have never knew of that place being a part of me, right? And my lineage. So what I'm for sure on is that this was a generalized while
Yes.
everyone was being taught this, if we look deeper, we could learn a lot more than just feeling like this is the only place our people can be traced back to from this land. That's how I took it. You know,
I just said up
just
here
more
saying,
than
do anybody
this way.
recall? I just said, do anybody recall when I
It's not.
came up and when I began to disagree with Callie, what I called him out on? And I said, go to, that's why I said, please don't take this down, because I'm going to show you that he just sitting up here switching up and shit like that. That man said, I said, Callie, yo, you stop with being offensive with the African thing in the jungle, making comments about Africans and jungle, because I did what you told me to do. I come from a descendant of Africans. My wife, my future will come from a descendant of Africans. Disrespectful when we hear you say things like, "Oh, they lied to me," and y'all from Africa. It's the way you were saying it, being sarcastic like you usually do. Oh, they came from Africa. You was from a jungle. Hold on. And then you made a comment.
You accept the way you accept it, the way you hear it, because that's how you want to hear it,
bro. You said
that's exactly
right. I didn't hear it that way.
You said the
white
didn't
hear it that way. You wanted to hear it that way because you're in
just
opposition to what I'm saying.
No, or you said it. Or you said it because you show how you contradict yourself like 3-4 times.
Yeah, listen. This is what I want to tell you.
It's amazing.
You can go. Listen, you guys can go on my channel. You can go on my TikTok. Can I say this? Can I say this? You guys can go on my TikTok. You can go on my channel.
And he's on record by saying that Martin Luther King identifies as an Indian, bro. They don't even try, bro.
Can I say something? Am I allowed
bro,
to talk?
Sick of this, bro. Like gaslighting the hell out of me, bro.
You think I'm gaslighting? Break Room didn't think I was gaslighting. She didn't hear it how you heard it.
You know what?
Break Room, can I talk?
Every time we always bump heads. I'm shut up. I'm full of it, bro.
I gotta say this, family. I gotta say this. The best way to deal with this is to understand that everybody, it's okay for us all to have our opinions, but what I've gathered here is that respectfully, everybody could come off as being offensive if we play in that game, right? What we have to realize is that we can't tell each other what each other meant. If someone did, that's just like, I'm not telling nobody on this panel their point of views is wrong. What I'm saying is that we are all different people, the whole chat, the whole panel. So if somebody says something and one person takes it this way, right? And another person takes it this way. And the person who says it says, well, the way that person perceived it is the way that I was meaning it. We can't also debunk that. No more than if we accidentally perceive something, Neo or Mina or Callie, me or whoever say something, and we all got a different understanding. Well, all we can do is talk about it and say, okay, well, I took it this way. So what did you actually mean when you said that? We can't make it into what we want. It's gonna be what it's gonna be. That's what I'm sure of.
Break Room.
If you say my name is Break Room 411, if you sit up here and say my name is Break Room 411, and your cousin get up here and say, oh, Break Room, you said Break Room 911, and you be like, no, I said 411. And that person keep continuously saying that they said 911, you're going to get frustrated because I know the argument that I'm trying to make, and I know what made me hit the link. Callie came right up here and told y'all that they lied. and they telling
But
everybody they from
but you have to
Africa.
consider,
Bro.
Neo, what if it was because what and again, this don't make you wrong, this making me give us all clarity. You know what I'm saying? You grabbed the link based on how you perceived the message. But
What I
once we get an
heard.
understanding of what, again, like you said, we could hear for instance, I could say, "Oh, wow, it's a great day." Somebody could think I mean it's been raining outside, even though it could just be all day for overcast. You know what I'm saying?
But I
If
hit the
someone
link
says,
based
"So
on what
break
I
room, is
heard
it
though.
raining or is it just a overcast?" and I say, "Oh nah, it's been raining all day." Well,
But break
nobody else
room,
could
that's
debunk that I meant
I
it's an
didn't
overcast
mishear
if I'm
him. I
telling
did,
you it's
but
raining.
break room, but I didn't mishear him. I heard what he said and I challenged him, right? But the thing is, now maybe if he didn't mean it that way, or if he clarified later on or whatever, that ain't on me. Don't gaslight me and say I'm perceiving something
But
that is
that's
wrong.
not
Listen,
No, maybe
gaslighting. If
it's
no,
if
it
definitely not.
is.
if
If I'm
Well,
that's
somebody
not
you
here,
might not be.
gaslighting.
You
if
look,
I got
I
on
feel
this
like it is
panel,
gaslighting because for you to
listen,
sit up here and
listen.
say I didn't say something and
If
not
I
jog your
had been on
memory.
this panel and I said, do your genealogy on your family because some of you may actually do come from Africa, but not all of us. How is that gaslight?
So
How
why
is
would you
that?
make that
How is
statement?
that?
If
If
that
I'm
truly,
saying
if
you've
you
been
truly
lied
feel
to,
that way, well, if you truly feel that way, then why would you follow that with a conspiracy by saying, "Oh, these people lied to you"? There ain't no lie. If some people are from Africa, duh,
you got it.
logic,
You got it,
common
Neil.
sense.
You got it.
Like,
You
come
got
on,
it.
that's a
But
freaking
You got it.
flawed
You got it.
argument, bro.
You got it. You got
It
it.
sounds
But
like
I don't.
it
But
You
sounds
got
again,
it.
Neo
You
and
got it.
family, we can't debunk the fact that if it's clarified that some of us is from here, but some of us may be from there. That's not debunking who may be from here. That's just saying
I
not
didn't
all of
say that.
y'all might be from
I
there. But I'm
no, I'm
thinking
not.
we making it an argument that ain't even there. It
It
could
really,
be
it
just
really,
how we
It
perceive
really
something.
ain't. It's
it
just how
really
you
ain't no
chose to
argument.
perceive it. It's just
No, it
how
ain't no
you
perceive.
chose
It's
to
what you
perceive it.
said.
That's
I
all.
called out
Here,
that it's a
break room.
contradiction what
Cause
you're
Break
I
room.
didn't
saying.
take what he said the way you
Break
did.
room.
Sus,
So
you
that's
Here,
don't
why I'm
have
saying it,
sus, but you
it
break
you
can't be
wasn't
room.
forced.
originally
Break
offended,
room.
so that's why you didn't
Can I
take it,
just say
right?
something right quick? This is what I want to tell y'all. You
Just
can
like
go
I'm gonna
on my
prove
this.
that, just like when
God
you kept saying I was
damn.
interrupting him, I'm gonna prove that he was interrupting me. I'm gonna show that
I,
he did it first because I called him out first. But you
God
well,
said that he
almighty.
you,
didn't, but I'm gonna
Let me
show
know
you
when
that
I
he
can
did.
talk, man.
I
Man,
didn't
whatever,
say.
bro.
N-
Like I'm sick of this crap,
Nah,
bro.
I'm
It's
good.
like you
Let me
too
know when
smart
I'm
for
hold
gonna
this,
up.
go on
bro.
mute. I'm gonna go on mute. Let me know when I can
Lazy
actually talk,
scholarship, bro.
man.
I think again, I'm only trying to make this a fair call that all opinions up here definitely matter. I'm just only trying to be specific because I know Neo that you have been 100% very passionate about what you feel, and I'm not debunking that. We all feel passionate about what we feel, but we're all also learning and didn't know what the hell we felt before coming on here, some of us. So I'm taking all matters into consideration, and what I'm saying is if someone does clarify where they're coming from, even if you or anyone, this I ain't picking on you or nothing, even if I misinterpret something you say and you say no, break room, this is the angle I was coming from, well then it's like we wouldn't have to keep arguing the angle I thought you was coming from. We could take it from there on the angle you say you are coming from. That's what I mean. And because otherwise this is about other point of views that we both people are making great points, and if it wasn't for the point that he did make, the conversation of my life wouldn't have even been had today. And that's because I'm saying I'm seeing other areas in my family and in my life I didn't know about. So it's bigger than just US and Africa is what has happened in my world. But I don't want y'all point of views to be misinterpreted over argument or arguing and lost in translation. So what I'm saying is if there was the way that you took it and the way I took his statement was two different ways. That don't make me right or wrong, and that don't make you right or wrong. It's
Now, can
an
I speak to that
opinion.
real quick? Can I speak to that real quick? All
Yeah.
right. So, break room. The way you heard, okay, break room. The way you heard it,
About how we
the
took it, we
God Damn.
And then he said he
you
didn't say
going against your own point because you. But Neo, you saying that you're not interrupting him, but the chat is agreeing that you are interrupting him. He just started his sentence, my love. You cut him right off. Let's talk about it. What was you saying, bro? I love this panel as a whole, y'all. I love it. And shout out. It gets a little touchy, but hey, that's what the great debates are all about. Let's go.
I just want to make my point to what you were just saying, Break Room. Okay. Now, I told you I wasn't
with these people. That's a fact. That ain't no feeling. That ain't no misinterpretation or nothing. That is documented. Bro,
as you were saying,
how I perceive. We argue about what I know I heard say, bro. Come on.
Okay.
Came up here and told y'all that it was a conspiracy and they keep lying.
Neo, you keep doing it to him, baby. And I'm even trying to put you on mute and it ain't working. But respectfully. But Brother Cali has the floor. Let's go. Talk to me.
God damn. So the point I'm trying to make is you heard it and you understood it the way I said I meant it, right? Yes, I may have said they've lied to you. And basically, I'm telling you, if the shoe fits, wear it. You feel what I'm saying? As I'm saying it, right? You can go on my TikTok pages, you can go through my YouTube channels, and you can hear me saying this same thing over and over and over again, the same way I just said it. And you'll also hear me say, do your genealogy on your family, because some of you just may be from Africa. I sat here earlier and I told y'all about 3 of my friends who can actually track themselves back to Africa, and it's a salute to them. We don't propose who we want them to be because they can track themselves back to Africa. That's the point we're making. We've been lied to. So this is what I'm talking about when I'm talking about the white man's history books and the white man's lessons. Hey, you believe what you want to believe. You read what you want to read, and you dig as far as you want to dig to find out your truth or the truth you're looking for. That's all I'm saying. My nigga, like if you choose to stop at Africa and you choose to believe we come from these ancestors and monkeys and whatever else you choose to believe, I told you, I cannot stop you from believing what you believe. I can't.
But you got to stop lying to the people, bro. You can't be lying to the people.
What did I lie
you
about?
You can be proud. You can be a proud Indian. You can be a proud Indian and be proud of your heritage and wear all the. You
can't call it a lie. You can't call it a lie. You can't call it a lie.
Yes, hold on. Break room, stop.
You can't call it a lie.
Look, let me. Can I tell you what he lied about? Can I show you what he lied about? Like just because you disagree. All right, man.
Neo, baby, you got to, let people finish their thoughts and stuff, because it would be an unfair game if you keep, because and for the chat, I just hold on one second, bro. I just wanted to let the chat know that I'm very well, with all due respect, sometimes when people are, I understand the members that I have up here on the panel and the passion they have behind the things that we're talking about. So I don't have to be mean or whatever. I very well much so know how to calm a situation with using my words, because sometimes when people have bad reception, the mutes don't always work. And when people are also loud, it be a lot. But we're all good up here, and they're not new to this, because the audience might be. They kind of gave us this disclaimer originally, so I get the sibling rivalry that's going on here on a passionate topic. So I understand if it may be too much for those out there, but yeah, the way I gain control of it is fine on my end. Sometimes you just got to get people attention, and we all respect each other, but conversations get hot and they get heated. And if
I
somebody
don't
is
like
talking
people
real
loud, bro.
loud, you hold on, Neo. You might not hear someone asking for the floor or this, that, and the third. So, with all due respect, long as we lead this panel still family, that is the biggest goal.
Great room. Do not,
And shout out to y'all in the
do
chat. I
not
love y'all.
delete this live. Do not
I
delete this
won't.
live, please. Because I'm finna sit up here. You just say he didn't lie. And I'm sitting up here like, when we sat up there and was talking about Martin Luther King and the civil rights movement, you heard him say that he was fighting for the Indian. Why would a person fight for Indian civil right if they were not Indian? That didn't, he kept saying that doesn't make sense. Why would they? And then he named all the people that identify as Indians,
Yeah, I did.
right?
I did.
So, cause that was
Yeah.
your argument, bro. Like, and
Yes,
y'all,
I did.
look, you know what? Let
He
me go ahead. Let me fall back to the
so
chat.
so this
Regardless
is
if
a
y'all agree with me, hold on, 'cause
this
I'm
is an
finna jump off, Callie.
African this is an
You know,
African leading the Indian civil rights movement. Then is what you're saying to me.
no, he did it for both. It was at the same time. That's that misinformation. You must have got that from the minister of misinformation.
Now I'm
A
just
simple,
asking. What does what does an African benefit fighting for Indians?
what
This
you
is
mean
all I'm
benefit? He was
asking.
fighting for everybody, right? He got it from Gandhi, his mentor.
Then, okay, so if he was fighting for everybody, why not just call it everybody? Why not just call it the
Because it
Everybody
wasn't,
Civil Rights
because you
Act?
got why would, didn't that mean that include white people? You know what I mean? Everybody who's being oppressed by white folks.
Listen,
Like, come on, bro.
all I know is the 1968 Indian civil rights movement was nicknamed the Indian Civil Rights. They were fighting for public Indian housing. Now the other Indians that you say they were fighting for are on reservations. They're not the one coming back from the wars and stuff and can't get housing. It was our people. It was our people, the Negro. That's who was at that signing, not no other Indian and not no Africans. That's all I'm saying, sis. You can believe what you want to believe. You just got to make it make sense, man.
No, you
Like,
gotta make it make
you got to
sense,
make
bro.
it make
You set up there,
sense.
bro. You just said your logic is, why would Africans defend or march for Indians? That's just like ain't how many of
I'm
you
just
times you
saying.
seen white people march for black folks? It
Yeah,
wasn't
I
during the
mean,
civil rights. We seen white people beside us. Why it wasn't just black people
yeah,
alone?
but
Did we not
we
have
were
white people, right?
segregated too.
Right,
We
but
were
yeah,
segregated
but I mean
against them too.
that's irrelevant. It's
Yeah,
proof
we were
that white
segregated. Like
people,
we was
but
beefing with
white
the
people
white
did
people.
march with us, right? It wasn't their fight, but they marched with us, right?
But it was white people who didn't agree with how
It's
we
called
were being
unity.
treated. It
It
was
doesn't
white
matter. You
people.
asked why would an African help an Indian? I said because they was
I,
unified. They
so
identified the
sis,
same enemy, bro.
why?
That's not a hard,
Listen, why was it specifically titled Indian
be-
Civil Rights Act?
because they had their own issues too, where they was facing oppression. You know that,
No,
right?
no, Neo, they did. This is why they came up with the AIM Act afterwards.
No, Kelly.
This is why the Italians came up with the
So is it
Italians came up
Italians
with
or the
their
Native
Civil Rights
Americans?
Act afterwards too. I'm not saying
So
they
they
wasn't
follow.
going through it. I'm not saying they wasn't. I'm just talking about this specific situation right here. We were those natives, those 3% that you talk about, they weren't down here with us getting messed up. We had more white people fighting with us than we had Native Americans on
Because
them
it wasn't that
reservations.
many of them. It's only
Who
3%. Most of the
cares
people
how
got
many of
wiped
them are?
out.
So
But I'm just saying, but you just sit up here and logically,
why are we fighting for somebody that it ain't that many of? Like, why are we
because
fighting for
they
these?
still exist. They still
Okay,
exist. Like, that's
here's the
stupid, bro.
thing.
That's like asking why we
We
fight for
have our
Eskimos.
own problems. We have our own situation. We dealing with
But they got a
segregation,
common
Jim Crow,
enemy.
and
They have a
everything.
common enemy. They were fighting a common enemy. See, that's not hard.
No,
That
it's
was
all
saying
good.
your way you think it don't even make
Listen,
sense, bro. I ain't even trying to
listen.
call you out on that, but it doesn't. I
Because
can easily debunk this.
what I'm trying to show you is the Fair Housing Act of 1968. Listen, when you go listen to the speak of Lyndon B. Johnson, the Fair Housing Act, this is at that same signing. He specifically says in his speech, the Negro, this is what the president said at that signing. He said, the Negro no longer has to go through this embarrassment of not being able to find a place to stay. This is what the president said at that specific Indian civil rights signing. He didn't say, he said the Negro. Go look up the speech. He did a whole speech and he specifically
And
called
again,
out the Negro,
black
not the Native
Seminoles,
Americans.
black Seminoles, right? Right? Again, intermingling where Africans intermingling with the Indians, and that's where you got the dark skinned Indians. So we know they call the dark skinned Indians Negroes because they are part Negro. Like,
We,
come on, bro, this ain't hard to
again,
explain.
so listen, when we go back to the 1924 Racial Integrity Act, you're going to see that the Indians were reclassified from Indians to colored,
Because of all the
colored to
intermingling.
Negroes.
Because of the intermingling.
Now you
That's,
cannot
come
debunk
on,
that. That's
Callie.
government. That actually
Callie.
happened with the government.
Because
So you can't debunk that. Like
intermingling.
your people who called themselves Indian, your elders and your family who said they were Indians. They didn't say they were Africans. They didn't say, they told
Twink.
you that your elders and your family who actually said they were Indian. Those people were eventually reclassified to colored people. Colored, then to Negro.
Because
All
they are,
non-reservation
bro,
Indians
come on, you gotta stop with this lazy
referred
scholarship,
to.
bro.
All right, y'all got it. You got it, break room. You got it, sis.
This
Y'all,
lazy scholarship, bro. Come on,
you
you
got
can
it.
keep repeating,
I have to say
but just repeating
this.
it over
I
and
have
over
to
doesn't
say
mean it's
this.
true, bro.
Neo,
Come on.
I have to say this. Now, you know you my dog. You know what I'm saying? All y'all my homies. We family up in here. But we can't be disregarding the opinions that we don't agree with just because we don't agree with them.
I'm not
And
disagreeing.
you be putting
But
some
sis,
heavy descriptions
been up here.
on your thoughts of opinions that don't match up with yours.
Look. I have to because I have to advocate for the truth, sis. You're a woman of faith. Even God said if you worship God, you gotta worship him in spirit and truth. You can't
But
let people stay
absolutely.
I'm about to
But
jump down. I'm about to jump down, cousin. I gotta go if you don't mind. But I do want to, if I
of
can.
course, I love you, girl. Thank you for standing in the gap.
I appreciate it. But I do want to walk away with this. You know, I just am a firm believer of always being a student. Even when you do your research, check the authors of who you're getting your information from. You know, like just don't, because you like a person or you resonate with that person, check the author, check their affiliates. You know, you got to understand that everything you research does not mean that it's fact because it makes sense to you, but always remain a student. You know, when you're not able to learn, you then at that point, then it's arrogancy kicking in. I'm not saying that's anyone here, but I'm saying always remain a student because then you're always open to learning. Like, you know, be a master at learning. You know, that way it's a constant repeat when you're sharing knowledge. So I just want to walk away with that. And I appreciate you. Yeah, I appreciate you having me, cousin. I'm about to jump in the chat.
I appreciate your time. Real talk. I do. Shout out. Love you, girl. Oh, girl, I thought you scared me. Look, I can't see my screen. Okay, there it go. First and foremost, I want to say a few things. I got an opinion or two on this great debate, which baby has been worth it to me. I've truly been enjoying this. Everything ain't everybody cup of tea. Everybody don't understand or partake. But I've enjoyed much of this, you guys. Hold on, just trying to not kick myself off the stage. There we go. All right. This is what I can say, okay? Because I see a lot of mixed reviews in the chat. I have to say this. First of all, in order to understand the point of views of anyone is to understand the source, the person, this, that, and the third, right? Also, a lot of us came into this chat at different times. Now, y'all know listen, everybody up here was family to me. I love these people and I love their minds. But I do have to say this, okay? For those of y'all that may think it was a Neo Rage Against Neo situation, Neo is not a panel princess, y'all. And because I know that, I do not listen. Before there was any, even with Slim Bull, Neo had began saying that people were lying. So when someone countered and said that Neo was lying, I let the comments fly because it was a fair exchange. Neo again is not that's my sis, but she gives it up on a panel, and sometimes it's hard when we're so passionate, it's hard to see the error of any of our ways, and to conversate means that we have different point of views, and we present those point of views plain and simple. It's not always going to lead to I'm gonna see it your way, you gonna see it mine. That's why we have the term agree to disagree. Some things, because this is my sis, and one thing is for sure, I am a debater as well, and I respect all the great debaters who was up here, you know what I'm saying? But I can say I do not look at perception as gaslighting. Okay. I do not feel that if we heard the same thing and that thing is repeated, I don't, and to both of us, and I still received it my way, you received it yours, I'm not going to feel that Neo is gaslighting me because she didn't perceive it my way. So that's one of the points that I was trying to get sister to see. This wasn't a me taking nobody's sides, this, that, and the third. It's whoever presents their debate. If I can resonate with one side over the other, that is what a debate is. Some of you down there may resonate with Neo, resonate with Callie, resonate with me, Mina, whatever. It doesn't mean that we are saying like, listen, now listen, Linda. Neo was up here calling questions stupid, over talking. I've been here the whole time and ain't nobody gonna tell me no different. Sis is a hard egg to crack when you are up here debating because sis is passionate. And I'm the same way. Sometimes I'm hard to, everybody want to jump in when they need to jump in. But yes, so if y'all notice, I wasn't coddling sis because sis was getting off up here. And I don't know what point y'all had came in on, but baby, we had the real sis in from calling Jesus a black, with all due respect to those in the chat, when sis go in, she goes in. And nothing about that was funny. I'm talking about if you weren't here, then you may have missed moments like that we've been having a real Sister Neo back in for throughout this life. And that's no cap. So listen. They got what I saw. Well, that depends on what you how far you saw. But no, I'm not playing a name, blame name and name game, blame or none of that. I'm just saying these two people know how each other give it up. If that makes more sense. Callie and Neo know how each other get it up, but they would not volunteer themselves to debate with each other, knowing that they debates get ugly, So I'm not here taking up for bro and on Neo ass and saying bro innocent, Neo innocent, none of that. I'm only saying that you have to be open-minded and not let people not agreeing necessarily bring forth anger or piss you off or none of that. I'm not coming against sis. I'm saying sis is passionate as hell about this. And that's it. That's it. That's all. Jabs been thrown all over the board. I'm not saying that. But the people involved know how the people involved get down, I think it's safe that they can say that. They can both back me up on that. This ain't their first rodeo. If I'm lying, correct me in the chat. Now, all I'm saying is my perspective, my perception, personally, is not bad if Mina was up here. It's not bad if Mina came up here and said, I agree with Neo. I happen to agree with Callie on the matter, on the part that, when it comes to genealogy and not just letting Africa be the end all and be all to the footsteps of your ancestors. That's all, excuse me. So if anybody felt offended or disrespected here from any king, queens, my brothers, my sisters, panelists, anybody, I apologize on behalf of the Break Room 411. I know that no offense was meant to be given towards the audience, but I think when those two debate, it be more so with each other and not necessarily to the audience at some points. So I don't want to condemn neither one of them because I know how debates get. Me and my husband get some heated debates, and that's what debates are for, giving your point of view. But sometimes we have to recognize that not agreeing with someone's point of view doesn't make a person a liar or gaslighting. So I can get to sis ass about saying I was gaslighting her because I wasn't. I just wasn't agreeing with the current point of view. So I ain't about to sugarcoat it for my family either. Now in this great debate, I did not take Neo's side. I took Callie's side because I do believe that I understand the origination, but I'm saying I think it's more to that we can pay some attention to as well. Now, that's how I feel about it. I listened to the great debate. I do not agree with Sis' point of view. I'm just also interested in a broader horizon. That's it. That's all. I think they were both great debaters. But I can say this, with debating, because I like to continue to teach. With debating, family, I can say this. Facts and research and all of that doesn't require emotions. It really doesn't, because it's not when we're talking about what we're learning about ourselves, it's not about what we feel, it's about what we know. It's about what we know. And I always say that when it comes to truth, business, and mathematics, it don't require no emotions. It's about can either prove to be not true. No matter how great a debate is, both opinions can be true, depending on how you looking at it and what exactly are you debating. Now, this live became a bit of a beautiful experiment as well. It's all about what you are debating. And that's the point of view I was trying to get to. Are we debating that all people came from one place? Are we debating that all melanated people that landed here came from one place? And doesn't everyone's DNA and genealogy tell a different story? It shows a different journey and a different path. That's what makes nobody wrong, because your story can be very much so true. And I think that's the point that we really must pay attention to. Both parties could be right. You can even say both parties are right. Because if we're talking about individual families, we're saying, well, how far can you trace yours? And what is the path of yours? Even if all the families land in the same place, what was the journey of yours? Because all the families, all the generations' journeys tell a different story. And that's what I'm interested in knowing more about. The journey. Because even where it's at now is not going to be where it ends. Because now travel is more and more at our fingertips and getting places. People are starting families all over the place. When you look around in 100 years, somebody whose genealogy traced back here and in this time might trace back somewhere else in the next 100 years or 200 years, 300 years. But the more we know today is the more somebody else is going to know tomorrow. That's the point of it all. I don't think nobody's opinion has to be too big or too small or invalid, because that is taking away validation to every family's journey. One family's direction does not wipe out that of another. I think point of view plays a lot in things when we're learning, when we don't know, when we're searching for more than what we're told. I do think it's something to take in consideration that it's I don't think that we can just say that each other is lying based on our perception and our knowledge, where we are in our knowledge. I think the greatest thing is what have we learned? Are we thinking any different? I don't think we should oppress the opinions of one another to have an individual opinion. That's what I've learned here. You know, that's the part of learning. That's the part of research. Somewhere all around the world, somebody has, thought this. Well, maybe if we build this way, we might can reach here. Maybe if we build it that way, we might reach there. Long as we reach in the know. That's what I love about debates. And we also have to be emotionally mature to have them. I know I'm certainly am. That's why none of this is. Listen, I've only took things that made my glass half full from this situation, not on anything that empties it. Now, listen, am I forcing anybody else's glass to be emptied, full, or halfway? No. I'm only telling you what I took. Does that make what you took wrong? It just doesn't disregard what I took from it. You dig what I'm saying? Sometimes the debate ain't in proving each other wrong. Maybe it's just to open each other's eyes to wanting to know more, to caring about things today that we didn't care about yesterday. The way you take a live like this is, guess what? It's based on the way you chose to perceive it. And do you think that all of us here is going to leave perceiving this live the same way? No. But is it a matter of who's right and who's wrong? No. It's a matter of what you want to do with what you've learned here. Straight like that. Yes, I agree, sister teacher. I agree. And it's something that everyone learns. You know what I'm saying? Everyone learns um respectfully and differently, and realizing how we can perfect or work on how we debate. You know, realizing, are we bringing more emotion or more fact, more of what we imagine or what we assume, or more fact from research or being told. Yes, that's what I've gotten from here. I'm not concerned with what was disagreed upon. I'm concerned with what I can take from both parties. You know, I don't got to worry about those two, because those two been here before. Those two good. We ain't got to worry about their relationship or none of that. They been here before. I'm worried about what can I take from both parties. And I've done that from Neo, and I've done that from Callie. Just because I resonate with the ideas that Callie brought doesn't mean I disregard the ideas of Neo. I think they're both very intellectual speakers and thinkers, just like the chat. I was paying attention to the chat's point of views as well. I like that everyone wasn't riding with who, because guess what? We had people on the panel everybody like. So this wasn't about who you favorite. This is about what can you resonate with? What makes sense to your life? What interests you? This ain't no picking and choose. This is why it was great that this wasn't from some one-sided, this, that, and the third or whatever. This was about who gave whatever to resonate with you. I love both of them. That don't mean I gotta agree with one or the other. Hell, I could have disagreed with either. With both of them. I could have tracked my ancestors to Neptune like Miss Vanessa and said to hell with both of them. And as you see, I didn't disregard the origination of things. I just said there's more to the story than just being brought here. There's more to our stories, more to our footsteps than just a boat, just some ships, just for what happened 400 years ago. Exactly, sister teacher. That's what I said. I appreciate. I've seen both parties be agreed with. That's why it's not an argument of who's right and wrong. It's what you can resonate with. But we have to realize that different point of views don't make the other person an idiot. We have to be careful with our words with each other. Doesn't make questions stupid. Because what I know, the next person might not know. What I might be advanced in knowing, somebody else might just be getting into. I wouldn't expect to teach a football player how to play football when they made a career out of it, and I never played the game. Ain't nobody walked your footsteps but you and your family. That's what makes it beautiful. They have two different opinions because the journeys was different. The journeys was different. And all this debate is about is everybody's journey was not the same. Everyone didn't get here the same way. Some families came from some places without all that even been going on. Haven't been going on. I'll throw you a bigger thing out there. Did anybody ever think that if you weren't here back when whoever else came and landed here, when whoever was here, nobody knows who was booted up out of this country. Nobody can say that the first ships crossing after those first ships, after all these so-called discoveries or whatever, nobody can say that these ships wasn't used to empty out places that other people wanted to take over. Some brought back. The stories are all magnificently different. And all I'm doing is tracing my family's journey, no matter if it lands me from Haiti to Africa to wherever. Don't make me no difference. I'm not chasing a specific land. I'm just chasing a story. I'm just tracing their footsteps. I don't care where it takes me. You know? I'm not against the jungle, the Caribbean, the tropics, the Americas. I'm just seeing how far I can go with the footsteps. I owe it to my ancestors to know their journey and their story. I owe it to myself. Yes, but I think this was info is hard to debunk facts over feelings. You say it's not hard to debunk. But yes, I love it, y'all. I love it. I thank Neo and I thank Callie and I thank Cousin Mina for coming up here, giving me their perceptions. And I actually agree with a lot all of them said, you know. And again, we understand it. We're understanding. And I would love to hear more from Sister Neo as she continues to talk about it. And I would love to hear more from Brother Callie and whoever else as we learn. I can only speak from where I'm at with my knowledge. I'm open to hear more and more and more. It's not for me to listen to, I guess that made me a little biased. The teacher's so funny, but I love an honest lady. I love an honest lady. That I love. A funny, honest lady. Absolutely. Oh my goodness, y'all so funny. But so yes, you know, I think this was a powerful live, one that kept me hooked for almost 6 hours. And for those that don't get it, I've recognized that, you know, I put a lot of time into stuff that don't matter, you know. This didn't bother me in the least because I've spent a year and a half arguing with people and have learned nothing. I've spent a year with no problem hearing B this and MF of that. Like, to hear people arguing, but you still here Come on now, sis. Come on now, bro. You're not. The worst you hear is people calling each other liars in a great debate. I mean, come on. I guess it goes with the turf, but I enjoyed it. It was nice to hear people going that has love for one another. That has love for one another, and they understand each other, and that makes my job a little more easier. I want to continue learning and growing. I got to give a big shout out to so many people that popped in and was a part of this conversation. Some was here damn near the entire time. And I just know that I could come up here for 4, 6, 3, 2, whatever hours and chat about things that, what somebody doing and wearing and, this, that, and the third, or whatever it is. And music and dance and talk some shit. But it was a whole lot of talking, a 5.5 hour live, and it was actual content. It was an actual conversation, whether heated or not. I'm happy to hear something new. I'm happy to hear something new. So I'm thankful, truly thankful for the great debaters. I look forward to hearing more from everybody and everybody who interested and want to do their research. Again, my biggest point is not whether you tracing yourself back to Africa or where. My thing is, if you are enjoying or want to get into your genealogy and trace back as far as you can, I think that's a dope thing, even if it's just here in America. For those that's interested, I will continue to share my journey with you. That is what I'm doing, and I'm enjoying it. So for those of you who do want to hear more about me tracing my genealogy, and talking about where my people come from, and the more I talk with my granny, the more I will share with you her stories. Yeah, I think we've done well today. We've done well today. But yeah, I'm not here to condemn nobody for their thoughts. I'm only here for us to share our thoughts. You know what I mean? And yeah, well, that's a different story. That's a different story. I think this was surely a lot of politicking for the day. And at the end of the day, as far as that goes, I feel like all them people have some shit with them. So half the time it's like choosing the lesser of two evils. Especially when you don't grow up with none of these people. Um, you know, a lot of the times things are based on, what they want to push for too. You know what I'm saying? And hell, if you ain't even got the same beliefs or thoughts as you know what I'm saying? Like, people got some good points and people got some whatever points, as far as those politics go. But I ain't tripping either way. Cause at this point it is what it is. Um Miss DD, I keep seeing y'all say something about a current vibe in here, but I have never seen nobody in the chat with that name. So I don't know who current vibe is, but hello. I'm about to do some big grubbing when I get up off of here. And more research. But yeah, I am so filled up with knowledge right now and just taking it all in. So, I don't know how y'all leaving here feeling, but I hope that somebody got something. With that said, you guys, I know I have been on here so now saying that, oh yes, love and light, absolutely. But see, I know that, and when I politic in real life, I have great debates in politicking in real life. So that type of stuff don't bother me. I expect for heated conversations to get heated. And sometimes, you just gotta I'm cool with it. I'm smooth with it because I know nobody up here intends to really disrespect one another or me, and I'm a big girl. I know sometimes we get loud or we can get hot headed, and I get it. I'm not no emotionally trip. I don't got no points to prove, I'm up here to learn, what I'm saying. I'm not here to prove I'm the boss of a channel my name is on. So, yeah, so my emotions are a little bit different, you know what I'm saying? Just like in your household, Um and we all debate differently and learn each other and learn our panels and stuff like that and how far we can go and not go. And yeah, we growing together. So I'm not that heavy hearted about things, you know what I'm saying? And shout out to all my bros and cousins and sisters, and thank you so much again to Neo X. Make sure that y'all go subscribe, and we gonna go over there and debate her more. I'm gonna be the first one in the line, so I'm gonna be the first one in the line. All right, and maybe Brother Cali will touch on it, all that good stuff. So yeah, it was a great live, and shout out to the great debaters. Each and every one of you brought something to the table, and I'm most appreciative about it. We continue to grow. The more we grow, the more we know. It don't really bother me. I've seen for 20 years come to an end because of politics. Yeah, but the great thing is to know that some of us, like, if you understand it, then it shouldn't end friendships. It shouldn't. I think we should all make a choice that don't enter anything that gotta, that's gonna have you not liking a mofo. You know what I'm saying? Damn, whatever boat any of our families come off of, we damn sure shouldn't be fighting to figure it out. You know what I'm saying? Let's be real here. That's why I can laugh and giggle about it. Y'all not gonna wrinkle my motherfucking school clothes. I don't give a damn what you up here debating, child. Listen, I was sitting up here on the panel with my giggly bush, listening, learning, and enjoying, baby. You know what I'm saying? That's it. That's all. I know how to handle all siblings accordingly, Some are more hot headed than others. Just cause we ain't cause we got an audience don't mean I'm gonna damn handle either one of them no different than I would on the back end. Y'all go shut the fuck up and let me in on this conversation. That's how I feel about it. That's what I would have said on the three-way call. Hey Cali, hey Neo, y'all go shut the fuck up and let me get a word in. That's how that would have went. But since we had an audience, I said, hey guys, hey dudes, hey love bugs, hey schnookums in them. Hello, excuse me, knock knock. Um, is this the right panel? Hey you guys. I'm just a polite panelist, I ain't got nothing to prove up here, baby. We just strongly disagree about your and Indian theory. Yes. Yes, baby. Yes. See, y'all, I'm one of those panelists that When people ain't listening, I just overtalk every damn body until people realize they not gonna be heard at all until I'm heard. That's how you do that. You just jump in with the family, you know? Instead of shutting each other up, you just jump in and say, hey, motherfuckers, you know? Listen, Linda. You ain't got to trip about it. You just overtalk all them motherfuckers. Listen, they overtalk each other and you overtalk both of them. You hear me? Somebody gonna shut the fuck up, and we know I'm gonna win that every time, boy. Break room can go. Break room can go, baby. Listen, that's how I handle my YouTube siblings. All right, since don't nobody want to be quiet, well, listen. Oh snap! That's how I feel about it, baby. You gotta take the same route on everything. You know, sometimes with siblings, the mute button don't always work. That's why it's always a sibling that got to come back and apologize. Like, I'm sorry. Because sometimes we don't know when to shut up. We don't know when it ain't our turn. You know? We just some of them people that's like, you gonna let me finish this damn sentence. I get it, baby. Listen. Shit. Imagine what Buck goes through when we in here debating. Like, baby. I'm a listen. I'm just determined to outfact anybody to the last fact standing, you know. That's how that go. That's how that go. To the last fact standing, baby. Ain't no emotions in fact. And ain't no anger in opinions, baby. But anywho, this has been amazing. Again, thank y'all. I'm officially all talked out on the live. You know what I'm saying? I had a wonderful experience. Again, shout out. Now, I hope that don't nobody need no therapies after this live. All right. Now, it seems that I might need to do a mental check before I go. All right. Is everybody good? Everybody good. I do a damn mental check because, baby, listen, Linda. I start seeing wrenches swinging every damn well. I start seeing shoes fly. Listen, it was all kind of fingers pointing up here. Shit. I'm like, listen, y'all ain't gonna be pointing at me like that. Like, you know, there's 4 people up here. I don't know which way them fingers was pointing. You feel me? It all seems in all that directions. Look, I can't listen, Linda. I was up here trying to gang and shit. You feel me? Like, baby. It was membership badges flying everywhere like disc, like hockey pucks and shit. I'm like, okay, calm down. Calm down, Daniel, son. Shit. Y'all was throwing words left and right at me. Shit, I was over here dodging, trying to dodge R's, A's, B's. Shit, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. I was throwing all kind of letters at me. I'm like, listen, Linda. Shit, the teacher started talking to me in all caps and shit. I'm like, oh, heck. I already know where this going, child, Lord. When her cap, child, they be capping. You hear me? Them capital letters be listen, Linda. Y'all was down there doing too much jumping, child. It was members coming all out and stuff like, where y'all, what's going on there, son? Y'all was blaming me for everything. I'm like, child, I didn't do it. I didn't do it. I ain't tell them to grab them links and get up here and debate when they know they don't get along on this argument. Child, they signed up for that, baby. Honey. I was trying to make their problem my problem. Baby. Leo was trying to hit me in the head with a dang on a seashell off one of her locks and shit. I'm like, come on now, homie. This is getting out of hand. This is getting out of hand, child. Listen. Neo came up here and tried to put me in the corner in a little chair or whatever. But I don't know where sister teacher was during that time. Like she up here trying to put me in the corner of my panel in a little chair, whatever. But I ain't see all this stuff going on in a chat when I had to spin that little chair around and say, hey, who do you think you sitting? I ain't see none of y'all fighting my battles up here. Neo was up here giving me, Callie, and Jesus the business. And where was y'all? I'm up here fighting for me, bro, and Jesus. Y'all sitting up here, y'all acting real, but rip y'all out the plastic, cause baby, y'all acting brand new. You hear me? Rip y'all out the plastic, cause baby, y'all is acting brand new ski. This yeah, child, she was throwing me all over the damn car. I'm like, nigga, I ain't see nobody trying to save me, child. Uh, 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 mm. She had me and all 12 of the disciples up here trying to dang shield ourselves. Like, baby, now y'all up here thinking we jumping the heck? No, Neo was jumping us. Shit, I don't give a damn how much Sister Teacher agree with you. You was up here throwing all kind of bows. Like, what? Shit. Chit check me about 4 hours. Fiddle times up here. I'm like, hold up, Susie. Your son. And here you go. Sister Teacher come in when we sit here fighting for our lives, and she think that you the one getting harmed. I done had to heal from you about 4 times in this live. Child, I had to get off this live and go get all kind of gauze and band-aids and ice packs and shit. And the Sister Teacher up here, y'all not gonna just be jumping Neo like that. Neo, she up here screaming to the top of her lungs. I agree with you, Neo. We get it, home girl. We get it, Miss Lady. Shoot, you got Sister Teacher trying to listen. You got her swinging at me. I'm like, oh, listen, Linda. Now, she came up here doing all kind of kung fu moves, and Sister Teacher up here treating Neo like she's the victim. Like she was the victim on this here internet. Child, the victim. Shit. The fuck? Baby. She was boxing us like, listen, Linda. She was up here boxing us like Mayweather and them. You heard me? She done threw everything at me but the Red Sea. Do you hear me? Like, I'm like, hey, buddy, buddy. Listen, I don't appreciate that. Ain't no way some of y'all came in here from the beginning. If you think Neo was the victim up here, child, bye. Shit, y'all came in when we was just getting that strength back, child. I had to go in the corner and breathe and find my mother freaking words. I had to say, oh, this is what we doing. I had to start Googling some things and stuff. She wasn't just gonna come out here throwing Webster dictionaries and history books at me, baby. I was just talking about my great grandma and them. Next thing you know, I'm somewhere in damn Siberia. I'm like, hold up, Daniel son, slow down. She was up here throwing them bows, man. She will not leave here a victim on this day. Baby, that was me. I'm the one need a helping hand. Shoot. I was squeezed in the middle. Child, bye. I felt like I was in between 2 parents and my ass was on punishment or something. Shit, I got mom and daddy up here. And it felt like, I don't know if they was cussing each other out on me. Nah, you ain't here from the beginning. Don't hit me with that. I just couldn't type. Baby, I ain't buying it. You trying to hit me with the flim flam. Sister Teacher. Nah, baby. I just couldn't type. Nah, baby. It ain't no facts on that. And today we only speaking about the documents. Ain't no documents that you couldn't type, baby. How you gonna debunk that I feel you just wasn't here altogether? Huh? How you gonna debunk it? Today is the great debates. How you gonna debunk it? I'm challenging everybody. I'm challenging everybody. Keeping it real. Baby. Nah, sister teacher, that don't prove nothing because this live 6 hour long. So you know that the live had to have a 3 minutes somewhere. You knew that 3 minutes had to happen within the live somewhere. So that's cap. That's cap. That's cap. It's been a whole bunch of 3 minutes. I was here when you were on 3 minutes. Man, that's like coming in here saying you was here on the 6th minute. Now, how I'm supposed to debunk that? We know it was 6 minutes somewhere in the live. 6 minutes into a live, it was 6 minutes. 3 minutes into a live, it was 3 minutes. You just gonna call out a minute and think that's believable? Nah, baby. Let me write on this chalkboard. Let me put this mathematical problem on the chalkboard, because baby, I've been waiting to go toe to toe with you on the debate. I've been waiting. I've been waiting for you, sister teacher. I'm kidding. You got it, Big Pimpin'. I'm joking. I don't really want no smoke. Whatever you said in the chat, I agree with. Whoever you agree with, I agree with, sister teacher. I ain't mean no harm. I'm gonna write you a letter tonight. You got it, Big Pimpin'. No, I was just playing. I don't want to get outside myself. You heard? You know what I'm saying? I went a little longer than I normally have in the past. I was just seeing, I was just making sure you was paying attention, I was just making sure you was paying attention, Big Pimpin'. Chill, homie, chill. chill. Listen, calm your capitalization down. I said I was just playing. You ain't got to get our capital letter on me, homie. It was just a joke. I kid. I play with you. No harm, no foul was done here, sister teacher. Straight like that. Whatever you said, I said. Whatever you said, I said, okay? You, I was about to email you this week. Baby, you hit me. You was on fire, man. Listen, I'm trying to tell you. Baby. Neo ain't here playing on sister teacher top because, baby, she was giving up the business. I'm like, girl, if we weren't family, I'd cuss you out right now over talking me up on here, but I know we family. Eventually she was gonna hear me. Oh, snap. I am entertained, baby. Listen, I'm entertained. However, you guys, I am at my 6 hour mark and I do have to go. I'm gonna go ahead and I did dip off and take one bathroom break, maybe two, but yeah, I got to go again so I can replenish with some more water. And I gotta make a run before it gets dark. With that being said, listen, y'all have been amazing. This live has been amazing. I like I said 100 times, I thank y'all so much. I know that I went way over time, but I do feel it was worth it for me, and I make no apologies for that. You know what I'm saying? I don't. Nah, sister teacher, I think Neo was definitely beating us up. I don't care which way you spin it, baby. She was beating us up here. You feel me? We were the responders. You know, that's what I be talking about in the saga. It's the starters and the responders. We were responders. Neo started that shit. Now, I was up here minding my business, drinking coffee, when she tried to put me in the corner. You heard me. Now that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Teacher of the sisters. I love you, girl. So, shout out to my super sticker senders. Thank you again to Mel, Kimberly, Renita, Mel again, Vanessa, appreciated Blue Outlaw, Sandra, Renita, Vanessa, Renita, Neo. I love you, Neo. Thank you all so much for looking out for me and making this live very memorable. A lot of these lives have been very memorable these past few days. Thank you, keeping it real. I call them the shit starters and the responders. You know what I'm saying? That's what I call them. But all of y'all have been very enjoyable. I really, truly thank my brothers and sisters and cousin for coming up here, and I hope we have more great debates that we can argue about, and I love it. It made for some great. All right, Miss DD. It made for some great conversation. Not cut it out, sister teacher. But listen, sister teacher is taking up for Neo heavy, and Callie, I'm on your side with that. She was. Listen, yeah, I'm with you, sister teacher. You gotta cut it out. Neo was throwing bows up here. She was throwing bows, child. I am not on Neo's side in this debate at all. Brother Callie, I'm on your side. I'm on your side on this one. Now, sister teacher and Neo, they got their thing, but listen, we got that thing. Now, in this one, I'm not yielding. I don't expect sister teacher to yield, Neo to yield, or Callie to yield. My notes, I don't realize I was over the court. Scholar, Al. Now I love my Neo to death, but I ain't agreeing with her on this, and I ain't agreeing with sister teacher. I just don't want no smoke, sister teacher. You know what I'm saying? I don't want no smoke, but I ain't agreeing with them. I ain't agreeing with them. I ain't doing it. Now, with that being said, I have enjoyed the crap out of y'all. Y'all are always welcome here to bring your great debates here. We can even debate that. When's the next live to? Child, I don't even know. I ain't even know I was going this low. But however, I do want to do a show and tell. I'll probably come back and do that tomorrow. I probably tomorrow, Miss DD. I've definitely talked myself out today, and for good reason. And I'm gonna sit and marinate in it. And I do thank y'all for being here. So I'll probably see y'all tomorrow. Maybe in the YouTube streets later. For any lives that I miss, I will catch up on during some of my research. To Blood Live. I love it. Thank you to sister teacher. Thank you to all my mods, all of the beautiful family like Miss DD and everyone that stopped by today. I know everybody cannot be, in a live for 6 hours. It don't mean that you don't love the content. It doesn't mean that you don't wish you could be here or ain't going to finish it later. So I thank you if you was here at the beginning, if you came in the middle, the end, or anywhere in between. Your presence meant everything to me. I am going to rest my voice for the rest of the day. I won't be going live or jumping on no panels or nothing of the sort for the rest of the day. but I do give you all my love and wish you a wonderful, happy Monday. And I will be delving into these type of topics this week. It's really what I'm into. I think it was dope. I think it was great, a great learning experience. And I just want to take a moment to have some time to learn. You know what I mean? The shit talk will always be there. There'll always be somebody to roast and toast. But at the end of the day, I want to mix in some learning and some valuable things that we ain't gotta scrap about all through the YouTube streets frivolously. If we're gonna argue and talk shit, well, let's make it worth it. Let's make it educational, informative. That's what I want to do. I'm not beyond. I love you, Miss DD. I'm not beyond these conversations. You know. So let's continue dropping jewels, and you never know who mind you're going to change or any of that. So God bless you all. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being a friend. And do know that no matter what you believe in or what you know and what you don't know, just know that I am manifesting greatness upon all of you and for you. I am manifesting blessings upon all of you, and I'm manifesting love and knowledge for all of us, and that we may grow in both love and knowledge. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I love you so much, and thank you for the support. Thank you so much.